My friends, welcome to the Mario Matter episode 100. What a milestone, my friends. I am your host, EmSwizzle. As you probably know, we have decorated these sets here with what looks like 15 red and blue balloons for the Mario Matter colors. It's all great stuff. In my left hand, I have a party popper, which is way bigger than I thought it would be. I have like 5 of these. I'm going to shoot them off during this episode. Welcome, guys. How are we doing? I don't really know how to start this episode. Listen, it's been a long time coming. I began the podcast in June of 2022, and we are here August of 2024 with our 100th episode. It's still kind of routine, though. I'm going to walk you through all of our segments for today. We have so much stuff going on in this one episode. It might be a long time here, but my friends, let's run you through all of the festivities for today on the Mario Matter, your favorite Nintendo podcast, episode 100. So, first things first, as I said, we're kind of routine day. We're going through Nintendo news, a lot of cool stuff. I have a big announcement as part of the news. It relates to this podcast. It should be a cool time. After that, I will be ranking, as a fun little segment, I am ranking every single Nintendo controller as a fun little blah, 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 a fun little segment there. So we're doing that as segment 2. For segment number 3, I will be reacting to the first ever Mario Matter episode 1. It was a little bit cringy. It was a little bit, I didn't know what I was doing. It's a funny little watch, and for those who may not know the history of the show, that'll be a fun thing to listen to or not listen to. It's a bit cringy, okay? As our 4th segment, our biggest segment of the show, I will be discussing and telling you my top 100 video games of all time. Get it? 100th episode, 100 video games. It's so cool, right? And then after that, we have the Answering Your Questions segment. However, do you guys know, when I do that segment, I pick out like 10, 15 questions. I am answering nearly every single question that was asked to me. We have what must be like 200 questions during that segment. This will be a great podcast episode. Probably the best ever Mario Matter episode. And boy, do I not want to delay this phenomenal episode any longer. So, because I bought this party popper yesterday, and it's way too big. Do I pop? I'm gonna pop it. Audio listeners, you might want to see the video version for this one. But without further ado, guys, I'm terrified for this. Let's go ahead. Let's get to our first segment of the 100th episode, the usual Nintendo news headline segment, where I tell you about Nintendo news that has happened this past week and the week of the 100th episode. Bruce Buffer, read the intro for the 100th Mario Matter episode. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go.
Welcome to the Mario Matter, the #1 Nintendo podcast.
Now, I couldn't make the intro too long, but there's a few elephants in the room to address here. So first things first, you might think that was the first time that I ever launched one of those party poppers. Truth be told, I did one yesterday. And you want to know the funniest thing about that entire party popper thing? Listen, on the Amazon listing that I bought from, I didn't believe this, and this is not why I bought the party popper, but do you want to know what it said on the listing? It said, anti-mess, cleanup free. There's no cleanup needed. I'm looking around my room. There's confetti and there's streamers. What in the world do you mean cleanup free, anti-mess? That's not true in the slightest. So I'm gonna get a vacuum in here later. I have 4 more party poppers to freaking launch during this episode. And you know what? I have 2 announcements for you. So, I didn't want to say this one during the intro because I wanted to keep it snappy, but let's go to 2 announcements and then I will read you all Nintendo news. First announcement has to do with this episode right here. I am giving away 5 Nintendo eShop gift cards in this episode. 5. Now, in the past when I've done that, they've only been USA gift cards, and that's because I didn't know how to buy international eShop gift cards. Well, now I am giving away 2 US gift cards. Is it 2? I think maybe 3 US gift cards in this show. 1 UK gift card and 1 Canada gift card. Listen, guys, I will say to anyone in Australia, I tried my best to find Australian eShop gift cards. I couldn't buy them anywhere. I checked Amazon. I couldn't buy them off of Amazon. I checked PlayAsia. I didn't see any Australian eShop gift cards. So I apologize to anybody in Australia, but 2 $5 US gift cards, 1 $10 US gift card, 1 $10 UK card, and 1, or I think 15 pound UK. It's something like that. It was like $10 US money, and then a $10 Canada card. It's a cool little eShop gift card episode, and I will have those. I think I'll do 1 giveaway per segment. So enjoy that. We will have 1 this segment of the podcast. Second announcement before I dive into all the news here. Second announcement is something that is in the works that has to do with this podcast, and that is coming likely this year. We will have the Mario Matter merchandise on sale on a dedicated website. Look forward to that. I do not have a date for you. It is in the works, and we wanted to have it ready by this episode so we could launch it with the 100th episode. But truth be told, it is not yet ready. It'll come later this year. You can look for an announcement on this podcast, on my social medias. I won't let you miss it. It'll be all in your face. It'll be everywhere on the podcast. We will have merch coming later this year. That's the AIMS release date. We shouldn't have to push it to next year. It's merchandise. It's not out of this world. So that'll be fun. And those are the 2 announcements. But to get to the meat of the episode here, as you all might know, if you are fans of the show, maybe, we probably will have some first-time listeners. We start off every single show by going through Nintendo news headlines. And what this is pretty much is I've got 4 pieces of news in this hat. I pick out the pieces of news and I read them off to you. And we talk about them, we discuss them, we check to make sure I am definitely recording. Yes, I am recording. Cool beans. You never want to not record your 100th episode. I had to double check there. But we have some news here, and there is one actually sad piece of news in here. I'll get to that in a minute, unless I get to that first thing. I don't know. But let's go ahead. Let's pick this piece of news right here. Let's see what this is and read it off and start having fun on the 100th episode, my friends. This first piece of news here reads, oh, we have the sad one first. Listen, guys, 100th episode, it's a bunch of festivities. This little piece of news here, though, it's a little bit sad, okay? And we have to discuss it, but, we're gonna talk about it in a very fun, happy manner because we are on the 100th episode of the podcast, and the vibes are good. But we do have sad news, my friends, for anybody who was a fan of the Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games series. I have sad news. That series, if you couldn't tell already, has been confirmed to be 100% over. So if my computer mouse will work right here, I can scroll to my notes that I've so made for this topic, and my mouse does not want to work. Is that so? Well, I kind of know them off the top of my head, but if this doesn't work, I will pull them up on my phone. Oh, look at that, it works now. How cool is that? So, guys, this was my favorite series growing up. I loved the Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. I think every single one, either for the Wii or the DS. Every single one. Beijing, Vancouver, Sochi, London, then Sochi, then the Rio than the Tokyo one. I have every single one. So, over the past week, we got word from a Twitter user, I mean, they're more than a Twitter user, but Lee Cocker, who is somebody who has worked with the Olympics on making these Mario and Sonic games. I don't believe he was so much so in, like, the game development, but he was, like, in charge almost. Like, he was a big part in having these happen. And he tweeted out this over the past week. Quote, "For the people that are asking, there will be no Mario and Sonic for Paris 2024. The franchise finished with Mario and Sonic at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. I know because I worked on all the games in the franchise." And then Lee Cocker told Eurogamer, which is a gaming outlet, he said this, quote, "They wanted to look at other partners and NFTs and esports. Basically, the International Olympic Committee wanted to bring it back to themselves internally and look at other partners so they would get more money." So, it's not Sega's fault, it's not Nintendo's fault, I guess it is the Olympics' fault. Sega cannot make an Olympic game anymore. And I will say this, the blame is nowhere to be put on Sega or Nintendo. Because if you'll remember, I think in early 2023 or late 2022, there was a Sega job listing out there for making a game that had to do with the Olympics. I think they wanted to make a Paris 2024 Mario and Sonic game, but it didn't happen. Now, there's a couple things to unpack here in terms of news. First things first, the Olympics wanted to look at other partners that'll make them money, such as NFTs. I'll just say this, I don't know much about NFTs. I was never crazy anti-NFT. I know nothing about them. If they're bad, then sure, I'll be anti-NFT. I have no idea what they are, right? But this just sounds terrible. It sounds bad that they're looking into NFTs and esports for the Olympic Games to, promote them and hype them up. But here's my only defense. So a lot of people who love the Mario and Sonic series will probably be quick to jump on the Olympics. How could you? You're ditching a game franchise, a loved game franchise for NFTs and esports. How could you? Here's the only thing. I am one of the biggest Mario and Sonic Olympic games fans, right? Here's my only thing. Can you blame the Olympics, though? Can you blame them for not wanting to keep making Mario and Sonic games? Here are the stats. So, when Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games and Olympic Winter Games, the first two games in the entire series, when those released on the Wii, they both sold just about 7 million copies each. The most recent Mario and Sonic at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games game sold 1.02 million copies. So the series has obviously gone downhill. It's no surprise. So in that sense, can you blame the Olympics, International Olympics Committee? Can you blame them? No, you can't, because they probably could make more money off of doing esports stuff. Like they said, I can't blame them, but it's sad. It is sad. So that's our first piece of news. It's a sad one. I won't stay on it for too long. And we kind of knew that the Mario and Sonic Olympic games were over. We didn't get a Paris one. The Paris Olympics are going on right now as I speak. We didn't get one. You could tell, but now it's confirmed. Anyways, some other milestone that has happened this week, apart from the Mario Matter episode 100. Guess what, my friends? Something a lot of you probably weren't even born for when it happened. The Game Boy is celebrating its 35th anniversary this week, and when it released, a lot of you were probably negative age. A lot of you were probably not even alive. I'm sure I have maybe a 35-year-old listener or somebody. Well, even if you're 35 right now, you weren't really playing the Game Boy right when it came out because you were 1 year old or 0 years old, actually. But the Game Boy does celebrate its 35th anniversary. It released July 31st, 1989. So its anniversary was Wednesday of this week that I post the podcast. This podcast, though, I shouldn't really date too much because this episode 100 is sort of timeless. Somebody can watch it in a year and still get enjoyment. Honestly, if you're here like a year later, you're probably better off skipping to like the fun segments because that's more timeless than these. But we do have news, of course. I don't want to let people who are looking for news down today, you know. Game Boy does celebrate its 35th anniversary, and that's always nice. You know, I've never owned... Well, actually, fun fact, I did own a Game Boy for like 6 months before I sold it. I sold it because it was broken, and I, didn't know how to fix it, nor really care to fix it, or even care to own one just because I was never going to play it. So, I did have a Game Boy, but didn't keep it. Fun fact, I think I sold it, and the guy who bought it didn't know that it was broken, and so he was messaging me like, yo, it's not working. And then I didn't say this, but I was like, bro, what did you expect? I listed it as a broken Game Boy. What did you expect? Anyways, Game Boy celebrates its 35th anniversary. I just pulled out our next piece of news. Let's read that one last, because that's kind of like unceremonious. It's not a sad piece of news, but it's like too late kind of thing. It'll make sense. But our next piece of news here, our second to last piece of news, is as of right now, this week that I'm posting the podcast. For a while, there are a bunch of big Nintendo Switch first-party games on sale right now. So, if you don't know, it's very rare that Nintendo puts first-party games made by them, on sale. You might see it happen here and there, like, not that they did this, but like, for example, if a new Zelda game's coming out, they might discount some of the older Zelda games for you to buy. I don't know if they've done that, but that's, when they might happen to do it. Well, it's a rare occasion if you can't get the memo here. And there's a bunch of first-party games on sale. I will read them off to you. One game in here is actually not a first-party game, but it's a game that I like, so I will still read it to you. So, Nintendo announced this big sale called the Play Together sale, where it's mostly multiplayer games that are on sale right now. And every single game is at least 25% off. This whole sale ends August 12th, and here are the major games. There's a lot more, but the major games that you might want to hear about that are currently on sale and you might want to buy. Here we go. Nintendo Switch Sports, Mario Golf Super Rush, Mario Tennis Aces, Mario Strikers Battle League, Kirby's Dream Buffet. I would actually recommend that one. People don't like that one, but I thought Dream Buffet was pretty cool. Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble, not a Nintendo game, but a fun game by Sega. You should maybe check it out if you're at all interested. A pretty timely one, Speak of the Devil, Mario and Sonic at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. ARMS and WarioWare, get it together. There are a bunch more that are on sale, but those are like the big ones, like the ones that might make you go check it out. So those are on sale. And our final piece of news here, I'm going to run through quick, because if you watch this podcast anytime after the release date, you can't really enjoy this piece of news. Nintendo is holding a Nintendo World Championships tournament at the Nintendo New York store the day this podcast releases, August 3rd at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, you might think, Max, you post podcasts at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. No one's going to go to the store in 1 hour and go participate in this tournament. By the way, you actually can't. If you wanted to sign up for this tournament, you had to, I think, Tuesday, July 30th. So now it's too late. You might think, Max, why are you telling us this information? It's way too late. First of all, I didn't want to skim by it. This is a pretty cool piece of news. They're holding not a major World Championships thing, but they are holding a little tournament for the new game. That's cool. And also, if they do live stream it, you might want to watch it. That'll happen maybe today. If they do it at all, they actually probably won't live stream it, but I didn't want to skip over this piece of news right here. But guys, we don't need Nintendo World Championships tournaments, do we? We need the Mario Matter episode 100. And because that is all the news done, it is time to get to the fun segments of today's show. The great segments. The segments that you have come here for. And that is understandable. truthfully. And our first fun segment, our second show segment, but our first fun segment for the Mario Matter episode 100 is I will be ranking every single Nintendo controller. But before I do that, because you all are so patient and you watched the entire news segment, it is time for our first Nintendo eShop card giveaway. I have it right here. So this one right here, I have the UK ones, the Canada ones. This one here is a $5 USA eShop card. Go ahead, load up your Switch eShop, go on the website, either one, however you want to redeem your code, sorry. We have our $5 code here, and the code, if you're ready for it, is E0YCQRFFS2M8D2FD. That is your code. It is only usable by one person and is not unlimited. I do apologize. That is how gift cards work. But if you are the lucky one to get it, comment down below. If you're listening on a platform that allows comments like YouTube or Spotify, I would love to know who got it. Congratulations if you did. Maybe buy one of the games that are on sale for the Nintendo Play Together sale. You probably couldn't buy a full game for $5 that's in that sale. There are some eShop games that are like $5 and under, so maybe buy those. Maybe take $5 off your copy of Nintendo Switch Sports. I'm not sure what you want to do with the $5. Also comment, what are you going to do with the $5? Let me know. We have tons more eShop gift cards to come, but that is our first one. And with that said, let's get to our next fun segment where I, EmSwizzle, rank every single Nintendo controller. I'm going to probably pop a party popper after I finish doing it, so look forward to that. And one last thing, these party poppers are loud. I'm going to make sure that they do not hurt your ears when you listen to this, so I'm going to make sure that they're very quiet when I edit this. So no worries there. I'm going to go ahead. Let's rank every Nintendo controller. Let's go. Mario Matter listeners, this is a controversial segment. Not really, but whenever you rank something, someone's always there and they're gonna throw your opinion right back at you. And we are ranking every single Nintendo controller that is pretty mainstream. So I'm gonna walk you through every single controller here. Now, there is a couple exceptions. For example, there's a GameCube controller that has a full keyboard on it. That's not on here. But every, main controller and more. So, here are all of the controllers we are ranking. They're mostly chronological order. However, there are some that are shifted around. So, for example, I put all of the Game Boys together, even though, the Game Boy Advance released after... I forget, actually. The N64 released before the Game Boy Advance SP. That's right? So, for example, that's not fully chronological, but for the most part, it is. So, we have the NES, SNES controllers, the Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance SP, which are not controllers, but are handhelds. You hold them. I have handhelds on here as well. A Virtual Boy controller, N64 controller, GameCube controller, the DK bongos from the GameCube's game Donkey Konga, the bongos, the DS, once again, not a controller, but a handheld that you feel and maybe it's comfortable. Sorry, maybe it's, comfortable, maybe it's not. The 3DS, the Wii Remote with a nunchuck, the Wii Classic controller, the Wii U gamepad, the Wii U Pro Controller, detached Joy-Cons, so one Joy-Con in your left hand, one Joy-Con in your right hand, Joy-Cons on the Joy-Con grip accessory, Nintendo Switch in handheld mode, Nintendo Switch Lite, and Nintendo Switch Pro Controller. So, this is what we are ranking. Once again, we are not ranking every single niche controller ever, but the main controllers. That is what we have here. So let's go in order from NES to the current generation. We begin things with the NES controller. And, I was not alive during the NES generation, but I feel pretty qualified to give my thoughts on this controller simply because I've been using it so much in the past 3 weeks. So ever since the new Nintendo game, Nintendo World Championships, came out, I've been using the NES controller for that every single time that I play, and I've played for like, 5-10 hours. I've been using it a lot, and fun fact, this is kind of random, like really random, but I actually just beat Mario Bros. 2 The Lost Levels. I wanted to play it for some reason, so I actually just beat that and beat it with an NES controller. So I've had a pretty good fair share of using the NES controller. I have ranks S tier all the way down to D tier. The NES controller, there's nothing wrong with it, especially for being like Nintendo's first ever controller. I'm not sure if that's factual, but it was one of their first ever, right? So you can't do much better than the NES controller. However, there is one complaint that I have, and I'm not sure if it's common, and I'm not sure if it's just me. I'm not sure what it is, right? But when I use the NES controller, obviously you hold down the left button and click the right button if you're playing Mario. Like you hold down the left one, which I believe is A or B. I think it's B. And then you press A to jump. That's how Mario games work, right? You kind of hit the both buttons with your thumb. My thumb got sore after playing for honestly, 45 minutes. That's my only complaint. I'm not sure if I've got improper NES controller hand form. I don't know what it is. But that is one thing that I did notice when I was using the NES controller. So for that reason, maybe I'm using it improper, but that would affect my ranking. It would bring it down a little bit. So, it's not mind-blowing, but you have to think, back when it was released, 1980 something, it was probably pretty good. So, back then, you didn't know any better. But for today, it'd be unfair to compare it to today's controllers, but I think I will slot my NES controller here. For its time, how it holds up, I think I go B tier. Middle of the road for the NES controller here. I just slotted it at B tier. Because it's not oh my gosh, my favorite controller, but considering the age and how it holds up to this day, I think it is a solid B tier for me. And our next controller to rank is a controller that I never actually had my hands on until a couple days ago. So I got a package from the Nintendo store. I ordered something, and I ordered an SNES controller for the Switch Online service from Nintendo. I have now had my hands on one, and I believe it's right on my desk. Should I grab it for this segment? It's kind of far. Can I leave you all hanging for 5 seconds? All right, sure. Let me grab it. Let's do a hands-on. Oh, wait. It's over here. 10 seconds. That was not 10 seconds. My friends, I am back. Let's do a little hands-on SNES controller action. I could do it for every controller, but let's be honest, my whole area would be packed if I did that. So I have the SNES controller in front of me, and it's good to have this in front of me because this is the controller on this list that I have used the least, actually besides the Virtual Boy one. I've not used this controller very much. I just got it, so, it would make sense. And one of the first things that I noticed when I used this SNES controller is the buttons feel fine, but they feel almost a little bit mushy. There's something about them. Maybe mushy is not the word, but softer. They don't feel like they fully click. It's hard to explain. It's really hard to explain. But if you had the NES controller and this one's side by side, unless I have a defective SNES controller, I don't know. But of course, it does make improvements in that it has the L and the R buttons, which I believe were always on the SNES controller, not just the Switch Online version. The D-pad feels about the same as the NES one, a little bit different. I believe the texture might be a bit different. Overall, it's solid. It's, I would say, a bit more, maybe not more comfortable than the NES one. They are pretty similar in shape. The SNES has has some round edges to them. It's hard to say. It's pretty similar. I might have to slot this one also at the B tier. Just because, like, you know, it's fine. It's fine and it holds up, and it's similar enough to the NES controller. Of course, it does have the extra 2 buttons on it. You have A, B, X, and Y. Like, it's just, you know, when you're not looking at it and you're using it, it's not much different. You have 2 extra buttons, and the edges, like the left and the right where your hands go, it's curved. Like, it's not very different. So let's be real. I'm going to slot this at the B tier. I don't do the rankings where, like, I put... So if I have 2 things at the B tier, I don't, like, put one in front of the other. I just put them all at B tier. Everything at B tier is equal. So let's just be real. Both of those go to B tier. Boom. I just threw it on the ground. Hopefully it didn't break. All right. But our next controller or handheld to rank, I included handhelds just because, you know, it's another one of those things that has buttons and you hold it and you see how comfortable it is. It's one of those things. So our first handheld here is the Game Boy, the original Game Boy that we talked about earlier, being its 35th anniversary. I have had my broken Game Boy. I have not played on it, but I have felt it, felt all the buttons. And I'd be lying if I said that it wasn't similar to the NES and SNES controllers in terms of, you know, the buttons and stuff, you know, that's similar. Your little D-pad and everything, it's similar stuff. You got your 2 buttons. However, the main difference here and the main factor of the Game Boy in terms of a controller and comfort is the fact that it's not a controller, it's a handheld, and that it's vertical, it's like taller. There's not as much room for your hands as there might be for an SNES controller. So where do we go with the Game Boy? Albeit, once again, the controls, the buttons are similar in terms of holding a handheld. Because, I mean, let's be real. The Game Boy is kind of a thick boy. It's kind of thick, as it should be. I feel like when things are thick, the Wii U gamepad, it can sometimes make things more comfortable to actually hold. Whereas the Switch is not very thick, sometimes making it a bit uncomfortable. With all this context said and all this talk of me trying to figure out where to rank the Game Boy, I think I'm going to put it A tier seems a little bit high, but the only reason I would put it at A tier is because I feel like that could just be a little bit more comfortable than the NES or SNES controller for longer periods of time. And it's obviously not the optimal handheld to hold, but I think it would be a bit more comfortable for, once again, longer periods. I think I will slot the Game Boy at a good old A tier. Let's do that. Boom. I just missed. Drop it. A tier. There it goes. A tier for the Game Boy. That feels a bit high. If there was a A.5 or a B.5 tier, which is a crazy tier, I would actually put it there. But low A tier it goes. Next, we have the Game Boy Color. Pretty similar to the Game Boy. Fun fact, I've told this story actually multiple times. I had a Game Boy Color for a few months. I bought it for $2 off of a lady at a flea market. Crazy story. I had it. It does feel a little bit different, of course, to a normal Game Boy. There are some revisions. There are some changes. It is still the default 2 buttons D-pad. So it's like in terms of a controller, in terms of, wow, you know, it's not really different. However, I would probably be called out if I put the Game Boy at A tier and not put the almost exact same controller scheme any lower or any higher. So I think by default, you know, we're going to start getting interesting here next. But I think by default, let's go ahead and throw the Game Boy Color at A tier. We're going to start heating up, though, with all these different, you know, controllers. But these first few ones are the same. One that's not exactly the same, though, is the Game Boy Advance. Now, the Game Boy Advance, forget all the vertical handhelds. We have a bit of a fat boy. So, the Game Boy Advance, of course, all Game Boys have the 2 buttons and your D-pad. However, Game Boy Advance actually had a bit more. You have your L and your R buttons. It's a little bit more in terms of the buttons. And the other thing about the Game Boy Advance is it's wider. It's wider, and there's potentially more room for your hands. It's a tough ranking, though, because I have only had my hands on a Game Boy Advance, like one of these models, a couple times. And it's similar to what I was talking about with the NES and the SNES controller, where it's like, it could be a little bit tight for your hands, could maybe put them in an uncomfortable position. However, see, this is tough, actually, because I just put the Game Boys at A tier, but the Game Boy Advance is better, I feel like, than the Game Boys, but it's not S tier. I think by default, we have to put Game Boy Advance at A tier, just because we put the other Game Boys there. I'm not going to put every single Game Boy. This next one is not going at A tier. But for the Game Boy Advance, the fat Game Boy and then the wide Game Boy both have their comfort. So I might give the edge. I might give Game Boy Advance. Yes, let's give Game Boy Advance to A tier. But one that's not going to go at A tier, and I have some strong thoughts on, is the Game Boy Advance SP. So the Game Boy Advance SP goes back to vertical handhelds, where there's a top screen, and you have a whole bottom half of the handheld, where your buttons are, your A, B, and your D-pad buttons, right? And your start, obviously, in select, right? You have all your buttons on the Game Boy there. Here's my thing. The Game Boy Advance SP walked so the DS could run. Like the whole folding design, the top half and then the bottom half. I will say, I own a Game Boy Advance SP. It's not as comfortable as a normal Game Boy Advance. So for that reason, we can't put it at A. Do we even put it at B? It's hard to say. The Game Boy Advance SP is one of the skinniest models. I think it is the skinniest Game Boy in that when you're playing on it and your hands are on the bottom half of the Game Boy Advance. You know, with the Game Boy, the normal one, it's fat. It's a little bit more comfortable. There's more, spots for your hands to wrap around. The Game Boy Advance SP is slim and not very wide, which is like the worst combination for comfort. In terms of buttons and stuff, they're fine. They're not revolutionary, which is why I've not really brought them up recently. So I'm like currently rating these on comfort right now. I almost want to say C tier, because I think the Game Boy Advance SP looks the best out of all the Game Boys. And it has a ton of cool special editions, right? But when you talk about playing that thing for hours, it's fine. It's totally fine. But you want to compare it to the other, maybe more comfortable Game Boys? Like, my brother has a Game Boy Advance, non-SP, just because I believe it's more comfortable for him. And he modded it with a cool screen. I think, like, that's, like, the more comfortable model. So for this reason, I've held a SP. I've played for hours on end. I never got, like, hand cramps or nothing. So because of that, I think I'll put it at the B tier. Because I have no, like, major complaints. It's just the least comfortable Game Boy, if that makes sense. Our next controller, let's go. I was going to do the Virtual Boy one. Let's go with the N64 one next, because I have, I just want to do it in this order. N64 next. Once again, not fully chronological, of course, but let's do N64 next, because I feel like it kind of follows up nice. N64 controller. I've used hours, guys. Paper Mario N64 is a long game. And, of course, this one is maybe the one that you all want to hear my opinion on most. Because, let's just call it how it is, the N64 controller is probably the wackiest looking Nintendo controller, aside from, like, the oddballs like the DK Bongos or the GameCube keyboard controller. I forget what it's officially called, but whatever that is, it's like the wackiest mainstream one, maybe next to the Virtual Boy controller, right? So it's like, where do you put it? Let's be real. When I first held an N64 controller, I did not know how to hold it. And it wasn't until like a few years ago when my brother was showing me like how to hold it. And he was like, no, you actually hold the middle part here and then the right half. So then you can use the stick and hit all the buttons. If I didn't know any better, I would have been holding it on the left half and the right half, just like how, you know, you would hold any other controller, right? That's already kind of weird for me. Now, when I heard about that, I thought I would hate that on the N64 controller. But like the thing is, I didn't end up hating it. Like it wasn't a hassle. Holding the controller in the middle and on the right, it didn't feel weird. It felt comfortable. Like it did in a weird way. Now, would I want every single controller to be that way? Of course not, right? And I don't think that it could ever work that way again. But was it fine? Was it comfortable for my, 20-hour playthrough of Paper Mario and other N64 games? Yeah, it was fine. It was actually real fine. So I had no complaints, apart from sometimes the stick would feel a bit rough on my thumb, but that's not a complaint. That's like a what do you call it? A nitpick. There you go. So for that reason, you know, am I going to put anything in C tier? I don't know. I want to, like, they're all so good. I want to put, let's do this, guys. Can I make a change? We're making a first ever change in EmSwizzle tier list history. Can I drop the NES controller down one to C tier? I just did it. And then we're going to put the N64 controller at A tier. Okay? And the reason being, I'm not trying to put everything at freaking A tier, but you have to go off comfort, buttons, and all that kind of stuff. In terms of the buttons, which I didn't really touch on, but I, included in my whole analysis, the buttons are great too. I like the directional buttons. It worked out. Like, one thing that my brother told me was when you play with the N64, controller, everything makes sense. It would be kind of weird for me, he said, to play Paper Mario with like a Switch controller. It's fine. But if you play with an actual N64 controller, some games just make sense with it. And all the buttons felt nice. I liked still having my A and B buttons. It was normal in that sense. The back button, the little Z button, was like a little trigger. It was like, boom. Like, it was just a cool little machine. So for that reason, I put it at A tier. The only reason why I put our next controller on here, which is the Virtual Boy controller, is because you got to talk about it. So, believe it or not, I have held this once. I was going to make a video on it. Didn't really come to fruition. It was a long time ago. But I have held one of these. And I got to say, while it wasn't like the most comfortable thing, it felt almost like ergonomic. If you look at it, the handles for your left and right hand, like, you have a lot of dedicated room. So in that way, it actually didn't feel awful. It felt more like what we have today in that sense. However, the layout of it didn't sit right. So for this reason, I think I'm dropping it to... Let's go C tier because it felt ergonomic. It felt like nice for the hands. But the layout's not great. We're going C tier for the Virtual Boy. What is gonna go to D tier? We're gonna freaking see. I think I know what's gonna go in D tier. But our next controller is the GameCube controller. I would say this is probably second place on what you all want to hear me talk about. The GameCube controller. It's famous for its Smash Bros. Playability. Everyone loves the freaking GameCube controller. It works with Switch, it works with the Wii U, with the Wii, it works with nearly every home console that came after the GameCube. It's that famous of a controller. Where do I rank this? I've played Super Monkey Ball with this controller, freaking Luigi's Mansion, Animal Crossing for the GameCube, all of which I think are going to be in our next, is that our next segment? No, 2 segments away in my top 100 games of all time. We have a lot of great experiences with the GameCube controller. And I'm going to rank the Wavebird wireless controller and the GameCube controller all in one ranking here because they're similar enough. So, the GameCube controller. Do I have any complaints? Not really. Now, I mainly use the Wavebird, which is the wireless one. But of course, my family grew up with the GameCube. We have the wired ones too. Both feel fine. I will say, if any feel a little bit weird, it's the Wavebird, which is the fat wireless one. Just because it's kind of thick, it does feel a bit weird. But in that sense, as we talked about, sometimes the thick boys can be a bit more comfortable. So no real complaints for the GameCube controller. The triggers are very unique. You've never seen triggers like you've seen on the GameCube controller. They've never been done anywhere else, except for where they might have been done, which is like nowhere else. Regardless, GameCube triggers are not only nice, they're very satisfying as well. So that's just more plus points. I don't hate that the X and Y like button placements. I don't hate them. I want to like nitpick, but there's nothing wrong with a lot of these controllers up here. Like Nintendo is just good. You can't hate on a lot of them. That's the problem. And I want to be critical, but there's nothing I can think of. A button's nice. It's nice and big, easy to hit. The B button is small. Is that my nitpick for today? I don't know. It's really, really good. I would say sometimes I feel like the D-pad is a little underutilized. Like for some games I would play, which is not the controller's fault, but some games I would play, I feel like the D-pad is not used enough, which tiny complaint. I'm just a D-pad guy. Whenever I scroll through menus, I want to use the D-pad. And for some games, either mine's broken or it didn't work. I don't know, but no serious complaints on the GameCube, controller. The only thing that you could ever nitpick is it has a wire. Oh my gosh. Oh, Lord, strike Nintendo down for having a wire back in the 2001? Oh man, they have a wired controller. That's not in the slightest a complaint. That's the only nitpick I can make that is not even valid. So for the GameCube controller, I am probably going to throw it. You know what? Yeah. Let's put it. I'm going S tier. S tier for the GameCube controller. And do you know why I put it there? I spent all this time trying to nitpick and trying to be critical, and I couldn't come up with one thing. And as I was making my decision here, I was like, man, you know what? I actually really like the freaking controller. I love the GameCube. I didn't even realize my love for this controller until I sat here and tried to find what's bad about it. They come in all different colors, purple, silver, orange, black, all these colors, GameCube, the Wavebird, like everything's great. The thumbstick. Give me GameCube at S tier. But our next controller here is the DK Bongos. The DK Bongos. Now, it's a tiny bit unfair to rank the DK Bongos in the same criteria that we rank any other controller, because this is this is the only controller on here that's not really a controller. So for our audio listeners, if you do not know the DK Bongos, imagine 2 bongos. I mean, that's what it is. It's 2 bongos, 2 little like drum looking things. And it was an accessory for Donkey Konga 1, Donkey Konga 2, and Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. I never played Jungle Beat, but I did play both of the Donkey Konga games. And so I guess we're going to rank this because this is the only, I guess weird controller that I've used that I feel comfortable with ranking because I've used it so much. I can't go on nostalgia. I was gonna say, yeah, me and my mom have a pair. We both have bongos, and we've played Donkey Konga, but I can't go on nostalgia for controllers. Once again, we can't rank the criteria with the other controllers, because this one's very different. I will say, quality-wise, they're very good. When you hold them, the whole build of it just feels solid, and I was kind of worried about that. Like, if you hit the bongos too hard, they don't break. I mean, unless you're like trying to kill them, then maybe. But like, boom! Like if you hit the bongos, they're not gonna break. They're not gonna be damaged. They're made to hit. Now, do you have to hit them hard? No, but what I'm trying to say here is they're durable, they're strong, they feel good in the hands. This is a small little, positive point, but the start button in the middle of the bongos is so like crisp. It's not like clicky, but it's just a little soft start button. I like that a lot. I have nothing bad to say about the DK bongos. So for this reason, and because it's so fun, I'm going to drop the bongos at another A tier. And you all might be like, Max, there's so many A tiers today. Let's call it out what it is. Nintendo doesn't make bad controllers for anything. Like, we just have to. What is a D tier Nintendo controller? I actually know what it is, and I'm gonna put something there soon. I think I know what I'm gonna put in D tier. But like, guys, come on. This is something here. So next we have the DS. I'm counting all DS models. DSi, DS Lite, they're all like virtually the same, except for, I guess, the normal DS model to the DS Lite, kind of different, but like you're holding pretty much a similar sized unit. The normal DS is a little bit fat. We can kind of differ in that sense, but I'm kind of just ranking here at the DS, DS Lite, DSi, and DSi XL. They're all similar aside from the first one. I grew up with a DSi. That was my first ever console that I personally owned. My family had a GameCube, but like that's my family's GameCube. I had a DSi. It was mine. So with that being said, you could probably infer that I've had a lot of great memories with it and a lot of use with the DSi buttons and D-pad and the L and the R buttons. I will say that it was tremendously more comfortable if you had one of those cases that like gave you something to hold on to. So, of course, with the DSi, for example, it's like flat on the back, just like the Switch. There's no hand grips, what'd you call it? There's no like hand grip thing, which is fine. It would look kind of ugly if you had that. But if you had a case that gave you those, that was always nice. I didn't. And so for that, holding a DSi is similar to holding something like a Game Boy Advance in a way that it's wide, it's got the D-pad on the left, and the buttons on the right. It's similar in that way, but it's not exactly the same thing. One thing that I like about the DS compared to the Game Boy Advance, not the SP. The SP was pretty similar, but like take the Game Boy Advance. Take any other system or controller with softer buttons. I like how the DS buttons, they kind of snapped at you. Like they were just clicky and crisp, and you know when you pushed them. And that's not saying that you didn't know when you pushed a Game Boy button. But I like the design of the DSi buttons as opposed to like, a softer button, maybe even like the NES controller. Those buttons, they're cool and they're a bit bigger and they have a different feel, but I like the snappiness, just the quick response of the DS buttons. And with all this context given, it's a flat system again. And I'm not saying that I want Nintendo systems to be fat again. No, right? Like they just look better slim. But when it comes down to it, it's not the most comfortable thing to hold at all times. So when it comes down to it, I think I will put the DS This is rough. Did I put the Game Boys too high? No, it's fine. Game Boys are not too high. I think I'm gonna... This is so tough. My heart says A tier, but my mind says, Max, you put way too many things in A tier. It's certainly not S tier. But you gotta understand at the same time, I think this list is bound to have a lot of A tiers simply because, like, there's a lot of things that feel the same. Look at the Game Boy Advance and then look at the DS. The button layout is nearly the exact same, and the entire, like, bottom screen width of the console is like the exact same. So by default, we kind of have to put the DS at the A tier. Someone's gonna make a meme like, Max and A tier are best friends. It's probably true. And guess what we have next, my friends? The 3DS, which is nearly the same. However, it is a bit different. So, on the 3DS, we've got our A, B, X, and Y, per usual. That's stuck around until today. We have the D-pad, and we also have something new. We have the circle pad. The circle pad was a neat little addition, because if you want to keep a 3DS foldable, you can't put a thumbstick in there, or else, you probably won't be able to fold your 3DS anymore. They made a circle pad. And this, honestly, was my favorite controller favorite, I guess, layout from the DS. Out of the DS and 3DS, the 3DS had my favorite button and controller layout out of those two. The circle pad was like almost satisfying to use. When you're playing Animal Crossing New Leaf and you're walking around, your nice thumb is on the smooth circle pad. I like it in that regard. And then, let's be honest, the buttons are nearly the exact same as the DS. So we can't spend too much time on this because we just broke down the entire DS structure, and this is almost the exact same to the DS in terms of layout. So, god dang it, do we put it at freaking A tier? Here's the problem, we can't put the 3DS at S tier because it's just not a S tier device. It's the exact same as the DS plus a circle pad. So I guess by default, we go to A tier. We go to A tier for the 3DS. Nintendo don't make bad stuff, I tell you. They don't make bad... Oops, I put it at B tier. They don't make bad controllers. But our next one... Here's where things heat up, guys. If you were waiting, Max, stop putting things at A tier. This is where we freaking heat up, all right? Our next controller here is the Wii Remote. So, the Wii Remote is a really big talking point of this tier list, because I believe this is the first controller here that can be used in multiple ways, unless you count like the N64 using, the D-pad and the buttons as opposed to the thumbstick and the buttons, like if you hold it in a different way. The Wii Remote can be used horizontal or vertical. Of course, it can also use a nunchuck, but that is our next ranking. These are two separate rankings here. The Wii Remote. This one I like a lot, because what's good about the Wii Remote is when you have it vertical, it's like fatter than Joy-Cons, obviously, and it fits so nicely in the hands. Unless you have like gigantic hands, then maybe not, but it's like the perfect size for your hands. If I make a little quarter of a closed fist, if that, like I'm about to hold a Wii Remote in my hands. Like if you're watching the video version, this is like a perfect slot for the size of a Wii Remote. Like it's the perfect size for my hand. It's always felt comfortable vertical. And then what makes the Wii Remote even better is when you hold it horizontally, it's wide enough to where your hands are not cramped on the Wii Remote, which makes it perfect in every way. Now, in terms of the buttons, this is what I also like about it. You have every good element of what makes a Nintendo controller good. First of all, nearly every button feels different. The plus buttons don't feel the same. Plus and minus don't feel the same as the home button. The 1 and 2 buttons are pretty similar, but are not exactly the same to the A button. The A button is not like the B button. The B button is more like the Z button from the N64 controller. Like, it's got everything that you would ever want. Also, the 1 and 2 buttons work well for, of course, when you're playing Mario. The D-pad works. Like, it's just like, it's the perfect controller. And with me gassing it up this much, you can probably guess where I'm going to put the Wii Remote. It was my childhood, but once again, we can't rank off of nostalgia. What we can rank on is there were so many Wii Remote special editions. You had the white one, the black one, the pink one, the blue one, and then the special ones, because those are normal colors. The Zelda Wii Remote, the Mario series one, which came, the Mario series Wii Remotes came with the Wii U, but it still counts. The Mario Remote, the Luigi Remote, the Peach, Toad, and Bowser Remote. Was there a Donkey Kong Wii Remote? I don't remember. I forget. But there was a Toad one, a Bowser one, a Mario one. I can see my Mario one right now. The Wii Remote was just the best little remote controller ever, and it had a power button. I think it was the first of its kind, aside from like the DS and stuff like that, and like Game Boy. It was the first to have a real home console power button, and that's always neat. So if you ever rage quit in Mario Party, you can hold the power button and ruin everyone's experience. The Wii Remote I am putting at the S tier. Now, you might think, Max, our next controller here is the Wii Remote and Nunchuck. Is that also an S tier? Let's talk. So, the Wii Remote, I just talked about how it fits so nice in the hands. It fits nicely in the hands, but when you add the Nunchuck, things get a little bit complicated. So, I do like the Nunchuck. I do. The stick is nice. It's as good as it needs to be. The C button, the Z button, this all makes sense. You want to have buttons on both sides. It's cool, right? However, I never loved the Nunchuck. Whenever I was given the option to use a Nunchuck, because growing up, my family always had nunchucks on standby. Whenever I was given the opportunity to be able to use one, I never wanted it. One, I didn't love it because I think I just liked the simplicity of the Wii Remote by itself. I just liked that kind of part. And then also, it was a little bit small, which is totally fine. It was still comfortable in the hands, but like holding both in my hands, still, regardless, something just felt off. So for me personally, something always just felt kind of weird when I would use the Nunchuck, to the point where I never really ever used one when I was growing up, unless, once again, I needed to. Like I'm not sure, for Pikmin, maybe, right? I would need a Nunchuck. For Animal Crossing City Folk. You can use a Wii Remote for Animal Crossing City Folk, but I would sacrifice the comfort of the Nunchuck to be able to use a thumbstick in City Folk. So for that reason, I would use a Nunchuck. Otherwise, I'm never using a Nunchuck. So to be honest, I'm going to drop the Nunchuck to the B tier. It was a great idea for Nintendo, obviously. It was nice. It was like a good little extension. It can make gameplay cooler and add a new thumbstick and some new buttons, right? But it was just never something that I wanted when I was playing Wii. Like, hey, connect it, add a Nunchuck, plug it into your Wii Remote. I don't really want to do that. I like the simplicity and the joy of the horizontal or vertical Wii Remote. I'm not sure if it was because I was younger and it made things complicated. I'm not sure what it is. No Nunchuck for me, fam. And then we go to the Wii Classic controller. The Wii Classic controller, if you do not know, was used for titles like on the Virtual Console. So let's take any of the NES games, the N64 stuff. It was a lot of Virtual Console stuff. I believe some Wii games did use it. Like, didn't Mario Kart use it? Is that right? A few Wii games, I believe, did utilize the Wii Classic controller. Where am I going to rank this? I bought this. I didn't have it growing up. I bought this at a local game store about 2 years ago or so, and I've used it in its fair share. There's two models. There's one with like hand grips to put your hands, and then there's one like pad version. They're both the exact same thing, though. There's one tiny little funny design flaw. It's not a flaw, but like something that I was not used to, and that is the buttons on the controller are lowercase. So it's A, B, X, and Y, but it's like a lowercase y. And that's not factoring my opinion here. I'm just saying that's one thing that threw me off. That is not affecting the rating. I just like, whoa, what the heck? It was like a weird experience. But for the Wii Classic controller, I will say, I do wish it was used for more games. I wish it was, even just, for example, if we're playing, I don't know, Mario Party, it could be anything. I just wish more games had compatibility where if one person was using a Wii remote and I didn't have two Wii remotes, for example, I could give my buddy the Classic controller, and he could use that. It's not the controller's fault. It was mainly used for like Virtual Console stuff. I wish that you could use it with more Wii games. To my knowledge, I don't think that I'm wrong here, but I don't believe it's usable with Animal Crossing City Folk. That would have been amazing to use that. Like, make one of the sticks the pointer. What if you just made the right stick the Wii pointer? Like, problem solved with all the pointing stuff with the Wii. It was a fine, controller. It like had nice buttons and everything. I just wish that it was used more in more games, because I feel like for some people, a controller like that is more comfortable. So with all this said, I think I'm going to drop the Wii Classic controller. Let's be real. It wasn't like the top tier number one controller to use at the time anyway. I'm going to drop it to C tier just because it was just weird. Like, I wanted to use it more kind of thing. And, I just don't ever go back to it in a sense like, yeah, let's use the Wii Classic controller. No, right? So I drop it at C tier. Maybe you've, played a ton of games with it and you love it. Maybe that's the case, but for me, this is my tier list. This is not my favorite. And then we get, guys, to the Wii U gamepad. We get to the Wii U gamepad. And the Wii U gamepad is a controller that when you bring it up in conversation, it kind of rocks the boat. People have mixed opinions. People don't like it. Oh, the Wii U walked so the Switch can run. I agree. Where do we rank the Wii U controller? Now, I think I actually, you know what? Have I ranked controllers before? I think at one point, or maybe I did a short where I was like, the most comfiest controllers. I stand by this today, and I've always stood by this. The Wii U gamepad is 110% the comfiest controller that Nintendo has ever made. Controversial or not, that's facts. And I encourage everyone to hold one at some point in time. Let's break down why this is Nintendo's best controller ever. Number one, like we've been saying and reiterating during this tier list, it's fat. Fat controllers tend to be comfy. I think we can kind of agree. It has more room for your hands, right? The Wii U gamepad is a bit of a chunky boy. Let's be real. It's got the screen on it. It's just, I feel like they kind of, I think C.com, who was, I guess, on this podcast said this. It's like they held a block of clay or something and just like squeezed it, and that's the shape of the Wii U gamepad. It's made for your hands. That was what I was trying to say. It's like for the hands. It's nice in that way. And it has to be nice in that way because with the Switch, you can dock it and then use a Pro Controller. The Pro Controller, I think that we can agree, is more comfortable than the Switch in handheld mode with no like hand grips because the Switch is a flat device. We'll get into that in a minute. But you're holding the Wii U gamepad for every single game that you play, unless you're not player one. Or if you're playing like Mario Bros. U with like 5 people, which, the 5th person would use the gamepad, right? So there's some cases where you're not using the gamepad, but there are a lot of cases, like 95% of the time, if you're playing Wii U alone, you are playing with the gamepad at every single second. It has to be comfy. And I think that was a big focus for them. It didn't matter if it was bulky. It's not portable, more than 20 feet, right? So it didn't matter if it was bulky. It was meant to be comfy. And that's what I like about it. You have the 2 thumbsticks on the top, which was a new take for Nintendo. They never really put thumbsticks on the top. I, as a kid, actually liked that. Now, I don't mind it either way. I don't mind it, the Xbox way where there's or even the Switch way now, where there's one top left thumbstick and one bottom right one. I don't mind it the PS5 way, where both of the thumbsticks are at the bottom. I don't mind it either way. Honestly, I can kind of adapt to any of these methods, right? But something in me liked when there were the 2 thumbsticks at the top. It just felt nice in a way. Like if you need to hit some buttons, you can just lower your thumb on both sides. And for that, maybe it made things simple for my 8-year-old brain who was playing the Wii U Splatoon. It does look a bit odd, I guess, because I'm so used to the 1 thumbstick on the top left and 1 on the bottom right. Maybe I'm so used to that, I don't know, but it does look a little questionable. The back triggers and the back bumpers were nice, no complaints. They're standard, that they aren't above average or below average. They're there. With all this said, I think the Wii U gamepad is by far the comfiest controller, and if you were to ask me, Max, you get to use one Nintendo controller for the rest of your life, what are you picking? I am picking the Wii U gamepad, and that is why it is my favorite Nintendo controller of all time, and it is going to the S tier. Boom. It's an S tier, my friends. Then we get to its baby boy, the Wii U Pro Controller. So it's actually the exact same thing, except for it has no screen in the middle. So it's the same layout. 2 thumbsticks on top, the bumpers, the triggers are a bit skinnier, but it's the same concept. Where do we put you? It's the same layout, but it's nowhere near as comfy. And I will say, for as good as the gamepad feels, the Wii U Pro Controller is actually a bit odd in the hands. I bought one recently, and I was testing it out, so I used it with Smash Bros. I don't know if it's just me. It just feels off. I feel like the hand grips, they're kind of far. It's kind of a wide little controller. It's wider than, for example, an Xbox Series controller. It's definitely wider. It just is a bit of a big boy when it doesn't need to be a bit of a big boy. Wii U Pro Controller has every button though, apart from the TV button. For this reason, for it being a little bit odd, not the most comfy, it's fine. It's a controller, but it's not as great as the Wii U gamepad. I think I'll drop it at the B tier. It's just a little bit of a goober, B tier for the Wii U Pro Controller. Now we get to everything Nintendo Switch related. We start off with Joy-Cons that are detached. So I forget what they call this mode. Is it relaxation mode, where you have the left Joy-Con in your left hand and the right Joy-Con in your right hand? This is what I'm ranking. The relax mode or whatever it's called. I forget. Laid back mode? I don't know. So I'm aware not a lot of people play Switch like this. I feel like most people that I talk to use a Pro Controller or they use a third-party Pro Controller. I'm not hearing many people put one Joy-Con in both hands. I don't hear that happen anymore. You might do it if you're listening to the podcast here. You might do that. I don't really see people do it. Well, I did used to do this when like the Switch first came out, before I had a Pro Controller. It's cool because for the first time ever, you're able to just kind of flop around with your arms and like both controllers are still connected. That's cool. And I did use that for a long time until I got myself a proper Pro Controller. It's just a matter of where do we rank it. So Joy-Cons themselves, as they stand, could be comfier. So there's a competing Joy-Con company. I mean, there's multiple out there that make thick Joy-Cons. Have any of you ever seen the Binbach Joy-Cons? Those like real thick ones? I believe those are the most comfortable Joy-Cons. Because the standard Nintendo Joy-Cons, when we talk about comfort, they don't have those hand grips. They aren't thick. It's kind of weird to hold them and then to cramp your hand to like hit all the buttons. It's kind of weird. It's not as comfortable as it could possibly be. It's like two pads in your hand. It's not optimal for comfort. So for that reason, it loses some brownie points. However, we have to once again rank the mode. We've never seen a controller. The closest thing would be the Wii remote and nunchuck, where you can have one thing in both hands and just spread out like on a bed. You could kind of do it with the Wii remote and the nunchuck, but it had a wire in between it, so you kind of couldn't do that. But with the Joy-Cons, you can just flop like a little squid. So it earns brownie points, it loses brownie points, and it's not the most comfortable thing. I think I'm going to put it at B tier alongside the Wii remote and the nunchuck. And the reason why is because even though the Wii remote and the nunchuck, were not wireless, it had the nunchuck wire in between them, they were comfier than Joy-Cons are now. So I think, some they win some categories, they lose some. They're about equal in the end. I'm going to drop the detached Joy-Cons to B tier. Let's drop them there. Boom. Then we get to Nintendo Switch Joy-Cons on the Joy-Con grip accessory. Man, I barely ever used this thing. I used it, once again, in the early days of Switch before I got my hands on a real Pro Controller, because everything was sold out back then. So getting your hands on a Pro Controller was not the easiest task. So I will say the worst thing about this Joy-Con grip, of course, it gives you hand grips. It's a bit more comfortable. The worst thing I would say about this is it's very small. Can anyone agree? It's tiny. It's small. So I have this one controller. I bought it for a video. I never use it. It's a cat controller. It's like got like cat ears. I don't use it, but it's tiny. It was for a joke video. That controller I actually tried to use for like recording footage for a video, and it was not comfortable. I think, I don't have like gigantic hands, but I would say maybe on the bigger side for my age, like maybe a little bit bigger, right? So when I'm holding this tiny little Joy-Con grip controller, it's not the most comfortable thing. It's not. I think that we can all say it's tiny. When you compare this to, for example, the Wii U Pro Controller, it's not big. It could be more comfortable. I get what they were trying to do here, but it's not great. And plus, here's the thing that I didn't even bring up, but I'm mentally like factoring it in. Joy-Con drift. Like, all of these instantly lose brownie points. Of course, the buttons stay the same as like the 3DS. The buttons, like the 3DS buttons and the Joy-Con buttons, they're different, but they're similar, right? triggers. My main gripe is just the shape of the thing and the size of it. I think we honestly go C tier. You know what? Yeah. No. I'm gonna go D tier. And this was not the controller that I thought I was gonna put in D tier. And let me explain this. I know a lot of you probably love the Joy-Con grip controller. I'm not sure if you have small hands. I'm not trying to call you out on it. But for me personally, I used it in the first few months of the Switch, and I've never gone back to it because I cannot bear that thing. And even friends that I've given it to are like, what the heck is this? Like, it's not a positive experience all the way around. If you like it, fantastic. But it's not for me. And it's not something that I would ever desire to use. I would way prefer to use the detached Joy-Con controller method than to use the Joy-Con grip that makes it like a half mini controller. You know, I don't want to use that, so I'm putting it at D tier. Next, we have a Nintendo Switch in handheld mode. Simple. Put 2 Joy-Cons on your Switch, handheld Switch. I do have some complaints, and I think I know where I'm going to rank this. So, Nintendo Switch in handheld mode. Here's my biggest complaint. So when I first got my Switch, it all made sense. It was very cool. I was kind of in the Switch honeymoon phase. I didn't really have a problem with the handheld mode, right? However, nowadays that I've had multiple Switches and I've played in handheld mode, does anybody else get this feeling? So you have normal Joy-Cons, which are already not the greatest controllers ever. When you play in handheld mode, does it feel like they're like the Joy-Cons are about to snap off at any second? That's what it feels like. In what I've had before, one time I was playing Switch and I was playing handheld, and my Joy-Cons, or one of them, just began to slide off. Like, this is not optimal for handheld mode. Do you want to know what's optimal for handheld? A Steam Deck. A Steam Deck, your controllers will not be sliding off or drifting at any point in time. To be in the middle of a Splatoon 3 match in handheld mode and have your right Joy-Con slide off for no reason is not phenomenal. That's a reason why I cannot like handheld mode. The other reason is if you don't get something like the Satisfy grip or some random silicone case on Amazon to make things more comfortable and give your Switch a grip, it's not comfortable to hold. It's just like this pad and your hands kind of crumble around it. Like, it could be better. When you look at an Xbox controller or even a Steam Deck, which Steam Deck is not as good as a Wii U gamepad, but there's a spot for your hand to go when you're playing Steam Deck. At least on the OLED one. I have the OLED one. I don't know. Like, it's fine, right? With the Switch, it's a flat back. Your hands just wrap around. You would prefer either better Joy-Cons that have a place for your hands to kind of wrap and grip, or you want a accessory online that gives your Switch hand grips. You want that. With the handheld mode as it is, you might not have a problem with it. It's just my experience. I don't love it. I do not love it. So for this reason, I'm going to put the Nintendo Switch handheld experience at C tier, simply because it's not D tier. Like, it's fine, right? But at D tier, we have that little Joy-Con grip, and that thing I can't stand. I can't stand. It's too small for me. Not trying to yuck your yum if that's your S tier controller, but Joy-Cons as they are, bro, they would slide off of that thing as well. Like, Joy-Cons are not great as they are right now. Next, we have a Nintendo Switch Lite. Nintendo Switch Lite is very similar, of course, to playing handheld on Switch. The only difference is it's small and the Joy-Cons don't come sliding off. It's not too bad, right? However, the Switch Lite I just bought about, 2 months ago? Almost 3 months ago or so, in May. And I have played it with and without a case. What the case that I bought does is it gives it like grips, like hand grips. It makes, what I've been talking about the entire time. It gives your hands a spot to wrap around. And that makes my Switch Lite more comfortable. However, I do have a couple of complaints about my Switch Lite. Not too bad though. First things first, it's so rough to even say this because some days I like this, some days I hate this. And that's the soft buttons. The soft buttons. So if you don't know, the Switch Lite doesn't have the hard buttons of a DS or a 3DS or a Switch. They're like soft. Some days I like it. Like in my unboxing video for the Switch Lite, I was like, man, I kind of like this. After you play it for a while though, it's not like my favorite as opposed to the harder buttons. So sometimes that annoys me. Other times it's fine. It's a change up. I understand that. That's my one mini complaint. The other complaint is it's just small for my, once again, not world record sized hands, but like maybe bigger than average hands for a 17-year-old. It's kind of small, Which, of course, it's a Switch Lite, but we have to rank how we have to rank. Of course it's small. Of course it should be small. It's a Switch Lite. But would I, EmSwizzle, prefer it over a Nintendo Switch, in handheld mode that is bigger, wider, everything? Would I prefer it personally? Probably not. The ideal Nintendo Switch in handheld mode is getting third-party Joy-Cons that have a hand grip, and that's it. Or get a attachment grip for your Switch in handheld mode. Those are the best ways and my preferred ways to play Switch in handheld mode. Switch Lite breaks all the rules. No hand grips, and it's small. So for that reason, okay, listen, I was going to put this at D tier, but I don't know if I still want to do that. Because when I think about it, Max, of course it's going to be small. It's a Switch Lite. That's how it's meant to be. You can't, knock it for being what it says it's going to be, a Switch Lite, right? So I guess we drop it at C tier. But just know I lean towards D tier on that one. It's not comfy without some accessories. So I am going to put it at C tier. I put it at D.5 tier, which doesn't exist. But, if I could, I would. Finally, we have the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller. I bought one of these. I think, I was using my Joy-Con grip for the first 4 months or so, and then I finally got my hands on a Nintendo Switch Pro Controller. And when I got one, I was in awe. This thing is comfy, guys. Talk about hand grips. This one has the perfect hand grips for any individual. The buttons feel crisp. The thumbsticks are nice. The motion controls and all that are quick and responsive, and of course they also are on the Joy-Cons, but it just feels nice playing a game like Splatoon with a Pro Controller. It's always nice and responsive. Everything about it is nice, and plus I didn't really touch on special editions for the Joy-Cons and stuff, but this won't count as a factor in my ranking. However, the special edition Pro Controllers are sick, by the way. The Zelda, the Splatoon, the Smash, all of them look great. Xenoblade, that's not a factor in my ranking, but just wanted to say that. Where do we rank you, though? As a D-pad, the Switch don't even got a D-pad. It's one of my favorites, and I think, I currently use a third-party Switch Pro Controller as my main Switch controller. And that's mostly because I don't want to pay $80 for a Pro Controller. However, I will say, if somebody asks me, Max, you get to use one Switch controller for the rest of your life, I think I'd take the Pro Controller. And it's comfy, and honestly, I've never heard one complaint about it. And as the cherry on top, if you guys know about this, inside of the Pro Controller, there's a little message that says, "Thanks to all game fans." they're thanking us in this controller, I'm putting it at S tier. Not just because of that message, but it's just optimal overall for the Switch. And my current third-party controller is very similar to that Pro controller. So I think this is a very fair list. I was putting so many things in A tier, but at the end, it kind of washed out. Like, you can't, like, most of my things are in A tier. I have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things in A tier, 7 controllers. But I think it kind of washes out, and everything here makes sense now. It was looking a bit weird in the beginning, but everything makes sense. That is my Nintendo controller ranking. I will have you all know once again, this is my opinion, this is my ranking. Not everything here you might agree with, but that's where I put everything, and that's how things go over here. Now, my friends, it is time for a funny segment, and let's actually pop a little party popper. Audio listeners, do not worry, I will lower it. I will lower the volume of this. Let's get to our next fun segment, which is going to be me reacting to the first ever Mario Matter episode I've ever done in the history of this entire show. Episode number 1 was a fun one. It was a cringe one. It was a weird one. It was a Max, what were you doing back then type of episode. Do you all want to see it? Well, good news for you. We're going to react to it right now, right here. Let's go. Now, you might have been thinking, Max, what about the eShop gift card giveaway? I didn't forget. I'm just kidding. I totally forgot. My friends, last segment, I was meant to give away a UK eShop gift card. For any fans in the UK, go ahead, boot up your eShops, load up your Nintendo web browser. I have a £15 something UK gift card. It's somewhere in the range of £15, whatever the currency equivalates to. Is that even a word? I don't know. I have a $15 something here, UK gift card for the eShop, and the code, my friends, before we react to the first Mario Matter episode is E0VQNCMMX93D9MYH. That is your code. If you all want to redeem that and let me know how much that was, I think it was like 10 or 15 or 12, whatever it was in the range, so please enjoy and let me know what you're going to be purchasing with that eShop code. With that said, though, my friends, it is time to react to pure cringe. So, you know, as all podcasts do, you start with the first episode. I don't know any podcast that did not begin with their first episode. You know, you go from episode 1 to 100. You don't go from 2 to 7 to 9, episode 1. And I would hope that any podcast who produces 100 episodes can look back at their first podcast and, maybe cringe a little bit, cringe at what they've done, cringe at who they were and how they did things and ran things and operated things and all that kind of stuff. So I have a 37-minute episode here. And we're not going to react to every single second of it, but we're going to skim through it. This has 2.3 thousand views. I imagine a few of you guys might have, went back to it and had checked it out. Let's see the comments first. So I'm going to show you a screen recording of this whole thing. Let's see the comments. So the comments say, look, 2 years ago, Star is here. Star says nice intro. We'll show it in a second. Francis plays 2 years ago. Look, Salmon Animations 8 months ago, where it all began. Look, some people, wow, you look so different now. Dude, people have come back to this episode. It hasn't even been that long, but you already look completely different. Man, people came back to this episode. They were curious, and maybe you all didn't leave comments, but maybe some of you all went to go and check it out. This is something here. So let's go ahead. Let's full screen this. I actually should make sure that my speaker is low volume. Let me go ahead and cut real quick. All right, I'm back. Apologies. Just wanted to make sure that it was not too loud in my headphones. All right, so the title of this podcast is discussing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Mario Strikers, Animal Crossing, and more. The Mario Matter, in all caps, episode 1. So, once again, I won't watch the entire thing. It's 40 minutes, but we're going to skip around, listen a bit, and see what I was thinking. So, let's start with the intro here. So this picture of Mario here for our for our audio listeners, you might want to check out the video version. However, this will still translate good to audio. So this picture here is of Mario with a little microphone. How neat, guys. The Mario podcast, like with this little microphone. I had a friend of the channel, Star, who left a comment saying nice intro. She drew that. So I did quickly retire that artwork. Nothing against her. I just wanted to I don't know. I didn't really see what it might have been. It might have been like I didn't want to have a Nintendo trademark or like a character on my podcast branding because I didn't want the Nintendo ninjas to come for me. So that might have been why. I mean, it was like 2 years ago. I forget why, but I think that might have been it. So episode 1, let's go ahead. Let's dive in and see what I was saying. And guys, I'm going to cringe maybe more than you will. Let's see.
Welcome to the Mario Matter, ladies and gentlemen, a brand new podcast started by me alone.
So let's pause here. Guys, how different I look is astronomical. So this podcast was done, I believe, June 9th, okay? June 9th, 2023. Can I confirm? Yes. Oh, sorry, 2022. How different I look is just, I mean, I can't say disgusting, because that was that jolly little dude right there on camera. Look at the background on the video version. It says leave a like. He has all of his Funko Pops and his Amiibos and his Tom Nook plush and all and the fireplace going. Dude, he was this jolly little guy with his Mario plush. Let's keep on going. I won't pause every 5 seconds, but I did have to address that.
Covering Nintendo news topics. So this podcast will be done probably weekly or so. Obviously, I'll miss some weeks here and there.
Don't say that. Don't say that you're gonna miss several weeks. Like, it's fine if you do. By the way, we have not missed one episode in this year, I don't think. It's fine if you miss a week, like everyone's human, but don't start the show first 20 seconds. Yeah, we might miss some weeks. Don't do that. All right, keep going.
Life gets in the way, but we will cover rather interesting topics, news topics in specific.
Wow.
Like, for example, today we'll be covering the Mario Strikers game that comes out June 10th, and also we'll be covering Pokemon Scarlet and Violet and a few other various topics with some interesting topics as well.
Okay.
I wanted to start this podcast to kind of have a podcast that I can do on my own time, cover news topics, and just get all the news to you guys in a funny, cool, engaging podcast kind of format.
Pause. And that's still what I try to do to this day. I just want to make the most fun show where, it's mostly just me. Well, not anymore. We've had a lot of guests on. I just want a fun Nintendo show that people can, I don't know, come home from school to and just throw on, or drive to work and throw on, and I keep you in the loop. I make you laugh. I do this, that, and the other. I do cool things. That's always been the mission, and I don't see it changing anytime soon. That's always what I've wanted to do, and that, has still stuck.
So, yeah, that's really all this will be, just a cool podcast, and I'll take little clips of this podcast and post it on my clips channel. If you want to watch the clips only, you can feel free to do that.
I did that for a while, and then they weren't being watched as much, so I stopped.
And the full 1 hour, however long the actual podcast is, will be on my YouTube channel. It won't be on Spotify or anything like that. It'll just be on this main channel.
Sorry to pause so much. I just want to address some things real quick. It wasn't on Spotify. Max, how can you create a podcast that originally was not on Spotify? It, of course, is now. I think my thing was I didn't want to pay, because back then I didn't have, not that I'm some millionaire now or billionaire. I didn't have a whole lot of money back then. I didn't want to pay for a podcasting platform. Now I do. But yeah, I just want to keep it YouTube only. I think because it was more of a passion project back then. Sorry to pause so much. Let's keep on going here.
But yeah, and I'm not going to cut anything out. So
wow.
Yes, that'll also be good. Nothing will be cut. or anything.
Revolutionary.
So I do want to go ahead and get into topics. So as I mentioned, this is a news podcast. I'm gonna get into some breaking topics from Nintendo and just all kinds of things that I've experienced with gaming, all that stuff. So getting all the fluff out of the way, let's go ahead and let's talk about Mario Strikers Battle League. Now this game comes out.
Let's skip a little bit because, we don't need to hear myself talk about Mario Strikers, a game that I was really not even that into. There's a segment on this podcast, before I had like official segments with like transitions and stuff, there's a segment here called the We Should Scare You. Okay? Let me give some pre-context here for that segment. This segment called the We Should Scare You. Guys, when I was this age, which I was 15 here, 2 years ago. When I was this old, I was really into this was the start of my game collecting phase. And I was really into Wii stuff. And so I would buy a bunch of Wii games. And what happened, I'll let myself explain it in a second, but my Wii was failing on me. And it would give me these scary errors. And I used to be scared of them. Do you guys have memories when you're young and you would see a kind of creepy error screen from your Wii or whatever console, and it could be taken as scary? I was still scared of these things at age 15. I didn't have the balls to say it though. So let's skip over to that segment right here.
Can relate. Now, what I'm about to show on screen is something that will look very, very familiar. The Nintendo Wii. Now, I gotta say this because I need to know if I am the only person who thinks this, okay?
Yes, you're the only one.
So, this Wii right here has been in my room. This is the one that is played on streams and everything, right? Okay.
Okay.
Recently, it has been giving me errors.
Wow.
Now, in the middle of a game, it'll just say something like, could not read the disc, refer to the operations manual or guide or whatever for further instruction or something like that.
Yes.
Something to that effect. Does that scare anybody?
No.
Does that scare you? It scares me. You're playing a game, it freezes for half a millisecond. It's so short. It just everything stops and then the audio cuts and then it cuts to a black screen and says, the disc cannot be read, refer to the operations manual. Has anybody ever had that? That error is one of the scariest things. Because then you gotta hard reset your console.
Wow.
You boot it back up. You get back into the game with the worry of that happening again.
Pause.
And then
Okay, listen. I would be lying if I said that nowadays that wouldn't give you a mini, oh gosh, what happened? Kind of reaction. If you're playing a Wii game, everything is happy-go-lucky, and that happens, right? I would be lying if I said I didn't get a little, oh boy, out of that, right? But why was this even a talking point on the podcast? I think at that point in time, it was so bad with that Wii that I was getting ready to sell that Wii. And I think I had convinced myself it was because I had hacked it. I had homebrewed it. This is just a mess of a segment. I'll keep it playing, though.
if it happens again, it gets even worse. Guys, I will be honest, I cannot play Wii games anymore. Which is why this is even unplugged. I can't play these things anymore. I don't like that error. I don't like it at all. Have you guys also gotten that error? It's like, the system files are corrupt. I didn't do anything to my console. I think I turned it on one time and it says these system files are corrupt.
So that's true. I did have it homebrewed, but I don't think that I installed anything crazy that like would say the system files are corrupt. Like that was weird for me back then.
System files are corrupt. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Whether this thing is failing on me, whether, I mean, I don't really know, man. I don't know what's happening with this Wii in particular. The smart option is probably just to use the Wii, and that's probably just better.
Yes.
Better hardware and everything, less errors. But it's not the same.
It's not.
It's really not the same.
It's not.
It's not the same at all. And I love to play this Wii on that TV and everything. I had it right there. If you guys can see, I have a little empty spot right there.
Yes, we see it.
It was right there. It was always there. Just to get some errors. Now, I want to know, comment down below, guys. Have you ever gotten that error And is that scary? Or is that just me?
Pause.
Because
Now, although I didn't have a lot of viewers back then to comment down below if you ever got that error, now that we're on episode 100, comment down below if you agree with that version of me, that you would see those errors and you were like, please comment now. I'm going to let this segment run for a little bit longer and then we can kind of skip around a little bit.
I don't know. Is that like a scary error? Obviously, nothing bad will happen. You turn off your Wii and you turn it back on, but that's a scary error to be had there. That is a weird error, and like I don't know. I was too young to even fully experience the Wii. It came out when I was born. It's older than me.
Yes.
And so I played it here and there, but I was 4 and I don't remember anything because I played it in 2010 before the Wii U came out. And I don't remember anything. So now at this age, going back to, kind of check it out and see what it's all about, it's a weird console, man.
Not really.
And
pause it right there. It's not weird. It's just, I don't know why I was freaking out over Wii errors at age 15. Let's skip around a little bit. So here, I talked about the Wii U and 3DS eShop. We can watch this. Kind of skip right there. Boom.
The 3DS and the Wii U. You can no longer use credit cards on the Wii U and 3DS eShop. This is something that... Is it well timed? Is it too soon? Is it too late? I personally think it was a little bit soon. Just a little bit.
Good point.
A little bit soon. I think maybe later this year, or maybe even like early next year, they should stop credit cards and then later that year fully shut it off. I think it was a little bit soon, as there are still some 3DS games that people still, want to buy.
Pause right there. I ain't gonna lie. Bro was spitting facts. That was a little bit too early for the 3DS eShop to be closing down and the Wii U. That was a little early. Bro was spitting facts right here. I can make fun of my old self for being scared of Wii errors and talking about Mario Strikers Battle League, which, by the way, is a cool game. But listen, bro. He wasn't wrong here talking about the Wii U and 3DS eShop. Continue.
Now you can still buy them, but credit cards were the superior way to buy one of those games. Now, as I just said, it's still available. The Wii U and 3DS eShops are still available. I believe that they shut down March of next year, 2023.
Correct.
I think that's right, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
March of next year, they shut down for good. Obviously, you can still re-download games from there, but I believe it is down for good at that point. Now, I think that the best way to go about this would be to buy an eShop gift card off of Amazon for $10, $25, however much you need, maybe even $50, and I guess just input the code to your 3DS or Wii U and just buy games that way. Would that be like the easiest way, or is there something that I'm missing?
Pause it. Listen, you could say a lot of things about me on episode 1. The camera, like the background is not very professional, like the light comes through, the sun comes through, your bed is in the background. You can say a lot of things, I'm not talking well or whatever. Bro did his research, okay? Little me did his research. He had his notes up. He was talking about gift cards with the eShop. I would not have known that if I didn't do my pre-show research. Bro came prepared, and I respect it. Continue.
I mean, I guess you could you add funds on the Switch if it's connected to your account? Use them on the 3DS? Does that also work?
Yes.
I don't know. Does that work? Can you even... Is it available to even add funds on the eShop, or did they remove that? I don't know. I've not bought a game from the eShop in
Pause it.
forever.
How else would you add funds if you couldn't add funds at all? How would you redeem your eShop gift cards? Continue. My gosh.
I don't know. There's probably a few ways to go about this situation. My way would probably be to buy gift cards off Amazon and just put them into the 3DS. And Yeah, that's probably how I would go about that. But
Okay.
I do think it was a little bit soon to discontinue eShop credit cards in 2022. I just feel like, yes, it is over, 10 years old now, but I
Come on.
it was a bit soon. Soon for me, anyway. Maybe everyone else is like, just kill it already. No one uses it. But obviously, Nintendo knows best, and they're going to do whatever is best. And so, I don't care too much. As long as I can buy things before 2023, I'm good. And yeah, I don't really expect to buy many more digital things from there. So,
Okay.
I'm fine.
This segment's going nowhere. Let's skip around a bit more. Oh, look, our next segment is physical versus digital games. Let's see what I had to say back in 2022.
Next topic. Do you guys like digital video games? Do you like digital games?
No. Well, they're cool, but
I had this thought recently. I thought to myself, I will never buy a digital game again if it is available physically.
pause it. And I have stuck to that ever since that day. Pretty much. I don't think I've bought a digital game. The only exception is on my Steam Deck because you can't buy a physical Steam Deck game. But I have stuck to that. That was a real policy that I had. Oops. Next.
Over the past few months, I have valued my video game collection. I have my Switch games right here. And I had just there's games I really like. For example, Pokemon Arceus, new Pokemon Snap, Super Mario Maker. Those are all games I have digitally. Mm-hmm. I thought it would be so cool to have them on my little video game shelf one day. But they're digital. I can't have them there. Mm-hmm. So I made this promise to myself to never buy a digital game again if I can get it physically. I just think it looks better. And yes, you can just load it on the Switch without having to put in a cartridge. But I think it's so much more worth it to have the game on a shelf that you can always look at for the rest of your life than to have it digitally. Now, if there are...
Pause. What a smart man he was, because now I've bought every Switch game since physically, and bro, even what he just said there, he said one day I want it to look good on my physical shelf. Dude, that one day came, man. Now I have a shelf full of the physical games. It's so cool how things come full circle.
Upsides to having it digitally, apart from not having to put it in the cartridge, let me know, because maybe I could change my mind on that. But I don't know. I think I'll definitely collect all my games physically from now on. The best way probably to pre-order from GameStop. I always pre-order from GameStop.
Pause. So that was the best way. Pre-ordering from GameStop is number one. They will always get you your game on launch day right when they open. As much bad things as you can say about GameStop, they're pretty good with that. However, I've since changed over to Best Buy since they open earlier. So, but he was still spitting facts. Still spitting some facts.
As that is a very good Amazon. Let's say this. If you get it from Amazon, you can get it for retail price, obviously. There's no cheaper. Retail price, it is most likely delivered on the day of release date, but that's not even guaranteed. And that's it. If you get it from GameStop or a game store near you, retail price, sometimes they include a little
bonus,
little extra something. For Lego games, sometimes it's a Lego set. For some games, T-shirt. Some games, poster. They throw in a little something. Now other like Target does this too. So very rarely they do it.
Correct.
But GameStop does it a lot, where they'll throw in a poster or something like that if you pre-order a game. So retail price poster, and get it whenever you want. You can get it right when they open if you wanted to. And Amazon will not get you your game right at 10 or 11 a.m. It just won't happen. I feel like ordering from GameStop is the superior way to pre-order games nowadays. Now, will GameStop go out of business?
He's speechless.
I don't know. It looks like it. It looks like it, but I feel like after they closed a bunch of stores, what, 2020?
Yeah.
2019?
Correct.
After they closed all those stores, it just seems like I thought they were gone forever. It would be the new Blockbuster, a store everyone loved, but it's gone now. I thought it would be gone, but it's still. I still see GameStops like it's like once a week.
Pause.
I'll like just
Dude, it's so cool that I can still see like the whole resemblance. Like, obviously it's me from just over 2 years ago, but it's like, man, I still talk like that. Like, not exactly, but where I was saying it's like the new Blockbuster, I bring up points like that still. It's so cool. I've never seriously sat and rewatched this. This is dope. Continue. We'll skip to a new segment in a minute.
drive by one. Are they gonna go out of business? I don't know, but yeah, I want to get all my games physically now. I cannot stand a digital game. I can't. It's no way. It's just, do you really want a game on your home screen that is a 1080 by 1080 square?
Bro has the dimensions.
On your home screen, then have this, a cover art game. The back says all this. You open it up, it has a cool thing inside most of the time, and it has the cartridge. Do you want this, or do you want the little square on your home screen? I'd like to have this, and this is not to shame digital buyers. I get where you're coming from, but I just feel like, why wouldn't you get this one? You know?
Exactly.
Why wouldn't you? If you have gold points that you want to use to save money, save them and spend them on a digital only game. But really? You don't want this? I just think it's so cool. Now, I want to talk about this too. I want to talk about this. Okay. You get a new game.
Okay, so pause.
Let's
this is where I go on a rant about game manuals. Do we want to hear this? I guess if you don't want to hear it, you can skip, but let's hear what I had to say.
This way. It is 2008, okay? You get a brand new Wii game. You open it up. There's a manual. What happened to video game manuals, man? I didn't even think about it really when the Switch first came out. I didn't think about it. What happened to manuals? Guys, there used to be a little video game manual that would tell you all about the game right when you get it, and it's right here always. Where did it go? I can get, not many people would really read it, or if they did read it, it would be once right when they get the game, and that's it. But it just made it look so much cooler, and I don't like how there's all this just to have the tiny cartridge.
Pause. I think I just go in circles here, but I mean, seriously, what happened to game manuals, man? What happened to these manuals? I also noticed one funny thing in the background. This was the year 2022 when Logan Paul and KSI's Prime Hydration drink came out. If you look in the top left, I think I had every single one. Like the lime, the orange, the red, the blue, the grape, and whatever else was out. Dude, I was a little collector back then, and I still enjoy Prime to this day. For as much heat as it gets, it tastes pretty good. So it's nice. I think I go in circles here about game manuals. Nothing significant. The last segment that I'll show is the wrap up of the podcast, and also I do a segment here called Animal Crossing: New Horizons End of Time. I forget what this was about. Let's watch this one. Let's see. It's loading. Why do you have to load, YouTube? Why are you loading for so?
We have Mario Strikers releasing. That's cool. We have Pokemon Scarlet and Violet releasing. That's cool.
That's cool.
You can play those games forever. You can play them forever as long as you have a functioning Switch. You can play those games forever.
Yes.
Now, one game that you technically can't play forever, technically cannot, is Animal Crossing: New Horizons. Now, guys, now. there was a player who went on New Horizons, and I'm gonna put this screenshot on the screen. There was a New Horizons player that tried to play, to my knowledge, in 2061, past 2060. You cannot start up your Animal Crossing game past 2060. That is 38 years from now. Why? Now, what the
Pause.
old...
Okay. As bad as that sounds, so if I was 15 then, 38 years, Alexa, what's 38 plus 15? I can't do math. She didn't hear me. So that's like what? 50 something? I'm not really going to play New Horizons when I'm 50 or whatever. Listen, that release date makes sense, okay? Oh, sorry, that end date makes sense. Why are we talking about this? Let's keep on going here.
Animal Crossing games used to do was once you hit 20, a certain year, then you just reset to like 2000 or
Correct.
something. Then you just automatically reset. But when the New Year's bell rings on 2060 and then it goes into 2061, what happens to the game?
That's a great question. Hold on, pause that. What happens? Has anyone tested that? It probably just loops back to 2000, doesn't it? That's actually insane.
Crash? I kind of wanted to find that out. It's actually a pretty good video idea. Oh my god, I'm gonna make the video.
Oh my gosh, you know what? That video? Oh my gosh, wait. That's actually a really good video idea. I kind of want to do that like now. I could make that into like an EmSwizzle YouTube short video. What happens when you how would I word the hook? What happens if you go beyond or go to the end of time in Animal Crossing? I mean, that game sold well. There's interest. I'm going to write that down for like modern EmSwizzle video ideas. Dude, who knew that watching the first ever episode would give me a modern YouTube video idea? I'm not saying that it'll happen, but I'm going to write it down.
I'm going to make that video. But
I never actually made it, by the way.
What happens? Why can't you play past 2060? Can it just rewind it for us?
Probably.
I don't know, but it gives you like you cannot play. It says go to, what does it say? Please close the game from the home menu and restart after setting a date between January 1st, 2000 and that must be, it's like back, it's like the other time format.
Bro couldn't read like the day first, month, second, year, last in terms of like dates, 31/12/2060. Because obviously in America and other places you put the month first, but I guess in the UK and other places you put the day first, then the month. I didn't know how to read it. I think once again I go in circles here. Let's go ahead and jump to the closing part of the show. I think the closing, like final words, final thoughts segment is interesting because I want to know like what I said. Next episode will be here. We'll talk about this. What did I say at the end of this podcast? Now,
but yeah, those are really all of the topics that I did want to cover in today's The Mario Matter. Now, once again, hopefully I'll have more news to talk about. Next episode, we'll probably talk about the Mario Battle Strikers Battle League ratings and reviews, and is that actually a good game? We'll definitely talk about that. We'll talk about anything else that pops up. If the Wii Shop channel servers or the Wii servers in general will ever come back alive. Do you guys think that they will? Comment down below.
Oh, yes. Did I skip something? Because weren't the Wii Shop channel things down? Oh, yeah. I might have skipped that. That's crazy.
Thing that you really want. But one thing that I do want to know, definitely comment this. Does the Wii ever scare you guys talked about earlier?
We're going back to this.
I want to know. But yeah, guys, this podcast, this is the first episode, kind of rocky a little bit, kind of a rocky episode.
It wasn't bad.
You may think that. I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
But if you think that, it's only going to get better. Episode 10, we'll be crushing it.
Not really.
Yeah, guys, that is it. I hope that you guys did enjoy this first episode of the Mario Matter. Like, comment, subscribe, share with all your cool cats, all your Mario friends.
I still talk like that to this day.
And I should make some kind of cool outro for this. How can I end every single episode? How about we make something up, and then in 20 years it'll be like really cool. We'll just we'll throw Mario back and forth and just say adios.
So that's it. That didn't stick. I guess I just like stopped doing it at some point. I'm not even, oh, there's my Mario plush. I should bring that back for this episode. Obviously, I have a lot more of today's episode to do, but if I can remember, I'm gonna throw the Mario plush back and forth. Adios. I might forget to do that, so forgive me if I do. But that's the first Mario Matter episode ever. We didn't watch the entire thing, but a pretty good chunk of it. Listen, I don't think it was that bad. I think it was like, for a first episode, for a first ever podcast ever, that was not bad. That was like, I was staying on topic. I might have over rambled, and I still, ramble to this day because it's a podcast. You are supposed to give your general thoughts and have inflections and stuff. You're supposed to do that. But maybe he did it a little bit much back then. The whole Wii error segment, by the way, just was hilarious. That was not like a valid topic to bring up on the podcast. And guys, look how we've evolved. That all took place in my bedroom. Now we're in the studio here, somewhere else. So times are changing, guys. But can we get a little? How many more poppers do I have? I have 2 party poppers left. Can I get a little celebration? Clap at home. Clap it up for the Mario Matter episode number 1. It was a great time, and I actually didn't stick to doing it weekly until what must have been a month or 2 after I started doing it consistent weekly. I think so. My first ever day, I think, it might have been longer than a few months. I was doing the podcast every Wednesday. Well, I would record Tuesday, post Wednesday, and then I switched over to Saturday. And we own Saturday now. So Saturday is for the Mario Matter, of course. I'm not sure why. I think I made the switch. No, I don't know why. I actually don't know why. Regardless, it is time, my friend. Well, before it's time for other things, let's go ahead and give a little celebration to the Mario Matter episode 1. Cheers to that, my friends. Now it is time to get to the largest segment of this podcast, which is me talking about my top 100 video games of all time. But before that, my friends, we have another eShop card to give away. $10 Canadian. Canadians, get your eShops ready. The code is, ready? E0N938KN1JSTVV2J. There you go. Enjoy your free eShop money. And with that said, let's get to the largest segment. Maybe the Q&A will be bigger. I don't know. Let's get to it. My top 100 video games of all time. I've made this list carefully and considerately. Let's go. My friends, have you ever wanted to hear my top 100 video games of all time? Maybe so, maybe not. But you have arrived at the one time only Mario Matters segment. It is unlikely that we will ever do this again in the future. Maybe in 10 years, but it's gonna be a while, okay? I have been working on a list of my top 100 video games for the past couple months, and I think I have finally gotten it in an order that I like. 100 being a game that I like, but 100 going to 1 being my favorite game of all time. We go through the entire top 100. Now, this whole segment is pretty self-explanatory. I'm going to break down and discuss my top 100 games of all time. However, I do have a big disclaimer before I begin, okay? I'm not going to say who wrote this. It might be me, but who knows? Ready? Hear ye, hear ye. What you are about to hear is none other than EmSwizzle, also known as Max Corbett's top 100 video games of all time. These are not the top 100 video games of all time for every person, mind you. The games on this list have been placed carefully and considerately based on personal experiences, personal thoughts, nostalgia, and other such factors. Let it be known that Max has not played every single game on planet Earth. Indeed, Max grew up in the Wii era and even still hasn't played every Wii game. This may be why you will not hear certain games that would be in everyone else's top 100 games of all time, because Max hasn't played it or played it enough to give an opinion on it, or hasn't even beaten it. With all that said, Max's opinions are his own, and he is known to have some wacky or unexpected ones, as he is not your typical gamer. We ask that you respect these opinions, as I'm sure somebody out there in the world has 1-2 Switch in their top 10 games of all time, and they may be more worthy of a roast than Max is for this list. This isn't to say this list is wild or foolish, it actually makes a lot of sense, but we need a disclaimer to provide context and an understanding to the audience on what you are about to hear. Now please enjoy EmSwizzle's top 100 games of all time. Woo! So I, of course, wrote that, obviously for myself, but I threw it into ChatGPT and said, make it sound like the, is it British? Like the hear ye. So that's a little, disclaimer. This list is not controversial. It's just like, you're going to hear some games on here and be like, what the heck? Why is that on here? They all have their reasons. So let me go ahead. If my mouse will work, guys, I need a new mouse. Maybe for episode 100, I should get myself a brand new mouse to scroll these documents with. If my mouse will work, let's scroll down to number 100 and start discussing every single top 100 video game of mine. My mouse is not working. Let me go ahead and probably cut the podcast and let's go get my... Do you know what's hilarious? In our last segment, we were talking about how everything in the podcast will be uncut. I've made 2 cuts today because things have... we've had like very, very slight technical difficulties. So let me go ahead and cut and I'll fix it. All right, let's go ahead. Let's read through my top 100 games of all time, starting with number 100. What is my 100th favorite game of all time? I'm not sure how long I'll take for each game, but I'm going to dive in. My 100th favorite game is, this is so monumental, Ring Fit Adventure. Ring Fit Adventure I have put at the 100th slot. I don't think this is weird in any way. I sort of like any of Nintendo's active games, the exercise games. Ring Fit Adventure is no different. Wii Fit was always cool. And spoiler alert, I think Wii Fit, actually it might not be on here. It was close though, if it's not on here. I like the exercise games like Wii Fit, even that walking coach game for the DS. When Nintendo makes fitness games, these are cool. But I feel no one has really done it better in terms of quality in a game than Ring Fit Adventure. You have the Ring-Con accessory and a full story mode, engaging exercises. Everything about Ring Fit is cool. And I'm not like a freaking bodybuilder over here, but I like to be in shape, and Ring Fit is a game that resonates home with me. So Ring Fit, I'm sure a lot of people, listening have played it. It's sold really, really well, especially for being like $70 because it includes that Ring-Con accessory. For being a bit boosted in price, it's sold very well. I think a lot of you know why I like Ring Fit. Probably as this list goes on, I'll get like more and more in depth in why I picked these games, but Ring Fit I feel is explanatory. Workout, which I like. Story mode, which I like. On the Switch, looks good visually, everything's good. Ring Fit Adventure at the number 100 slot. Our next slot here, speak of the devil, speak of the current events right now. My 99th favorite video game of all time is Mario and Sonic. Guess which one? Weirdly enough, at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Now, if you guys have been listening to this podcast for a while, you may know that I actually say this game is the worst Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games game. So Max, how does it even break the top 100, right? Well, although it is the worst one, it's not bad at all. Because when you look at, say for example, Mario and Sonic at the Rio 2016, that added soccer. They had a cool little story mode type thing. But when you look at Mario and Sonic at the Tokyo 2020 on the Switch, this is like the definitive version. Because while the other ones on the Wii, they were cool in their own ways, story mode, they were cool and different. When you look at the sports themselves that are in Tokyo 2020, soccer or football, sorry, whichever one you prefer, rugby, like it's got all of the good sports in it. Now, once again, I'm not saying it's the best Mario and Sonic game. I believe all of them are on here, and we actually get to them very soon. But it's the worst one, but it's still good to where it breaks the top 100. I slot it at 99. Then, number 98, my 98th favorite game of all time, is a weird one that you're gonna hear. Now, a lot of people know that my favorite franchise of all time is the Animal Crossing franchise. We've got an Animal Crossing game here, and some of you may know my least favorite Animal Crossing game. That is Animal Crossing Wild World at the number 98. I know a lot of people who have grown up with this game probably have this in your list, probably like top 20. Top 20 probably. If you grew up with this game, top 20. I didn't. And so playing it from, I guess, a retrospect of like trying to figure out what the game was like and everything, playing it in like 2020 on the DS. You know, after playing, this was like the last Animal Crossing game that I had yet to play. So I first played Animal Crossing New Leaf, then I played City Folk, then I played the GameCube one, then New Horizons came out, and then I went back to Wild World in like 2020 or so. And I gotta say, this was just my least favorite Animal Crossing looking back. So I emphasize looking back. When you look at Animal Crossing Wild World and you look at Animal Crossing City Folk, Wild World and City Folk. City Folk is pretty much a Wild World HD. Pretty much. Like, it has most of the things Wild World has. It has even the same soundtrack. The same soundtrack, just smoother, better quality. They're so similar. It's like nowadays, not back then. Back then, you only had Wild World. But nowadays, which would you play? City Folk, the pretty much unofficial Wild World HD, or Wild World for DS. The option is clear to me. I would pick City Folk. Once again, if you played this game in its prime, when it was out, of course you would like it. There was no City Folk, but nowadays, you gotta lean towards City Folk. So I put it at 98. There's no reason to go back and play it, but for its core game, it does break into this list. Then this next game is one that you might not think that I would already include, because this game came out, a little over a month ago? You might think it's a little bit early to include this game, but I like it a lot, and it's hit home like I wanted it to. And that game, at the number 97 position, goes to Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble. This game, once again, just came out, and it has gotten some flack, but when I went into Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble, I wanted a video game that felt very summery. It launched in June of 2024. I wanted to feel summery, feel fresh, and it checked all those boxes. I don't care if it doesn't have content that it should have had. I am not the biggest Monkey Ball player, so I don't even know like what exactly it's missing. So it's not a factor for me. Now, if I was Monkey Ball's biggest fan, I might sit there and play Banana Rumble and be like, where are all these old features? I don't know to do that with Monkey Ball because I'm not a gigantic fan. So that never played a factor in me liking this game. I wanted a summer game that I could play. It's classic Monkey Ball story mode, which was a little bit longer than I thought it would be. Got online play. They're adding more content later this year. So even before that content, this breaks into number 97. Now, that's relatively low compared to the other 97 games, 96 games that I have left, but it does break in here for sure. Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble. It is on sale right now if you do want it at the time of recording. You can pick it up. I've not played many Monkey Balls. I have played a few other ones, and they are also on this list. We'll get into that, but I do put that one at the 97 position. Now, 96, my 96th favorite game of all time, we give it to Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games on the Wii and the DS, because they are not the same, but they're similar. The Beijing 2008 Olympics, the first entry in the Mario and Sonic at the Olympics games, the first one. We give that at number 96. Reason being, it was just a good Mario and Sonic at the Olympic games. I don't need to really explain everything. We just talked about the Tokyo one, but I remember I had these games as a kid. I have one like random vivid memory playing this game. I booted it up on the Wii, and my dad, so our Wii was in the basement, and my dad was like working out in the basement, and I was playing it, and it was just like a cool moment. Like, we weren't playing together, obviously. He's over there working out in the basement, but I can just remember that. I was like in the basement because he was in the basement, and I booted up the Wii, and I played that game for like an hour or so. It was just a good time, and I really missed that game. I still own it. Not the exact same copy that I had as a kid, but I would love to go back and replay it. I'm thinking about it so much now. But I didn't really even know what the Olympics were. It was just like a fun, eventful game for me. So I do have memories with that. And because the next game in the series was similar yet different, I put Mario and Sonic at the Winter Olympic Games, the Wii and the DS version, I have both, at 95. They were right next to each other. Because once again, as I just said, it's similar but different. It's different because you're in the snow, it's Winter Olympic Games, but similar in the way that I had this game growing up, and I liked playing it. I like the winter stuff, which is why I put it above the normal one. I like the Winter Olympic Games more than the standard Olympic Games. That's why it's higher than the normal Olympic Games game. The winter one, the snowboarding, the skiing, the bobsled thing. Oh, take me back to 2010 when this game came out. It might have come out in 2009. I forget. Take me back to the era, please. Now, I mostly played this one on the DS, and I think that was like one of my favorite DS games because I had this DS holder thing. It was a case for your DS, but it could like hold games in there, and it had 3 slots. The Smurfs. I think I must have had Mario versus Donkey Kong, which I lost that cartridge now, and Mario and Sonic at the Winter Olympic Games. That was always a game that I kept in that case if I ever wanted to have some fun and play it. So that game rings home. That one is at the 95 position. Our next game here that we have is We Play. We Play at the 94th position on this list. We Play, not much to say, although I will say a lot. We Play was all in all kind of half tech demo, half fun game. Like playing pool on Wii Play, playing all these random me games on Wii Play, it's charming. Any me type game is a pretty charming game for me. Miitopia, Tomodachi Life, freaking, what else is a me game? Even just me cameos, like the Mii's cameo in Smash Bros. Anything with Mii's is charming. And the entire Wii series, Wii Party, Wii Sports, Wii everything, it was my jam. And I'm sure it's a lot of other people's jams. We Play hits the chord, strikes the chord for me. No pun intended. We Play, I can still go back to. It still holds up. They don't make games like We Play anymore. It's not like a Smash Bros. Game where you like it, but you don't go back to it because they made Smash Ultimate. We Play holds up. It does hold up. You can sit on my couch with me right now. We can boot up We Play and we'll have some fun. It's a really good game for what it is, and I still play it to this day, here and there, not very often, obviously, but it's still boot upable. It sits at the 94th position on this list. And then a bit of a weird one, not a weird one, but one that you wouldn't expect me to put at 93. You might think, well, you would probably think this one is just way higher on the list, but At the number 93, we have Mario Tennis Aces. And listen, this is one of the best Mario Tennis games. The reason why it's at 93 and the reason why we gave that disclaimer at the start of this list, a lot of this list is on personal experience, nostalgia, and everything like that. Mario Tennis Aces didn't hook me the way that another Mario Tennis game did that is in this list. I was never really into it. It was like, cool, Mario Tennis for Switch. I never went back to it. And Mario Tennis is a fun series. Once again, I have a Mario Tennis game higher on this list that I like a lot. Tennis Aces, though, it's really hard to pinpoint what I didn't like about it, but it never pulled me in. I never went back to it. I never pursued it, never played it with anybody. Like, I would have people over. We would boot up Mario Kart. We would never even think to play Mario Tennis Aces. It wasn't a game that stuck. I bought it, Nintendo threw it at me, and it didn't stick. It was just like, Mario Tennis. Cool. And I'm sure it's a phenomenal game. And I can say it's high quality of a game. It's your Mario Tennis game to buy if you've never played before. It's cool. For me personally, didn't stick. And that is why it is at the number 93 position. Number 92 is a game that a lot of people probably have nostalgia with. Funny enough, 92 falls Skylanders Giants. Oh, what a game that was, dude. Skylanders Giants was, I mean, obviously it's my lowest. Hold on. Did I put, I think I might have left off one Skylanders game on the list. Skylanders Giants, yes, I left off Imaginators. Not on here. Skylanders Giants, though, was, I think, the best transition from Skylanders Spyro's Adventure to a new game. Adding these special Skylanders, the giant ones, obviously bigger than any other figure, it was the best way to go. I liked, I forget what, Tree Rex? That was his name, right? Tree Rex, that Skylander. I liked the whale one, Thumpback or whatever the heck. I liked him. I forget other names. I liked the Bumblebee dude, like Swarms or something. I forget all their names, but Giants was just like a good time. And what made it special for me playing Skylanders Giants is that was the age where I could like truly comprehend what I was doing in the game. So Giants must have came out in like 2010, 11, 12. That was when I knew what I was doing in Skylanders and when I grew my love for it. Now, every other Skylanders game except for Imaginators is higher on this list, so it's one of my lesser liked Skylanders games, but it's still very good. It breaks the top 100. Skylanders Giants, if you haven't played it and you are a Skylanders fan, I would say get the game, get a portal, and buy Tree Rex and start playing. It was a good Skylanders game. My next game here, pretty mellow game at the 91 position. We have Yoshi's Crafted World. Yoshi's Crafted World, you know, it's one of the mellow titles. It's one of those titles where you look up relaxing games for Switch, and that's like one of the first three to pop up. It's nothing mind-blowing. It's not the mind-blowing effect of a Metroid game, or even like the wow effect of a Mario Bros. Wonder game, right? It's none of those things. But it's a good platformer. And I love platformers. I just played Mario The Lost Levels. I'm currently playing Kirby Star Allies, two games that came out a long time ago. But like I'm playing these games, I like platformers, man. And so this was no different. There's a lot of platformers on this list. Yoshi's Crafted World, while it wasn't very challenging, it was cozy, it was nice, and it was a good game for me to play after doing a ton of work one day. It was nice to play Switch. I think I was playing the game mostly handheld. Play on the handheld and just play some Crafted World. It was decent in length too. Like it wasn't 20 hours, but it was like what, 9, 10, 11, somewhere in that range, right? That's pretty good. I feel that's pretty good. So Yoshi's Crafted World makes the 91 position. Number 90 is a game. This is one of the only games that I have digitally, but for great reason. It's so fun to boot up when I'm bored. Number 90, we have Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics. If you have this game, let me know. So this game is on the Nintendo Switch. They also had a Clubhouse Games game on the DS. I never played that one, but the one on the Switch, if you don't know what this is, guys, it's called Clubhouse Games, and in the game are 51 mini games. So these games are real world games though. So you boot up the game and you can play checkers, chess, Connect Four, a little boxing game where like there's two like little figures and you box. There's like a puzzle sliding game. There's 51 games. I forget all of them. There's a baseball game. So many different sports. So many different games. There's that game where you draw the lines and like make squares. It's just like a good, realistic mini game pack that is great to have digitally in your back pocket. So if you ever go on a vacation and you need something random to play, you have that digitally and you can boot it up and just play 51 games for like an hour. More than that. And the sounds are satisfying. It's not a mind-blowing game just like Yoshi's Crafted World, but if you need something like that, it's phenomenal. And I believe, I could be wrong, so please pardon me if I'm wrong. I believe, as of recording, it's on sale right now. If you can get the game on sale, bingo. Get Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics. And by the way, I bought this game in 2019 or 2020. It was somewhere in that range, right? And that was when I wasn't buying like every single Switch game ever. So if younger me bought that, who didn't buy many games back then, you know it must be good. Check it out, Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics. Now this next one, guys, a lot of people are gonna do a good old facepalm, a good old Max, what the heck? Why is this in your top 100 games of all time? I'm gonna have to explain it to you. So, at the 89 position, we have Chibi Robo Ziplash. Now, before you start commenting, let me explain to you. So, 99% of this being on the list is personal experience slash nostalgia. So, I got Chibi Robo Ziplash for my birthday in 2015. I talk about this a lot on my second channel. And if it was 2015, did I say 2017? 2015, anyway. When I was in 2015, I was 9 years old. I had just turned 9 years old. Me at 9 years old, not having played any Chibi Robo game, and I've said it so many times, and I'll say it again, and I stand by this. If Chibi Robo Ziplash is your first ever Chibi Robo game, it's not that bad. And that was what I experienced at 9 years old. At 9 years old, I found fun in Chibi Robo Ziplash, and that's why it's on this list. Nowadays, can I look at it and say it's not the best game of all time? Obviously, right? But at 9 years old, somebody, a kid who liked Animal Crossing, a kid who liked very simple games, casual games. Chibi Robo was like the cute Nintendo mascot. How can you not fall in love with that game? So back then I enjoyed it. Nowadays I can say it's not phenomenal. Chibi Robo Ziplash, by way of what I just said, makes the 89th position on my tier list, mostly for personal experience, albeit when I was like 9 years old. That's why it makes the list. And I feel, there's a few random zingers like that on this list. I have explanations for them, and that's my explanation for the first zinger on the list. Our next game was a cool platformer that a lot of people like from the Wii that made it over to Switch. And at the 88th position, we have Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe, my friends. Here's something that I feel like could have put this game a lot higher on my list. I wish I had friends to play this game with, because from what I hear, it's a lot more fun if you're playing with friends. Call me a loner, but I didn't have any friends to play it with. I played it alone, and I think it was one of the better Kirby games. For example, Kirby Star Allies. I'm in the middle of it right now. It's not hard. It doesn't challenge you. As of right now, I'm like almost at the point where I've beaten the game. As of now, it's not challenging really. It's just kind of like, hey, let's get Kirby on the Switch, right? So Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe is, I believe, longer than Star Allies. I really shouldn't even compare it to Star Allies because it's a really good game, Dreamland Deluxe. I just, I wish a Kirby game would knock my socks off. And that's kind of what Kirby and the Forgotten Land was. Like, that one was like, whoa, like, this is cool. Car Kirby, 3D and everything. The 2D Kirby platformer in Dreamland Deluxe, it was nice. And I like the, whole deluxe content of it. The whole Magalore epilogue thing. That was cool. And I like the little mini games and stuff. I don't know. I wish there was a little bit more of a twist to it. I wish I had friends to play with so that we can all have a fun laugh time. And, it was definitely good, which is why it's at the 88th spot. It just doesn't get higher than that for the reasons that I said. So it's at the 88th position. At the 87th position, a game that a lot of you have played. It's free to play and it's real fun. Didn't come out too long ago. Fall Guys. I have Fall Guys at 87. Fall Guys is fun, dude. If you want a multiplayer game that's free to play with friends, a fun little battle royale type thing where it's like last man standing, the characters look cute, Fall Guys is your game. Not to mention, they have so many crazy cool collaborations with, what's the Halo Master Chief? They done Master Chief stuff. They did freaking... SpongeBob? Like there's so many cool collabs in Fall Guys, dude. There's a lot of cool collabs in the game itself. I just like the whole last man standing kind of games. I like that. It's just nice because I don't have to rely on a team. Not that, that's a bad thing, but it's just a thing that I like to do. And I can boot that game up whenever. There's always someone to play with, which is how online games work, obviously. No surprise, of course. But Fall Guys just kind of hit that chord, like I was saying, strike to the chord. And it was probably a minor. Strike to the chord and, makes the list. I mean, what else can I say? I like the obstacle courses, and it has even more mini games. We play Fall Guys on members' streams for the main channel. It's really good to play with friends, but even without friends, just the way that the characters all run and you're doing obstacle courses. I'll stop rambling, but it's a fun time. At the 86th position, I put another not necessarily PC game. Well. It's on every console. Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley goes at the 86th position. I will say, Stardew is a phenomenal game, and it probably would be higher if I sunk more time into it. I must have sunk maybe like 10, 15, 20 hours at the most into Stardew Valley over the years of me playing it. I got into it in, I think, 2021, and I've sunk, like 20 hours at the most over all these years. If I played it more, I would probably have a reason to put it a little bit higher on this list, but I don't have that reason. So based on what I've played, 20 hours, I've gotten to know Stardew. I've talked to all the residents. I've done a lot of cool tasks in the game. I've played with friends on friends' farms. I get the whole idea of the game. It's a sweet little game. And for those reasons, it goes at the 86th position. At 85, we go to Mario and Sonic at the Sochi Olympic Games in 2014. Now, a lot of this, the reason why this even beats the other Mario and Sonic games, once again, we go to nostalgia and personal experience. That is why this wins here. And so, what is that nostalgia and or personal experience, you might ask? Well. When I got a Wii U for Christmas, in what must have been 2013, I got Mario and Sonic at the Sochi 2014 Olympic Games. What made this game so special to me is I didn't even know this game existed. I had no idea this game existed for the Wii U. I just saw it and I fell in love with the cover art instantly, and I went home and I played it on Christmas Day, which is just insanely magical to play a winter game on Christmas Day. That's insane, by the way. So because of this whole experience and memory, And, nostalgia, I put it at the number 85 position on this list. Not even to mention, the game was good too. Like, I'm not sure if it beats the Wii one in terms of game quality, but the gamepad integration, the snowboarding, the top and the bottom screen, the snowball fight dream sport mode. There's a lot of cool things in the game. Online play as well. It would take a picture of you and post it, I think, online maybe. Like, it was just a good experience. So it's at 85 for me. Then we go to 84, a game that I have had my ups and downs with, my rage quits, and is coming to Switch next January. Donkey Kong Country Returns. This is a pretty cool one to have on the list. This one I played on the 3DS, so I was kind of young. Therefore, this game was kind of hard for me. Country Returns was a difficult game for a 6, 7, 8, 9-year-old, It was hard. There were some bosses that I just could not beat no matter how hard I tried. Eventually I did, but it was a good, going back to what I said, I'm a platformer guy. I'm a platformer. It was a good game that I could boot up when I was bored, fly into Disney World. And it was a fun time. And that was, I think, the first or second, maybe second, 3DS game that I bought digitally. Animal Crossing New Leaf might have came first, but that also makes it special. It sounds so stupid, but even just like the Donkey Kong yellow icon on the 3DS home menu, like even that's just nostalgic. It's nostalgic in my head as well. Like, that's nice. And of course the whole game is cool too. I like having Diddy there. I like the pig dude. Like, it's a cool game. I like Country Returns for sure. At the 83 slot, we have another Donkey Kong game. And that is Mario vs. Donkey Kong, in specific, the remake for Nintendo Switch. So I never played Mario vs. Donkey Kong on the Game Boy Advance, where it first came from. I never played it until it got remade for Switch. And I have given my thoughts on that game before, but I want to do it again. Mario vs. Donkey Kong, what made that game fun for me? So, to be honest, I don't love games that have like super hard puzzles that you have to Google to figure out. For example, if any of you have played Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, there's some puzzles in that game, some weird puzzles that like you have to go on the top half of the course, then the bottom half, and then the middle, and then you can proceed. How would I ever know that? I don't like games that have that level of puzzles, but with Mario vs. Donkey Kong, and I said it before, its puzzles are not that hard to the point where you can see it and be like, oh, if I do this and that, I can solve it. Like, it makes you think, but for me personally, it wasn't like I had to Google anything. It just took some brain work and then you get it and it feels good. And that's partially why, I mean, that's mostly why, actually, it's the number 83 spot. It was like a perfect game for me. It was like on my brain puzzle skill level, and I felt good playing it. So that's why I put it at the 83rd position on this list. Number 82, we go back to those me games, those cheery games, those fun games. Wii Party is at the number 82 position. Wii Party, as we talked about earlier, I love the Mii games, the Wii series of games, the casual, funky games. And I have this vivid memory of playing Wii Party against all those random CPUs, playing that zombie game, playing the freaking, that balloon game. I forget what it's called, where like you wind up the balloons and you go flying and try to balance it off. The basketball game. I'm trying to remember which games are from Wii Party U and which games are from Wii Party. Regardless, Wii Party is a gem. You need to play it if you haven't played it. Wii Party makes the number 80. Should I say 82nd or number 82 spot? 82nd spot on my top 100 list. I believe it's a bit expensive now, but if you can get your hands on it, gather 3 other buddies and just sit down for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, however long it takes you to enjoy what was Wii Party. Number 81, another Skylanders game. Can you all guess what it is? A Skylanders game. Well, whether you guessed it or not, Skylanders Superchargers is my 81st favorite game of all time. So it's on the lower end. It's the third lowest ranked Skylanders game for me personally. And the reason being, I felt a really big difference going from Skylanders Trap Team to Skylanders Superchargers. I felt a really big difference, so much so that it almost felt like two different companies worked on Trap Team and Superchargers. Like, it didn't feel like Skylanders. It felt like a totally different team worked on this game. And so it was fine and the game was cool, but I didn't like that. And that's a big reason why this is, one of the lower ranked Skylanders games for me. It's still higher than Giants and Imaginators because it's a good game. Maybe that refresh, having it feel like that two companies made two different games, maybe the whole refresh design was good and was needed. I could have taken it or left it though. There you go. Taken it or left it though. And it was fun. I liked the car aspect. That's obviously the main gimmick, and it's cool how they keep on introducing gimmicks, but it doesn't beat the other ones. So for that reason, it goes at the number 81. Then at 80, we go to a game that we have talked about earlier in this list. Well, a game from a series that we've talked about, and that is Super Monkey Ball 1 for the GameCube. Monkey Ball 1 for the GameCube is one of the first GameCube games that my family owned. And so by default, that's a game that when I'm a kid, I might boot up and be like, what was this game? And my family likes Monkey Ball a lot. It was like one of those games that we played and would laugh at, and it was fun in that way. And we still have the Monkey Ball disc. And of course, it's classic Monkey Ball. But I think the reason why this goes above any of the newer Monkey Ball games on my list is because of the nostalgia factor. It's the nostalgia factor. It's the I had it forever. It's the my family likes it. It's the GameCube. It's the first of its kind. Monkey Ball for the GameCube was cool. If you're a Monkey Ball fan and you haven't played the GameCube one, try it out. I don't think it's very expensive. If you want to buy one of the copies, it's like $30, which could be a lot worse. I would say try it out. Monkey Ball, it's just casual Monkey Ball, but it's really good. There's no denying it, no beating around the bush of how good Monkey Ball is. But our 79th ranked game is one that could shock a lot of people. Mario Party 10. Mario Party 10. Now let's be clear here. I've said this before a lot of times. I personally think that whatever console you grew up with when you're 8 or 9 years old is your favorite generation of systems. For most people. For me, that rings true, and that was the Wii U for me. Mario Party 10 was your big party Wii U game, apart from Wii Party U, of course. And as I said earlier, like with Chibi Robo, when you're playing these games when you're 8 and 9, it doesn't matter. You aren't really judging it on performance and quality of the game and everything. At this point in time, I had only ever played Mario Party 8, and I had dibbled and dabbled in Mario Party Island Tour. So playing Mario Party 10, I didn't know what to expect from the whole series. There's only a few Mario Party games on this list. And for me, at the same time, who was invested in Skylanders, who was invested in Toys to Life games, Disney Infinity stuff, playing Mario Party 10, which heavily used Amiibo, and all your guys were in one cart, this whole positive fun vibe and the soundtrack was great. This is why Mario Party 10 breaks into the top 100 and is at the 79th position on my list. It was a fun experience for me. Can I look back at it just like Chibi Robo and say it wasn't the best in retrospective? Yeah, sure, yeah. But back then, this is the game of the century, So, personal experience, it ranks high for me. I mean, this is the lower end of the list, but it ranks there. I put Mario Party 10 at 79. At 78, You might think this game is ranked pretty low. I don't blame you. I just didn't have the biggest connection to it, nor was it mind-boggling. And that's New Super Mario Bros. DS. For the DS, the 2D Mario game. That game was cool. I can recall times where I would play it co-op with my brother through like the download play or whatever. That was always nice, right? Like that was cool. And that was like my first taste of local play, so I love that a lot. And this was also one of my first DS games that I had. It was just a good time overall. And the reason why it's ranked lower than any of the other new Super Mario Bros. Games is because when this game came out, it's kind of like the same thing as Animal Crossing Wild World and City Folk. When this game came out, New Super Mario Bros. Wii was not out. But when I got my hands on Mario Bros. DS, Mario Bros. Wii came out. It was already out, and we had it, I think. So, as a 4-year-old, what would you prefer? Mario Bros. Wii on the big screen or Mario Bros. DS? When I was young, I preferred on the big screen. More levels, more everything, right? So, I didn't fall in love with the DS one back then. Now, if I had only ever played the DS one and did not know there was a Mario Bros. Wii, would it be a different story? Yeah, probably, right? But that didn't happen. It just didn't happen. So I would give Mario Bros. DS the 78th position on my list. Great game, but that doesn't beat the other games that I have on here. So 78, there you go. Number 77, a game that didn't come out too long ago that we can talk about. Pokemon Sword, 5 years ago. So, that is some time, but it's not like 10 years ago or anything. Pokemon Sword is one of the only Pokemon games that I've played. As we said in the disclaimer, you won't hear a ton of games because I have not played every game on planet Earth. I have not played Pokemon Heart Gold, for example. So those games won't be on here. But Pokemon Sword was one of the ones I actually did end up playing. I think not long after its release, like 2020 maybe, I really got into the game. It might have been, I think that's right, like 2020 or so. And it definitely came out in 2019, right? I think that's right, because there was a Switch Lite special edition. Yeah. So I played this game, and honestly, I couldn't beat it without bringing in, well, I could have, but I didn't want to beat it without bringing in my old powerful Pokemon. So I brought them in, and I beat the game. But that was a fun one for me, because I don't know how mind-blowing or how good Pokemon Sword is compared to all of the other Pokemon games, but just like for me, that was just a good experience. In my opinion, it was one of the better Pokemon games, but I can't say that because I've not played many other Pokemon games, but it was good to me. I didn't see much bad in it, but I also don't know what to expect. I don't know the expectations that I should have for that game, because as I'll keep saying, I have not played many Pokemon games. Maybe it sucked. I actually don't know how it was received publicly. I think it was decent, right? So it was probably decent online. But I enjoyed it, and it makes the 77th position. Now, 76. Number 76 is another one of those where you're going to be like, Max, why the heck would you put this on your list? Why? And that game at the number 76 position is Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival. Amiibo Festival, friends. Now, I got this the same time that I got Chibi Robo Ziplash for my birthday. So the story's kind of the same. You play a game that is bad when you're 9 years old and you don't know that it's bad. All I have memory of is me opening up the whole Amiibo Festival bundle on my birthday, my 9th birthday, all grinny, loving the Animal Crossing franchise, and I see that, guys, I'm going to fall in love with that game, no matter how good or bad it is. And as we said for Mario Party 10, I love Amiibo and Toys to Life. This game was perfect for me. Could I see through its flaws as a 9-year-old on his birthday? No, I couldn't see through the flaws of how it lacked content or how it wasn't worth $60. I didn't know how much the game costs. I couldn't say if it was worth 60 or not. I can't rate these games on the scale that I do nowadays when new games release. So I enjoyed Amiibo Festival for these reasons. And I still enjoy it to this day because I love Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing is my favorite franchise of all time. I love Animal Crossing, so I can still find joy out of Amiibo Festival to this day. Can I see the shortcomings that people point out? Of course. The Amiibo card gets annoying to keep on scanning. The figures get annoying to keep scanning. I understand it. But there's joy to be had there if you are a fan of the Animal Crossing franchise, which is why I put it at 76. At 75, I'm going to take a little water break after this one. We have Mario Party 8. Mario Party 8 is on the list, and this is the first Mario Party game that I have ever played in my entire life. It was on the Wii. I've only ever played Mario Party 8, 10, and all the newer ones for Switch. So Mario Party 8 does make the list. I forget the dude with the blue hat. I forget his name, but he was cool. I want to know his name. I forget it now. He is the mascot of the game. He makes it so cool. And me and my siblings actually play this, not a lot, but like we played it about maybe 10 months ago, Mario Party 8. Which is a long time ago, but like we still play Mario Party 8 to this day. It was a game that we all liked to play back during the Wii era. I didn't really know what I was doing. It was pretty hard to know what you were doing at 5 years old playing on the Wii. Probably even younger, like 4 or 3. I don't even know. But Mario Party 8 is probably on here more so because of nostalgia. Is it a good game? Yeah, it's fantastic. And I think it does beat some of the current Mario Party games that are on Switch. And it might even beat Jamboree later this year. It's a good game. It has the freaking nostalgia. It has the Wii controls. You gotta love it. It's at 75 for that good old reason. And before I get into my next games here, I'm going to go ahead. Let me go and grab a little sip of water. Should I cut? You know what? I will not cut because this is the raw experience. Let me go ahead. Let's grab. I got my big ol' gallon water bottle here. We're coming through this list pretty smooth. We got 1/4 of it done. Let's take a little sip. That was some big sips. Sorry if you heard that. I know it's kind of like you don't want to hear that, but I got to keep all the footage in here, guys, even though I've cut things twice today. So we'll clear the throat action, and we get to our 74th game on this list. Now, is this the first one that was not on a Nintendo platform on this list? Okay, this is a bit of a weird one that you all might hear. This game is NBA 2K17, okay? Now you might think, Max, why is this on the list? Okay, so this was kind of the time where I was not done playing Nintendo platforms, but I was like taking a huge, not official break, but like I wasn't playing Nintendo games as much anymore when I played 2K17. And where to go? This was like, so do you guys know when Animal Crossing New Horizons came out in 2020? How that was like everyone's game for months on end? 2K17 NBA was my game for months on end. I would just stay up until like 12:30 a.m., which was late for me when I was, 11 or so. I would stay up until 12:30 in the summertime and just grind NBA 2K17. I wasn't very good, but it was like, as I just said, it was like my game that I was stuck on for months. It was just so much fun. I played it on the Xbox One, and my friends played it too. So that was like a fun conversation to have. NBA 2K17 makes the list. There's no other NBA games on here. However, there is another sports game on this list. So look out for that. At the 73 position, we have Super Mario Party. Super Mario Party, my friends, is, of course, the Switch Mario Party. And I've been on record saying that it's not my favorite game of all time. It's not like my favorite Mario Party, of course. But, well, yeah, no, it's not. But I can't deny the fact that it is innovative in the fact that, or in the way that it uses the Joy-Con. So, of course, it is controlled by a single Joy-Con, which some people like, some people don't like. I lean towards I don't love it. But there was this one flight that I have, and this is probably some personal experience, which is why it's where it is on the list. There was a flight that I had over to Hawaii, and it was a long flight, and me and my cousin played Super Mario Party for like 6 hours with the little Joy-Cons. Dude, that's probably why I put this where it is on the list at 73. I have that little nostalgia factor there, and not even just that. The game, if you can look past the whole, one Joy-Con thing, no Pro Controller allowed, it's a cool game. The little bike game. The what's the other? I'm so foggy because this was like 5 years ago, but there were a lot of good motion controlled games on Super Mario Party. And later this year, at the time of recording, we're gonna get Super Mario Party Jamboree. I'm looking forward to see how similar or how different that game ends up being. It looks very similar, of course, but we're gonna have to see. Who knows, my friends? Then at 72, we have Mario Kart DS. You all might think it's a little bit low. I liked Mario Kart DS. My siblings probably liked it more than I did growing up. Mario Kart DS was nice. You had some characters that you didn't really have in other Mario Kart games. You had Rob. I know that there's a few others. You were able to put your own logo on the front of your cart. Online play. There's a lot of cool things in Mario Kart DS. I just never got crazy into it. Looking at it as a game, yeah, it's great. It's Mario Kart for the DS. But, like when I rank a lot of things, Mario Kart DS doesn't beat a lot of these other games that I have on this list. So by default, you put it at 72. But it's a phenomenal game, especially for its time. For its time, that was great. Big step up from Mario Kart Super Circuit. Big step up. At 71, we have Mario Sports Mix. This was like one of the first Mario Sports collections, I guess. So ever since then, we had Mario Sports, Superstars on the 3DS. Is that it? Yeah, there's only a few Mario Sports collections. This was one of them, and I believe my brother bought it on the Wii back in the day. And I remember playing it with him sometimes. The basketball mode, the hockey, it was a good little compilation. And what I liked about it is before that, with Mario Tennis and Mario Golf and all those, you had to buy these games for $40 individually. No, we have 4 sports in one pack. That was mind-blowing to me back then. My favorite mode is the whole basketball mode. That's always been cool, and that's one that I still play sometimes to this day. Mario Sports Mix. I would say it's the best Mario Sports compilation game that we've ever gotten. Then 70. At the 70th spot, this one takes some explanation. It's not a questionable ranking. I don't think so, but it does take some that's a unique one. Fortnite. But not just Fortnite, okay? Fortnite from 2017 to 2020. Now, why do I say that, that's the exact year range, right? Why do I say 2017 to 2020? Well, I never really ever played past 2020. I never played past the year 2020. Never really played in 2021, never really played in 22, 23, or even this year. I have not touched Fortnite in so long. But Fortnite, back in its heyday, I was on every single day, all day. It's summertime right now. I guarantee you. So as of recording, it is 2:56 p.m., August 1st. I guarantee you $1 million. 5 years ago today, in 2019, I was 100% playing Fortnite right now. I was playing Fortnite right now, August 1st, 2:57 p.m. I was on it like no one else. I was on Fortnite an unhealthy amount. But that all makes it my favorite 70th favorite game of all time. The memories that I had OG Fortnite. I was there for that, man, in like 5th grade, 6th grade. It was crazy times back then. Fortnite 2017 to 2020, phenomenal. And even like 2020, when you can say it's past its prime, they were still putting out some cool updates, and I still had fun with my new friend group because I went to a separate middle school. I could still find fun in Fortnite even all the way until then. So at 70, we have Fortnite from 2017 to 2020. I'm sure it's great now, but I don't ever play anymore, so I don't know. At 69, what a number, we have Paper Mario, the first one, on the N64. This game, it was fun. It was fun for me. Only complaint is it was a little bit hard for me. However, I am 100% aware it was only hard because I was bad at it. I was severely under-leveled in the game. Had I leveled up more, it wouldn't be that hard. So I know that it's my fault. However, it does make the number 69 because it's charming. It's a good game. I like it a lot. It's one of the better RPG games out there, and it's one of the better, I can't say that. I was going to say it's one of the better Paper Mario games, but I've only ever played Thousand Year Door and the first one that I'm talking about now. So it's hard to say that it's one of the better Paper Mario games, but it was a really good game, and I like it a lot. No personal experience, just full-on rating how the game is. It makes number 69. It makes my 69th spot. And then at 68, we have the Lego Movie video game, my friends. This one could be controversial. Max, wow, your 68th pick, the Lego Movie video game? I've told this story on a few occasions. I would just play this game. I had it at my grandma's house because my grandma had a Wii U when the Wii U was popular. Which it was never really popular, but when it was in its prime. And I remember this one day where I sat at her house for like 6-7 hours just playing the Lego Movie video game and playing it and eating these chips and just having a ball for hours on end. And then I even went back like 2 years ago and beat the game again. It still holds up to this day. If you can get it on the Wii U, PS4, Xbox One, anywhere, it's a good one. Now, the Lego Movie video game 2 does not make this list, and it'll make nowhere near this list. The second one is a really bad game. Do not buy the Lego Movie 2 video game. That one's bad. That one's bad. It's not great. But the first one, though, makes the 68th spot. Then 67, Splatoon 2. Splatoon 2, a lot of personal experience, and you might think, again, it's ranked a bit low. I can understand that. Personal experience, I got this game on launch day, right when it came out. I got breakfast with my mom that day, and I went to GameStop. There were people in line at GameStop, which was crazy for Splatoon 2 at my local GameStop. It was just like, I never seen a line there before, right? Even though we all had pre-orders for the game, right? It was weird. But yeah, I bought Splatoon 2 there. I went home, started grinding it first thing in the morning, like 10 a.m. or whatever it was. I was grinding my Splatoon 2, and it was a really, really good day. It's not any higher because Splatoon 3 is on this list, and it's a lot higher than where I'm at now on my list. Splatoon 3 does everything that Splatoon 2 did, but better, right? So Splatoon 3, I like a lot. I like the whole Splatoon series, but Splatoon 3 is higher. You will see it later on. At 66, I've put Disney Magical World. This game, my friends, peak. Absolute peak. If you had a 3DS and you didn't have Disney Magical World, which I can't really blame you, it wasn't very popular back then, you should try it out. If you like Disney games, then this is a good game for you. But if you like Disney games that are casual, no crazy objective, no crazy platforming, a very chill game, you might like this. Pretty much, you're a kid at Disney World. That's what this game feels like. You're you're reliving the whole Disney World experience. And who doesn't want that? You're meeting Mickey Mouse, Donald, Minnie, all these people. There is still a story mode, and there's some cool things, cool outfits. It's a fun. It was like the cozy game before cozy games were a thing. Like Disney Magical World was great. And I remember my mom bought it for me, which makes it even better. Perfect. I love that game. 65, we have Pikmin 2. Pikmin 2 is the lowest Pikmin game on this list, unfortunately. Personal experience, it was a pretty hard game. Pikmin 2 was a bit difficult, but I did like how it was different. What was that sound? I did like how it was different than Pikmin 1, Pikmin... I mean, we didn't have Pikmin 3 and 4 at the time Pikmin 2 came out, but it was different. It was a different direction. And Pikmin 2, it was more focused on collecting treasure. And I think that's a neat little objective, a nice change in the whole series, to be collecting treasure as opposed to being on a huge time limit, and you gotta be as efficient as possible. It was a good change of pace, and so I like Pikmin 2 a lot. I feel like that it ended a bit early before the post-game. I feel like that it could have gone on a bit longer before post-game begins. It is kind of a hard game, though. I will say that. At 64, can I get a sip, guys? Can I get a sip? This is a lot of talking. I've been talking for like 3.5 hours now. Have I earned a sip of water? Please. Please excuse me. Oh boy. All right. Our next game at 64 goes to Luigi's Mansion 3. Luigi's Mansion 3 makes the 64th position on this list. I've loved Luigi's Mansion ever since I was a kid, and I barely knew what I was doing on the GameCube version of Luigi's Mansion. I won't talk about the GameCube version because we have that coming up soon. Actually, it'll be a while. But Luigi's Mansion 3, I played Halloween time, actually a year after it came out because I didn't buy it right away. And it was, to put it in a good light, it was just what I wanted in a new Luigi's Mansion game, you know? I hadn't played Luigi's Mansion 2. I dibbled and dabbled in it, but I didn't beat it back then. But playing Luigi's Mansion 3, there are clear improvements that you can see from the first one to the third one. So I needed that. Gooigi was a great new gimmick, I guess. And so a lot of good things happened in Luigi's Mansion 3. That is why it is at the 64th position. At 63, we have the hit 3DS game Freaky Forms Deluxe. Freaky Forms Deluxe, man, it was like my childhood favorite game. So I got Freaky Forms Deluxe in the mail one day from Amazon, straight from Amazon, and I didn't really know what I was getting into. And if you do not know what this game is, essentially, you can just create your own character, like your own animal type character, and then take them on this adventure. It's super simple, and it was a cheap game because there wasn't a whole lot to do. But the whole creating aspect, it was like Skylanders Imaginators before Skylanders Imaginators, where you create your own guy, and it can look like anything, and you go and do certain things. There's online play to where you can like share your formies. I believe that was, you know, what it was called in the game. Formies, you can share them online, I think, or like a local play thing. I forget. Share them with your friends. That was nice. Freaky Forms Deluxe. If you're collecting 3DS games, that's a pickup. At 62, we have Mario Golf Super Rush. Super Rush was also very good. Super Rush got a lot of hate on the Switch. No idea why. I thought it was great. The story mode rocked. You had your me doing all the cool stuff. It wasn't like half done, I feel like. There was good dialogue. There were good objectives. It was like one of the better Mario sports games, I think. Like, a lot of people didn't like it for whatever reason. I like Super Rush, and I still play that as my main Mario Golf game. Super Rush was the game, man. It was it was awesome. Play it. Check it out. Like and subscribe. I'm just kidding. At 61, we have Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Kirby and the Forgotten Land makes the 61st spot. What can I say? 3D Kirby. Car Kirby. It's like that Yoshi's Woolly World commercial. Boom Yoshi. String Yoshi. Or whatever the heck. Boom Yoshi. Zoom Yoshi. Tie the boss and string Yoshi. I forget. But it's a mind-blowing Kirby game. I got this also a little bit late. I got it Christmas of 2022. And I remember just, that was a game that I liked playing. It's hard to put it any other way, because I forget a lot of it. I know that it was more challenging than other Kirby games, like more challenging than Kirby Star Allies, right? And it had its own twists and turns. I enjoyed Kirby in the Forgotten Land. That was a real good one. Then at 60, we've got Pikmin 3. Pikmin 3, I played it on stream one time. It's still up there. If you want to find it, it's on my main channel called EmSwizzle. You can find Pikmin 3 there. My entire playthrough. Where do I go with this one? Where do I go with Pikmin 3? It's hard to say about Pikmin 3, man. I think, just like Pikmin 2, it was a good, kind of expansion on the whole Pikmin series. As it should be, right? As it should be. I like the interactive elements with the Wii U gamepad. It was obviously made in conjunction with the whole Wii U system until it was ported to the Switch. The final boss was a little hard. If you watch that stream, I had my brother come and help me. It was a little bit stressful, but we did get it done. Pikmin 3, it was just a solid game. And it's my third favorite Pikmin game. That is correct. It is at the number 60. Number 59. People are going to question this one. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Mainly because I'm not the biggest Smash Bros. Fan. And this is not the highest ranked Smash Bros. Game. I believe, there's two games ahead of it, actually. Smash Ultimate is a phenomenal game. But it's just like Mario Tennis Aces, where you're trying to throw a game at me, and it doesn't stick. Because although Smash Ultimate is the definitive Smash game, it's just like, I liked the other ones better because I had a better personal experience with them. So I would say there's a different Smash game that I do like. I'm going to talk about those in a bit. But Smash Ultimate, you got all the cool characters. I don't have to explain to you why Smash Bros. is on the list. I do have to explain, though, why it's a bit on the lower side. You will see other Smash games in this list that I've had a better time with than Smash Ultimate. At 58, I have bundled in Donkey Konga 1 and Donkey Konga 2, both at the 58 spot, just because they're pretty much the same game aside from different songs, right? Like, it's pretty much the exact same thing. Donkey Konga 1 and Donkey Konga 2. We talked earlier about the DK bongos, how you use the bongos for Donkey Konga, and that, I think, makes this game very fun for me. Using that weird bongo controller for Donkey Konga, it's a rhythm game. I think the only rhythm game on this whole list. How can you not like it? You're like playing these old, real, like 90s songs or whatever. There's Nintendo songs in the game with the bongos. You gotta love it if you're a GameCube fan. Play Donkey Konga. And then, funny enough, our next game is also a Donkey Kong game. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Tropical Freeze, I liked a lot. And I wish I could put this higher. It was a really good game. Like, every single game left is a really good game on this list. But you just can't put it over other games that you had a better time with. Tropical Freeze, no complaints. Nor do I really have to explain why it's on this list. Another Donkey Kong platformer, has its challenges, has its ups, its downs, has a new funky mode. Like, there's a lot of great things in Tropical Freeze, and I have a good personal experience. I got this game on launch day. My family pre-ordered it, and I went home and I had fun. Like, there's a lot to it, you know? But I put it at 57. 56, we have a game that you might not have heard of. If you have heard of it, you might know it because of me, actually. Dinkum. Dinkum is a game for the Steam Deck, or the Steam platform, I guess we would say, so PC or Steam Deck. Dinkum is, I believe, a solo, one-person made game. It's very similar to Animal Crossing in the way that you have this, I guess, island, and you are building it from the ground up. It's very different from Animal Crossing, though, in its own ways. If you look at it visually, it's very, very unique. The graphics are unique. The NPCs are unique. The features are unique. You can jet ski. You can fly around. You can hunt. You can, kill. Like, there's different elements that Animal Crossing should have. A lot of different elements. Bulk crafting, quality of life features. It's like everything that we need in the next Animal Crossing game, except for the whole hunting feature. Maybe not that in Animal Crossing, but Dinkum is like an Animal Crossing fan's dream. Check out Dinkum if you are into what I just, described there. For our next game at the 55 spot, we have Go Vacation. Go Vacation is a very niche, obscure Wii and now brought over to Nintendo Switch game. It is on the Switch. Go Vacation. It's on sale right now as well. It's this game where there's 4 different resorts, like a snow resort, a city resort, a beach resort, and you do all these fun tasks and play these fun games. Like for the beach resort, you can jet ski around the entire place. In the city resort, you can skate around and do all these fun skating games and interact with the people and go on these tours. In the snow place, you can snowboard and ski and all these cool things. And you can even decorate your own home. It's like Animal Crossing, but outdoorsy. I mean, Animal Crossing is outdoors, but like a real adventurous, outdoorsy. It's like if Mario and Sonic at the Olympics met Animal Crossing. That's Go Vacation. That's what it is. There you go. That is Go Vacation for you. And our next game on the list at the 54 slot is Mario Kart 7. Mario Kart 7, I have a lot of nostalgia with. That of course was the 3DS Mario Kart game. And I just have memories of me coming home from school and booting up Mario Kart 7. That was like some of the best times I ever had on my 3DS. Mario Kart 7, I think, might be the 3rd highest ranked Mario Kart game on the list here. I kind of forget. I think it's 3rd or 2nd. But Mario Kart 7, there was no, let's call it how it is, no like crazy defining feature for the game, but a very, very solid improvement from Mario Kart DS. And something to hold us over, not even hold us over, to keep us busy, I guess, until Mario Kart 8. I loved it. At 53, Pokemon Legends Arceus. Arceus was what we needed for Pokemon after Pokemon Sword. Everyone is so used to the classic Pokemon games where you fight all the people and beat the game. Arceus was different. It was like an open area, throw your Pokeball, hope that you catch these Pokemon, story game. I like Arceus a lot, and I actually, of course, beat the game. I played it on launch day. Launch night, I played it at like midnight, And yeah, I like Arceus just for the open area. Like, we never really got the whole open area. I say open area because it wasn't like open world kind of. I mean, it was close, right? But with Arceus, we needed that sort of take. The graphics and the frame rate were a tad bit questionable, but I did like I liked the game for what it is. It goes at the 53 position. At 52, we have Mario Party Superstars. That game speaks for itself, let's be honest. It is kind of a remake of the older boards and the older games from the N64, Mario Party 1, 2, and 3. But I don't factor that in because I never played Mario Party 1, 2, and 3. I would have no idea that this was a remake of like the older board games. I would never even know that. So I look at this game as a brand new Mario Party game, which it is. It's just kind of like a remake of the older stuff. I don't even see that though. I see a brand new Mario Party game in my eyes. Obviously, that's not the case for everyone, but it was fun. And this was like the Mario Party game that I would play on stream back when I was a bit of a smaller YouTuber and liked to stream more. That was the game that I would play. That was like the go-to Mario Party game, even after Super Mario Party came out. Loved it there. At 51, let's take a little sip. We have another Skylanders game. Nice water. And this is Skylanders Spyro's Adventure. Spyro's Adventure. First ever Skylanders game. Me and my brother played it on the Wii. And I got carried most of the time. But I was able to kind of see like what I was doing in the game. And so that made it fun for me in that way. And it's hard to remember a lot, but what I do remember is like getting new Skylanders. I would come home I was in preschool, believe it or not, like 4 years old. And I would come home and I would see a new Skylander on the table that maybe my dad got me as a little gift. I got Zook one time after preschool, the Skylander. It was just like a very memorable game that I have my nostalgia with. That's why it's at 51. Great game overall, though. I have since gone back and played it. Soundtrack is so calming. At the 50s spot, we got Super Mario Galaxy. I know that game, Galaxy, is a lot higher for a lot of people. I think if I had played Galaxy in its prime, in 2009, 10, whenever it came out, I think I would like it a lot more because that game at the time must have been like revolutionary. Like, oh my gosh, best Mario ever. But I played it in last year, 2023, because I never, went back and played it before, right? And, it didn't have that mind-blowing effect because I had already played games like Mario 3D World and all those kinds of 3D Mario Odyssey. Like, it didn't have that effect. Was it still fun? Oh my gosh, it was amazing. But maybe that's why it's at 50 and not like top 20, right? So, great 3D Mario Galaxy. I like the whole Galaxy theme. I wish they would revisit it and make Galaxy 3. Will it ever happen? Probably not. It's kind of late now, and I have yet to play Galaxy 2, so that's why it's not on this list. Mario Galaxy at the 50 slot. Then we move to a Smash Bros. Game. I have Super Smash Bros. Brawl right here at 49, mostly for personal experience. That's why it beats Smash Ultimate. Of course, game for game, Smash Ultimate probably beats Smash Bros. Brawl. Smash Bros. Brawl was my first ever Smash game. My brother got it for Christmas one year. And, a memory just replayed in my head where it totally just, somebody in my head just hit play on a memory. That was why I froze right there. When he got it for Christmas, I was not trying to be a hater, but I looked at the game cover and I was like, oh, it's rated T for teen. And, he wasn't a teenager yet. He was like 11 or something. Dude, he was like 8. He was like 8. He was 8. And if he was 8, I was like 4, if that. I think is mathing? He turns, no, he's 3 years older than me, I think. Yeah, 3 years. So if he must have been 7 and I was 4. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. He must have been 7. He was not 11. I'm not sure where I grabbed that number from. He was 7, I was 4. And I was like, it's teen. He's not a teen. And I think that my dad said, it should be fine. Because like it was cartoon Smash Bros. I don't think that you have to be a teen to play that. Or was it E10 and E10 plus? I think it was teen. It was a teen game. And I thought that was a big no-no. And I brought it up. But anyways, Smash Brawl, great game. First Smash game. Soundtrack, the opening theme. Oh, bring me back. Then 48. You might think I would have this game rated higher, but I don't know. I just don't. 48, we have Mario Odyssey. Mario Odyssey is one of the better 3D Mario games. However, as of right now, it's kind of foggy to me since I played it 7 years ago in 2017. I know it was fun, but I also know in the back of my head, I had played Super Mario 3D World 3-4 years before that, and I know that I had more fun playing Mario 3D World than I had playing Mario Odyssey. I don't know if it's because I like the platforming Mario better, or if I like the 3D Mario World. I don't know what it is, right? So Mario Odyssey just didn't stick, and it didn't become like top 10 games of all time. No, it was fun, but I liked the 2D, not even 2D, just like the Mario level-based games better. That's just me. So 48, we have Mario Odyssey. At 47, we have the certified banger, Nintendo Land. We have Nintendo Land at the 47 spot. Nintendo Land, I gotta say, one of the best party games on the Wii U. Let's call it how it is. And funny enough, next we have a cool party game also on the Wii U, but Nintendo Land. Mario Chase, the Zelda game, the F-Zero game where you tilt your gamepad, the Pikmin, the Animal Crossing. There was never not enough things to do in Nintendo Land. Oh, the Luigi's Mansion game. I still play it with one of my friends to this day. When he comes over, which is very few and far between, we will play Nintendo Land, we will boot it up, and we'll have a great time. Nintendo Land, banger. Next, we have another, as I said, big party game. Wii Party U. Wii Party U is at the 46th spot. Me and my cousins would play this all the time at my grandma's house. Wii Party U, the mini games, the Feed Me game, the that one mini game where you would like go back and forth and like fill up your like water net or whatever the heck. We would play that game. Wii Party U was so. This could be a hot take. I think it was the best game that made the best use of the gamepad. The way it used the gamepad in all of its games, nearly all, was great. You could do like secret things on the gamepad or like point at the gamepad. It was just like it's so good at using the gamepad. Wii Party U, I love. And then I'm going to talk about these two at the same time. Number 45 and number 44. Well, I won't talk at the same time, but I will tell you at the same time, talk about them separately. 44 and 45. At 45, we have Mario Maker 2. At 44, we have Mario Maker 1. Let's start with Mario Maker 2. I love that they added a full-on story mode for Mario Maker 2. That was the first thing that I did. Before I was on Mario Maker 2 playing all of the new levels that people were creating, I was in the story mode first, and that was nice for me, playing these crazy levels that Nintendo made for us. It was nice in that way, and like building, didn't you like build the whole castle and everything? Like that was right? It's foggy, but you would build these things, and I liked the whole Mario Maker story mode. I would play it again if I could, but I think I would have to like reset my game, which I don't want to do that. I could be wrong, but it's aside from that, Mario Maker, you play the levels. It's made tons of cool improvements, adding new things. Gotta love it. Mario Maker 1 is ranked higher. You might be like, Max, why? Mario Maker 1, I had a ball with. I had a great time with. I think Mario Maker 1 beats Mario Maker 2 purely because of nostalgia and personal experience. I got that game, I think, also launch day from GameStop, my friends, and I went home. And because that was the first ever taste that we got of Mario Maker, it was more of like, wow. Whereas Mario Maker 2 was like, whoa, I've played this, but cool, right? Mario Maker 1 gave you that, oh my gosh, this is amazing. When Mario Maker 2 dropped, we were used to it. Mario Maker 1, I was making some of the coolest levels when I was like 8 years old, or, whenever it came out. I think I was 8 or so. I was making the coolest levels. That was my game that I would play every single day for like a week straight back when it came out. And I just have a really good time with Mario Maker. I still sometimes play my old levels to this day. They're amazing. What can I say? They're amazing. At 43, we have Mario and Sonic at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games. This is, I think, my favorite Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games game. Personal experience, 2016, I was still growing up. It was on the Wii U. I didn't know where Rio even was. I just was so hyped because they added soccer or football to Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, and I was hyped about that. I was hyped that it was a Summer Olympics game. I said that I like the winter ones better, but like I can go for a summer Mario and Sonic game. I got it for like a little 4th grade or whatever, 3rd grade, like little graduation gift from my dad. So that was nice. I got that. And yeah, I think that's my favorite Mario and Sonic game. At 42, we have another Skylanders game, and that is Skylanders Swap Force. Swap Force was great because by the time Swap Force came out, I was able to like look online and see what Skylanders I wanted to ask for Christmas, and I got a bunch of Skylanders Swap Force things for Christmas. I got those 3 packs, man. I was rolling in it. Swap Force was amazing though, because even after I had beaten Swap Force, I was real into the battle mode. I was like, I love battle mode. And I would even like replay some of the story stuff. Skylanders, I was obsessed with back then, of course. And so Swap Force makes the 42nd position on my list here. Now, the 41st game, we're in the top 40 now, almost. New Super Mario Bros. U. Mario Bros. U was the first Mario Bros. Game that I played where I knew what I was doing. So that made it cool. That made it cool for sure. It's not higher than it is because Mario Bros. U felt a little bit too much like Mario Bros. Wii, to where like they improved very few things. Like it looks nearly the same. So it's not higher, but it was a great 2D Mario game. People give it flack. I think it was pretty good. It's on Switch now and everything. Gotta love it. At 40, bit of a controversial one. Mario Strikers Battle League. So a lot of people don't like this game because it doesn't have enough content. And when I tell you, I fully agree with you. That game does not have enough content. But the reason why it's ranked 40 for me is because it is Mario Strikers in its highest quality, highest graphics on the big screen. It's just the newest Mario Strikers, and I love Mario Strikers. I am honestly not going to boot up Mario Strikers Charged over Mario Strikers Battle League just to play a Mario Strikers game. I'm just not going to do that. Like, I'm going to play the newest one regardless of how much content it has or doesn't have. That's why it's 40th. If a new Mario Strikers game comes out, it'll probably take the spot of Strikers Battle League. Battle League is not the best Mario Strikers game, but it's the best looking one. It's the one that I will boot up in 2024. That's what I'm on about with Mario Strikers. That's why that's why it is 40th. At 39, we have Nintendo Switch Sports. As you'll notice, it's not as high as Wii Sports, but Switch Sports does get its cake, does get its flowers. Switch Sports, as much as we can all say Wii Sports is better, Switch Sports does have the, HDified tennis and golf and what's the other sport? I mean, it adds soccer, it adds Chambara. Chambara was in Sports Resort, but, either way. It adds basketball, which also was in Wii Sports Resort, but It's a new take on the whole series that we love. And when, no matter which one is better or which one is worse, it's still a fun time. It's a fun time that you can sink hours into, especially the soccer mode. You can sink hours into. I was so hyped for when this game launched. I bought it, and I've been loving it ever since. I think Wii Sports might be cooler, but Switch Sports is up there, man. It's kind of cool. At 38, we have Mario Power Tennis. Well, Mario Power Tennis is my favorite Mario Tennis game of all time. I don't really think there's a better one out there. Mario Tennis Aces is your only competition. And even still, for me personally, personal experience, Mario Power Tennis, I think has a better vibe to it. It's not like Mario Tennis Aces. It just feels very like revolutionary. Like, let's go. Newest Mario Tennis. Mario Power Tennis, it feels like you're just at like a tennis court with your friend and you're going back and forth. Like, something about it just feels simpler. Like, it just feels nicer, more convenient. I like it. I've played it on the GameCube and the Wii. I like both. I enjoy both. Next at 37, can I get a sip? Yeah, I need a sip, guys. Good times. 37, we have Mario Kart Wii. Mario Kart Wii, of course, I believe this is the second or first. It depends if I played Mario Kart DS first. Second or first Mario Kart game I ever played. And Mario Kart on the big screen, I don't have to explain to you why this is on my list. It's Mario Kart. We all know what Mario Kart is and what it's all about, obviously, right? So Mario Kart is at 37. Mario Kart Wii, sorry. Can you get enough? I still play it to this day. I will say it is ranked this high a lot because of CTGP. CTGP is the, you can add more tracks. They're like modded tracks to your Mario Kart game. You can add this mod called CTGP, and it adds tons of tracks, tons of cool things. I think that's why some of my love for the game is still kept. Thank you, CTGP team. At 36, we have Mario 3D Land. Mario 3D Land. Come on. That game's fire. That game's good as well. 3D Land, although it may not be as good as 3D World, in my opinion, it was a little bit short, albeit, but it was a phenomenal little Mario adventure for any 3DS owner. If you're a 3DS owner and it's prime time, Mario 3D Land is like one of the essential games, right? 3D Mario on the handheld. Not something that you really would ever see. Not really. 3D Mario 3D Land at the 36th spot. 35. Guess what, guys? We have an Animal Crossing game. Animal Crossing GameCube makes the 35th spot on my list. Look at that. Animal Crossing GameCube, it's more of what you know, it's rather less of what you know about Animal Crossing New Horizons. It's the first ever Animal Crossing game besides the N64 one only in Japan. Like, it's pretty much the first Animal Crossing game ever made. And while, if you go back to it, you aren't going to see many things from New Horizons. New Horizons, of course, adds so many more things. But the Animal Crossing GameCube one, there's a lot of times where you go back to older games in a game's franchise and they're just so hard to play because they're so different. Animal Crossing GameCube is not like that. Like, you can still play it to this day, and dare I say, it holds up. Like, it's still a fun game to play to this day. They have all of the holiday events, or at least the major ones, of course. They have sassy dialogue. Like, it's a nice game to play even to this day. At 34, also not a game on Nintendo platforms, we have UFC 5. I've talked about UFC 5 on this podcast UFC 5 is just the newest UFC fighting game for the Xbox Series and the PS5. It's a fighting game that I like to play in my free time when I'm not playing on my Switch. I play it on my Xbox. It's a fighting game. It's a mixed martial arts game based on the of course, the UFC fighting organization in real life. If you're looking for a fighting game or if you're a UFC fan, UFC 5, although it has its glitches, it has people saying like, it's not a $70 game. I don't think that it's worth $70 either, but is it fun? Like, yeah, it's pretty fun. So UFC 5 does make the list. At 33, my highest ranked Smash Bros. Game is Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, my friends. For the Wii U, this is my favorite Smash game. Personal experience. I got this on my birthday in 2014, which was quite some time ago, a decade ago. And I got it, and my favorite part, I didn't get any amiibo when the game launched, but I had heard of these amiibo, and I bought some a little bit after, like, I think after Christmas, I had gotten some amiibo, and just the entire time, that like in that era, when I went into play Smash, I would play as my Mii character when I was like 7, 8, 9 years old. Smash Bros. Wii U was the game to play when I was 7, 8, 9 years old. Like, it was, and that's partially why it like is so in my head. It's like a nostalgic thing now. So that's why it's my favorite Smash game. Is it the best one? I don't know. But it's like, you know, my favorite one. The one that I resonate with most. At 32, we have my favorite Pokemon game, Pokemon X. Pokemon X on the 3DS is my favorite Pokemon game, albeit I've only played Pokemon X and Pokemon Sword, really. I've dibbled and dabbled in Pokemon Leaf Green, but not enough to give my full opinion on it. So, Pokemon X, you know, I'm not sure if it's like the best Pokemon game out there, but it's one of the two that I've played. And there's, you know, once again, I'm not sure if there's a real defining feature, but a lot of it is nostalgia. I picked Fennekin as my starter. He was my first ever Pokemon, and I've had Pokemon X ever since like 2014 or so, but I've never beaten it until about last year. I played it. I played through it, and I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed the ending. I enjoyed all of your like rival NPC people. I enjoyed that entire crew. I liked everyone. I liked the dialogue. Pokemon X, favorite Pokemon game out there. Then, at 31, we have New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Mario Bros. Wii, you know, of course, makes the list here. Mario Bros. Wii, my first or second Mario Bros. Game. It depends if I played the DS one first. Obviously, the DS one came out first, but I forget which one I had played first. Mario Bros. Wii. What do I have to tell you? There's a reason why you still hear this game being brought up in 2024, 15 years later. There's a reason why it's still brought up all the time. Mario Bros. Wii is one of the best Wii games. You cannot have a Wii without having Mario Bros. Wii. It's like Mario 3D Land, an essential to have if you have that console. Not much to say on why it is the 31st favorite game. However, guess what? It's not even my favorite Mario Bros. Game. We will get to that in a minute. I mean, like, literally a minute. At 30, we have Sonic Colors, my favorite Sonic game. We're, like, getting to the point of this list where every game left, not every, but, like, most of them are my favorite games of certain series. Sonic Colors is my favorite Sonic game. I've told this story before, but, like, I once got a haircut and then went to GameStop afterwards, and I bought Sonic Colors there, I think, and I went home and had a blast. Sonic Colors was a game that I had at like 4 or 5 years old on the DS and on the Wii as well. And because of that, it creates those deep memories. That is why it is my favorite Sonic game. Of course, it's a fun game as well. I have the Ultimate version on Switch. I love Sonic Colors, man. Nostalgic, and the soundtrack, the Shooting for the Stars theme, amazing. At 29, we have New Super Mario Bros. 2, my favorite New Super Mario Bros. Game. It's kind of weird to put this game above Mario Bros. Wii, but I definitely do put it there. I 100% do. And I guess reason being, maybe nostalgia. You know, I definitely knew more of what I was doing when I played Mario Bros. 2 on the 3DS than I knew what I was doing when I played Mario Bros. Wii on the Wii, right? Like, I could know what I was doing, and I do have these memories of like coming back from the pool and grinding Mario Bros. 2. I just have good memories with it. I have good memories, and I had a really, really good time with it. So Mario Bros. 2 is my favorite Mario Bros. Game. I have a favorite Mario game coming up soon, but favorite new Super Mario Bros. Game. 2D Mario. At 28, we have a game that I picked up in 2021, Punch-Out Wii. Punch-Out Wii is my favorite Punch-Out game of all time. And Punch-Out Wii, my friends, is peak. Who said it? Somebody on the podcast said it. Was it Mac from Switch Stop? Somebody said Punch-Out is like a rhythm game disguised as a boxing game. And I agree with that. Punch-Out, I like boxing as it is. So to have a Nintendo-made boxing game, perfect, right? Punch-Out is nice because what it feels like is just boss battle after boss battle after boss battle, where you fight these guys in the game and you have to learn all their moves and keep on fighting them until you learn it, and then you beat them up finally. Like, it's a bunch of boss battles over and over, and I like that. I like a game where you are not just constantly progressing. You have to fight the same guy over and over and keep learning how to beat him, and then when you finally beat him, you win. And of course, I love boxing, as I said, so that'll, of course, give this game brownie points. At 27, can I get a sip? Can I please get a sip here? I'm needing more sips of water. 27, guess what? Zelda Breath of the Wild. Zelda Breath of the Wild makes the 27th spot on my list. Nothing bad to say about Breath of the Wild. The reason why it's ranked here is because it does not beat any of the games that are coming up on this list. I just can't put it above any of those. But nothing bad that would make it the 27th ranked game. It's so good. It's one of the best Zelda games. I have another Zelda game next, but Breath of the Wild, if you've played it, you will know it's one of the better, if not the best Zelda game, in your opinion. In my opinion, the second best Zelda game is Zelda Tears of the Kingdom at the number 26th spot. At 26, we have Tears of the Kingdom. I just put it over Breath of the Wild. I could not put it very far over Breath of the Wild because they're so not even similar. They are similar, but like, it was just hard to pick one, so I put them right next to each other. But I do think I give the edge to Tears of the Kingdom in terms of which game is better. So, no explain. Like, do you want me to explain why Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is 26th? I liked the puzzles. I liked the final boss. I did like the final boss a lot. I liked the final boss, and guess what? I beat the final boss with no damage taken. Because I came to the final boss with 3 hearts, and I had to take no damage or else I would lose one hit. So that's why I did that. At 25, we have Paper Mario, the Thousand Year Door, my favorite Paper Mario game, although albeit I have only ever played Thousand Year Door and the first one in the series. I love Thousand Year Door. The dialogue was fun. All the places that I went in the game were fun. I love Chapter 3. I won't say what it is because there are some people who are still playing Thousand Year Door. I love Chapter 3 a whole lot. It was just, if there's any game that is worth like your 22, 23 hours or whatever, it's Thousand Year Door. If there's any GameCube remake on Switch that is worth your money, it's Thousand Year Door. I never got the hype about this game until I played it. Until you play it, you will never know how great of a game it is. It's fantastic. At 24, we have the classic. It was bound to be on this list at some point. Wii Sports. Wii Sports is the 24th favorite game on my list. Wii Sports, baseball, freaking tennis, golf, bowling, boxing. You had all the cool sports. I think I named all of them. Either way, my favorite sport, I think, was probably bowling. And Wii Sports was just, it's one of those timeless games on the Wii where you can play it whenever you want. And you can play it with whoever you want and always have a fun time. it's, a game that you still see being memed to this day in a positive way. Like, I can't say the one bowling meme, but it's a timeless classic. How could it not be in the top 25? Wii Sports, and then because the other one is so similar, Wii Sports Resort is my 23rd favorite game of all time. I put it above Wii Sports because it's pretty much Wii Sports, but better. Like, I probably should put it above Wii Sports, but they're similar concepts, so they do go right next to each other. So 23rd is Wii Sports Resort. I love the sword fighting mode. I love the basketball mode, and I love the my favorite is the sword fighting when like you're on that path and like you have to like knock the people out that are like in front of you. That's my favorite one. At 22, believe it or not, I have bundled all three of these games together. Disney Infinity 1.0, Disney Infinity 2.0, and Disney Infinity 3.0, all in one. Now, they're all different. Each game improves some stuff, and they all have different themes. The first one was like Disney themed. Second one was Marvel themed. Third one was like Star Wars and more of Disney stuff. So they all are different. However, they're all same concept. There's a few story modes, and there's a big open toy box. I figured they were all similar enough to put them in the same category. So at 22, you have Disney Infinity 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. I must have sunk. I probably have like 300 hours into every game combined, which is not a crazy amount. Like now I have 2,000 hours into Animal Crossing New Horizons. But for me back then, going to school, not playing games too much, that was a lot for me. For me, that was a gigantic amount. So I could find the exact hours if I wanted to. It might be more than that, but definitely a lot of time sunk into Disney Infinity. Then at the 21st spot, we have Mario Kart 8 and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I bundled them, together because they're pretty much the exact same game. Just one is a deluxe version, one is on the Wii U. Regardless, same game. It is, I believe, this is the highest ranked Mario Kart game. I just believe Mario Kart 8 is the best Mario Kart game. Not to mention, personal experience. Fun fact, I pre-ordered Mario Kart 8 for the Wii U from Amazon, and it came like 3 days early. It was insane. So that was like a fun experience for me. And just the game overall, it is the best, most polished, greatest Mario Kart game out there. So we will see if Mario Kart 9 tops that, but yeah, Mario Kart 8 is in the top 21, the 21st spot. At 20, we have my favorite Zelda game, Zelda Skyward Sword. I never played Skyward Sword until it was HDified for the Switch. I played it and fell in love with the entire story. It was my favorite Zelda story out of any of the ones I've played. I've not played every Zelda game. I have yet to play Ocarina of Time and, Majora's Mask. However, Skyward Sword, once again, fell in love with. The boss battle was challenging, but not like absurdly challenging. The Girahim fights were amazing. It was that recurring thing that would keep happening, those Girahim fights. Groose was funny. Like the whole game was just amazing. I wish I had played it on the Wii. I wish I was like this age that I am right now, like 17, when the Wii came out. Like I wish that was the case. But alas. At 19, we have another me-focused game, and that is Miitopia. Miitopia, I was big on before the game even came out. I was big on Miitopia. What, came out like July of 2017 or somewhere in that range. I was big on it. I played the demo before it even released. And I was just hooked on Miitopia. I love the Mii games. As I've told you guys, I'm a real casual kind of gamer. So when I heard that Miitopia was happening, I'm all in. I pre-ordered it digitally. That was before I knew to buy physical games because they are kind of better. And Miitopia, man, level-based kind of game. And your Mii's personalities would come out. You could play the arcade games. You could feed the Miis. Like, it was just a very good Mii game, and I'm glad that they brought it to the Switch. At 18, we have Pikmin 1, my second favorite Pikmin game. I just liked the charming aspect of it. The how do I put it? I liked it because Nintendo, you can really tell that they were trying something new when you play it. All of Olimar's notes and stuff, that's all nice to read. I like the Forest of Hope soundtrack. Everything was just cool about Pikmin 1. It was simple, it was nice, and I could imagine playing that on GameCube back in the day must have been so cool. Like back when it was like first released. At 17, we have an Animal Crossing title. This is Animal Crossing City Folk. City Folk goes at the 17th spot. As we said earlier, City Folk is kind of like an HD version of Animal Crossing Wild World. How could you hate it? City Folk has Brewster, has the great soundtrack, has that's about it. It has the city. It has a lot of cool things. City Folk was on the Wii as well, which is one of my favorite consoles. So everything about City Folk just makes it at the 17th spot. If you're an Animal Crossing New Horizons fan, I would say go back if you can and give City Folk a try. When you boot up the game and you hear that like Wii channel theme, no. Wait, how does it go? Like the Wii intro channel. That's so nice to hear now. Play a City Folk, please. In other regions, it's called Animal Crossing Let's Go to the City. Either one, it's the same game. Buy it, please. At 16, we have Splatoon 3. Guess what? Not even the highest ranked Splatoon game on this list, but Splatoon 3 is just the definitive version of Splatoon. Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2. It's got every mode that was pretty much ever introduced. Turf War, Salmon Run, Clam Blitz, Tower Control, Splat Zones, and Rainmaker. Like, everything. It has the card game. It has private battles, of course. It has tons of shopping. It has that locker feature. It has the training room before you get into battles. More weapons. It's just the best Splatoon game in terms of quality. However, there's one Splatoon game that I have ranked higher because of personal experience. At 15, we have, I think, my favorite Skylanders game, my highest ranked one, Skylanders Trap Team. Trap Team is the greatest Skylanders game, and no one could ever prove me wrong. The home lobby with that soundtrack, that peaceful little charming soundtrack, the little, like the whole plaza when you would come back from missions was so nostalgic and is so nostalgic. The entire game itself, the final boss, the chaos fight, trapping chaos, everything, like Trap Team was just solid in every single aspect of a Skylanders game, and the whole trap gimmick was even cooler, how you can trap villains and play as them. You cannot get me to say enough good things about Skylanders Trap Team. Number 15 for you. At 14, highest ranked Luigi's Mansion game, Luigi's Mansion 1 for the GameCube. Nostalgic, mostly nostalgic. I have gone back and replayed it by myself, and I still put it at number 1. It was, I mean, even like how I was saying, Pikmin 1 was simple. Luigi's Mansion 1 was just simple, but effective. It was super effective, some might say. It didn't have as many gimmicks, but I kind of liked that about it. And it was very straightforward, and something about the whole GameCube graphics and the GameCube era adds brownie points to like any game for me. So that's why Luigi's Mansion 1 beats 2 and 3, and it's at the 14th ranked spot. At 13, another Animal Crossing title, Animal Crossing Happy Home Designer. I got this game for my birthday in, I think, 2014 or 15, somewhere around there. Those birthdays were stacked, by the way. I talk about those a lot. I got Happy Home Designer, and I played it all day. That was like the main thing that I did on my birthday back then. I always wanted an Animal Crossing spin-off like that, where you could decorate your house and other villagers' houses and build like a school. You know, I didn't imagine the exact spin-off that we got in Happy Home Designer, but I imagined like, man, I want to decorate more. I feel like that's maybe something that this game is lacking. You know, you couldn't decorate outside in New Leaf. And so in Happy Home Designer, you can. And so it was great. The soundtrack, the title theme, take me back. Can I get a sip here? Awesome. At number 12, very simple game. Sorry, not simple game, but like, no, not, there's not a lot of explaining. Minecraft is at number 12. Minecraft was a big game for me back in the day. I would always love to play Minecraft. On my little laptop, I would build like little pixel art things. I would play online. I would play on these like creative servers. I would play mini games, even though I wasn't good at them. I was a big Minecraft player. It was never like my main game for like weeks on end, but I do have memory of like coming home from school and hopping on Minecraft and just having a good old time for a few hours. Minecraft, I did so many things: single player, online servers, creative world, creative single player, where I would build random builds, I guess. Minecraft, I still play it to this day, obviously, and that alone should show you how good the game is. I first played it like not right when it came out, but like 2013. Like I was like pretty early onto Minecraft. Pretty good. At number 11, also a game not on Nintendo platforms, FIFA 16. FIFA 16 did wonders for me. So FIFA 16, the soccer game, I played on my Xbox One. And the thing about FIFA 16, I took a break from playing Wii U games in 2016 and poured like all my time into FIFA 16. Because back then, I was really into soccer. I was really into like, honestly, I was a bandwagon FC Barcelona fan because Messi was there. And so I was really into soccer, and I played FIFA, and it was like everything that I want. I can watch these players play on the TV, and then they're in my game, in my FIFA Ultimate Team. I mostly played Ultimate Team, and I had a pretty good Ultimate Team for being 8 years old. For being 8, I had a great Ultimate Team, man. FIFA 16 will live forever in my heart. Its online servers are down though, so unfortunate. At number 10, top 10 games of all time, my friends, we kick it off with Splatoon 1. Splatoon 1 is, obviously, like Splatoon 3 beats Splatoon 1, but there's a reason why people go back and play Splatoon 1. And that's because it still is a charming game. When you like a series and you go back to the first game in the series, like there's a charm factor there. I got the Splatoon 1 game on launch day, and I didn't play on launch day because I was on vacation, but I got it on launch day. I played it a few days later, had a whole pre-order from Amazon and everything, and I fell in love with the game. I would eat my little pretzel dogs while playing, and even just being in like second or third grade, or whatever I was in, it was like the after school game for me. You get home from school and you run down to go and play Splatoon 1. Gotta love it. It was phenomenal. Splatoon 1, its online servers are down now, but I would recommend that you buy it and play story mode because it's not very cheap. It's not very expensive. It's pretty cheap. At number 9, we have Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, mostly for the Wii U. I wanted this game for the Wii U so bad, and when I got it, popped it in the Wii U, and I was just like, I was in heaven. I was in freaking heaven with Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. It's similar to like Mario vs. Donkey Kong, where it's not very hard puzzles, but you can look at it and say, oh, if I do this and that, oh, I got it. Like, it's puzzles that you can easily figure out, and that's why I like Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. And I played the game when I was like 7, 8, or 9, and just being that young, like Toad appeals to kids of that age. So everything about the game, the soundtrack, the upbeatness, the positivity, and the Wii U gamepad support, everything made it a very fun game for me. At number 8, we have my favorite, or my, I don't know. These are kind of tied for like my favorite Wii game. We Wish You a Merry Christmas for Nintendo Wii. I'm not sure which one is my favorite Wii game. City Folk or We Wish You a Merry Christmas. The reason why the We Wish You a Merry Christmas game is in my top 10 games of all time is for so much nostalgia. So this is what can be called a shovelware game for the Wii. We Wish You a Merry Christmas. Can be called shovelware, right? But, but, this game is not the highest quality of games. It's pretty good, but it's not like Mario Odyssey, right? like obviously. I believe when it comes down to games like this, it's about how much happiness the game brings you. It's about how much happiness this game can bring you. And We Wish You a Merry Christmas for the Wii has brought me a ton of happiness in the month of December. In the month of December, it's a joy to play. It's a pleasure to play. It's so much fun, and I look forward to it every single day. And I'm going to be playing it this year as well. We Wish You a Merry Christmas. If you want to at all get into the Christmas spirit, if you do celebrate, this is the perfect game to do so. There's no better Christmas game on any Nintendo platform than We Wish You a Merry Christmas. It would never happen, but I would love if that could get ported to the Switch. Would never happen, but would be amazing. At number 7, we have Tomodachi Life. Actually, Tomodachi Life, another me-type game. This was one that I could snuggle up on the couch and play when I was a lot younger. On weekends, I would get back from the pool, just like how I did with Mario Bros. 2 and Mario Kart 7, and I could play some Tomodachi Life. I would add all of my in-school friends in here. I would add my family in here, and they would all be like, my dad's at the pool. My cousin is talking to this person. It's all of your close people in your life in this one game, and there's chaos happening every single day. That's why I like Tomodachi Life, and I put it at number 7. At number 6, a game that came out very, very recently, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, I think, is one of my favorite. Well, it's my favorite. Oh, did I say that Mario Bros. 2 was my favorite 2D Mario? I was wrong. Mario Bros. Wonder is my 6th favorite game of all time. That is the best 2D Mario game. Easily. There's so much mix-up, so much chaos with all the Wonder Seeds. That's all crazy mix-up, crazy cool. What else can I go to here? Even just the fun touches in the levels, like the piranha plants singing, the freaking... even... And it sounds dumb, but the online play where you can see all those other online ghosts, just that kind of community interaction was so much fun for me. I love that. And Mario Bros. Wonder just improved on everything that 2D Mario needed after 10 years of absence. Mario Bros. Wonder, number 6. Number 5 is another Mario game. Super Mario 3D World is number 5. My favorite Mario game of all time. I got 3D World for Christmas when I got a Wii U, and I played it first thing, and I was blown away by how great these graphics were. And doing that water level with Plessy, that little dinosaur thing, was peak life. Like the best, most fun I've ever had in my entire life. That level was just, it was just amazing. I couldn't find better than that, I like Mario 3D World a little bit too much, but it is number 5, top 5 games of all time. And for anyone who has played it, you will probably know why. It was just the best Mario level-based game out there. And it was revolutionary for the Wii U. And it's nostalgic to me. That's why it's number 5. Number 4, it's pretty fitting. Pikmin 4. Pikmin 4 is my 4th favorite game of all time. Pikmin 4, I had so much fun with. I would play that game 5 times over and over and over. Pikmin 4 is so much fun. Not only is the world beautiful, not only is it so much fun just being smaller than everything around you, but the Dandori mode and the long story mode and the post game, everything was just so much fun. Having Ochi there's something satisfying about just grabbing treasure from all around these maps. There's something just so much fun about it. And Pikmin 4 captures that perfectly. So Pikmin 4 is the best Pikmin experience that you can ever get in any Pikmin game. Pikmin 4. Please buy it if you have a Switch. It's the best out there. Number 3, another Code Recollection. a visual novel game that came out this year, most recent game in the top 10. And a lot of people don't like it. A lot of people don't like that game. I love it so much because it's got a fire story mode. The story mode is one of the best I've seen, like the story of the actual game. If it was a book, I would read it and enjoy it so much. There's so much mystery. And what's good about this story is there's so many like big twists and turns and things that you have to constantly figure out and put things like all together. It's almost like a detective game almost. Not exactly, but kind of, right? And there's 2 games in one. So there's the trace memory side of it and the lost memories side of it. Like there's 2 stories, 2 games in one. It's like 20 hours of gameplay, which is very, very good. And I just kept staying on my toes, waiting to see what this game comes to. Another Code Recollection. I can't get enough of it. Oh, man. And then my top 2 games of all time. Number 2, Animal Crossing New Horizons. What do I have to say? You have your whole island. You can design it from the ground up. Multiplayer is not great, but when they added that 2.0 update, man, that made the game so much better. There's not enough good things I can say about New Horizons. It is the game that I have put the most time into, like 2,300 hours or so. And this saved me during the pandemic. Sorry, I shouldn't say that it saved me. I was totally fine, but it gave me something to do, I guess is how I should actually word that. It gave me something to do during the pandemic, and for that, I thank New Horizons very much. New Horizons, I still play to this day, and will probably still play in years to come. Number 1, guys, a lot of you know this, Animal Crossing New Leaf is my favorite game of all time. At the number 1 position, can I get some freaking cahoots that I have finished my top 100 games of all time? Blow that confetti cannon right there. Now there's confetti and there's streamers on the actual camera. Guys, New Leaf is my favorite game of all time. In Animal Crossing New Leaf, you have to it's just the best ever Animal Crossing game. Seriously. It's the best one by far. The soundtrack is phenomenal. The freaking villagers, the dialogue is not too sassy, but it's pretty mean, but it's also very good. Tortimer Island was in that game. I'm cleaning up some confetti as I talk. Tortimer Island was in there. You had good multiplayer, and all your friends could go to Tortimer Island, which was like a mini game island kind of thing. Do you want me to keep saying good things about New Leaf? Because I can. The train station thing was great. Main Street with all those shops there was amazing. Toy Day, all of the holiday events were the best that they've ever been, and New Horizons does not even beat that. New Leaf is the best ever Animal Crossing game, and if you have not played it, if there's any game that I can make people buy, it's New Leaf. Buy New Leaf, please. It's the greatest decision that you will ever make. And that is my top 100 games of all time. Now, after that, I hope that you enjoyed me talking for like 2 hours straight, probably more than that. It is time to give you all a Nintendo eShop gift card. I have a $10 US gift card before we get to the Q&A segment. And for my friends in the US, this is for you. $10, here we go. Get your eShops ready. E0JV7R0QV7. VSNF8N44. That is once again E0JV7R0QVSNF8N44. There you go. That is the eShop gift card, and now, my friends, let's not delay what you want to hear. The Answering Your Questions segment, where I answer almost every single question that I was asked on this podcast. I hope that you all enjoyed that last segment, but it's time to get to business. Let's go. Mario Matter listeners, welcome to the biggest ever Answering Your Questions segment, where I, EmSwizzle, answer your questions you've asked me. Now, typically, I ask on my main channel community post tab every single Wednesday, hey, ask me questions and goodbye. And normally I just pick out 10, 15, at the most. I have picked out nearly every single one that was left. It's like 170 or something, and we're going to answer every single one. I'm not sure how fast I'll answer them or how slow. I think each one is, will be different, but I have pretty much every single question here. I skipped a few that just didn't make sense, but if you left a question before Thursday, you're probably in here. So stay tuned. Your question is likely answered. And with that said, let's go ahead and just dive in to this massive Q&A. I'm excited, man. There's a lot of cool questions in here. We start with Train R Studios, who asks, if you had to ask Shigeru Miyamoto one question and he will have to answer it no matter what would it be? Also, by the way, congrats on 100 Mario Matter episodes. They're always really fun. Thank you. For those who don't know, because I know that some people don't know, Shigeru Miyamoto is the creator of Mario. So what would I ask him if I could ask him something? I would ask him, I don't know. It would have to depend on what I'm feeling at that moment. That's a hard question for me to answer. I would ask him if I could tour his Animal Crossing New Horizons island, or well, if he can't say no, I can do whatever I want. Or no. Well, sorry. He will have to answer it no matter what. Not say no. Okay, so sorry. I misinterpreted it. Does Mario secretly have a third brother? There you go. That's a good one. Icy Kirby asks, we are now at 100 episodes. Where do you see the podcast going in the future? Upwards and onwards and upwards. Do you know how I actually didn't, I didn't do it today, but I usually introduce this podcast as the unofficial, official #1 Nintendo podcast. Hopefully we do get official #1 status in the next decade or so. That's a goal. I see it going in that direction. And I'm never gonna stop. Here's the thing. Not to call people out, but I'm just saying what generally happens with podcasts. A lot of people don't see the numbers that they want, therefore they stop after a while. The thing is about me is I don't care about any numbers in terms of my podcast. With shorts and my long forms, I look at the numbers and I adjust what I'm doing. I mean, with the podcast, I adjust what I'm doing and try to be better each time. But I love to podcast and talk to people about Nintendo. It's so much fun for me. I don't think I'll ever stop doing it. Might that not age well? I don't know, but I just love to do this. So the Mario Matter will always be here in some way, shape, or form. I'm not saying this will happen, but imagine maybe in 5 years it would evolve into a show where I bring on a co-host. I'm not saying that'll happen. I don't know, but this will always be a thing in some way. The Mario Matter, where I see it going, onwards and upwards, growing every single day. And I just for me as well, to get better at podcasting each time that I come here. And I feel that I'm doing that. So that's a success for me. Noah Rudolph asks, will Nintendo make another hybrid console after Switch 2? Or will they go back to separate handheld and home consoles? I think that they'll make a hybrid console, but I think it'll be insane. Do you know some people, I mean, including me, I've thrown this idea out there. I've talked about how Switch 2 should have 2 screens so then you can play Wii U games and 3DS games. I don't think that'll be Switch 2, but that should be Switch 3. So I think that Switch 3, though it's very far away, should be a hybrid console still. Because it's kind of hard to go back to home console and handheld, but it should be crazy, crazy cool. Because by that time, guys, it'll be 2030 when the Switch 3 comes out. It should be insane. It'll probably be 2032, by the way. 2032 Switch 3 should be nuts. But yeah, they should stay hybrid, I think. And I think that they will stay hybrid because you can't really go back. Hamza asks, how do you feel that you finally reached 100 episodes of the podcast? Do not worry, guys. Most of the questions are not podcast questions. But this one, how do I feel? It feels great. It just feels like time totally flew. like from when I started in June 2023. I mean, sorry, 2022. It was 2022. Sorry. All the way up until August 2024. Like, it just feels like a blur, but in a good way. Like, it's been some ride, you know, like it's been cool. I've talked to a lot of cool people since we've started having guests on. I feel almost accomplished because a lot of podcasts don't see episode 100, let alone episode 10. Like, to get to 100, that's like personal commitment, you know? And so I pat myself on the back for that, for showing up 100 times. I've missed some weeks here and there. But I don't think that I've missed one episode this year. If I have missed one, it's not been more than one. I don't think any, none this year. Like, I feel accomplished and I feel good about it. I feel very good. Thank you, Hamza, for the question. Let's keep going, guys. I'm on page 5 of my notes. I have 23 pages. All right, the Luigi matter. If you would create a new species in Animal Crossing, what would it be? And congrats for getting to episode 100. Thank you. New species, let's think. They have pretty much everything. I would make that's so difficult. I would make raccoons. And they have Tom Nook, obviously. Like you have Tom Nook. He's a raccoon, right? But make them villagers too. Isabelle is a dog, but they have dog villagers. Like, bring me raccoon villagers, you know? I would want that. Because as I just said, like NPCs, they're all like animals that already exist. Isabelle, dog, you have dogs in the game. Give me raccoons and I'll be satisfied. And that's actually pretty realistic. Chaz Games asks, what are your current expectations for Mario and Luigi Brothership? Honestly, I don't know how to answer that because I'm in the middle of playing Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, and I don't really know what to expect out of anything. I'm not sure what to expect for the rest of that game. In the next game, I don't really know. I expect, honestly, I can say this, I expect the game to be received pretty well because you've had all this time. You've had all this time. You've brought new people onto the Mario and Luigi team, and you brought previous people who worked on those games. I would expect this game to be phenomenal. Like, every good part of Nintendo is being poured into this game. I would expect it to be received well. Mimic asks, if you had to, which character would you add to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? Congrats on episode 100. Thank you. Honestly, like, not to be boring, but it's no secret that my favorite franchise is Animal Crossing. I would go Tom Nook. You have Isabelle, Brewster. That would never happen, but that'd be great. I would go, because you're only asking one character, I would say Tom Nook. Tom Nook to be with Isabelle in the villager. Yeah, Tom Nook. I would say Tom Nook. Not to be basic, but Tom Nook it is. If I couldn't pick Tom Nook, I would probably pick Toad, but Captain Toad. Give me Captain Toad in Mario Kart. Rapu asks, which weapon do you main in Splatoon 3? I believe that I main the Splooshomatic, which is a weapon that I've used ever since Splatoon 2. If I don't, it's something very similar to that if I don't main that. I think it's Splooshomatic. If it's not, it's just like it though. Like, it's so similar. Splooshomatic. The guy from Fortnite 1945 asks, if you could permanently delete a Switch game, which one would it be and why? Also, congrats on the 100th episode. Here's to 200, indeed. Delete one Switch game? I mean, I guess I would delete my least favorite game, and that is also no secret. If you've watched my content, I hate this Switch game. It's called Advent Calendar. It's a bad Christmas game. I would delete that one. Gotta be deleting your least favorite game, and that's my least favorite game. Nintendoad77 asks, what is your favorite Mii game? For example, Wii Party, Miitopia, Wii, Switch Sports, etc. Favorite Mii game? I think it would have to be, it would be Tomodachi Life. I think Tomodachi Life is my favorite Mii game, especially because we just ranked it. I think it was number 7 on my ranking list. I think it's Tomodachi Life. Yeah, Tomodachi Life. Because Wii Sports and all that, they're phenomenal games, but it's like those aren't, I wouldn't consider those, they're big me games, but me's just like are the characters. Miitopia and Tomodachi are like me solely focused. So I say that. Also, guys, I put the eShop gift card code in the middle of the questions. I have a code. I believe this is for a $5 US eShop code, but allow me to check that. I put the code in my whole list. So I gave away the Canada one, and I gave away the UK one, if that's right. So I believe this one here is a American code. Just give me 1 second, little break here to verify this. Yes, it is. It is. So this is a US $5 eShop code. US people, get your eShops ready. The code is E0YC QRFG KGMP MP1BX7. That is E0YC QRFG KGM as in monkey P 1BX7. There you go. Enjoy your $5 code and let me know what you're buying with it. Our next question comes from Mick Funny Main VR and asks, oh, what a follow-up question. Oh my God. They ask, why do you like Tomodachi Life so much, bro? Some higher power in the universe just made that question next. Mostly because it's real. I mean, not really, but like you put your real life friends, I mean, you don't have to. You put your real life friends and your real family into the game and they do funny things. And I was going to say something. Never mind. It's just like it's hard to explain, but it like brings you closer to them. But not really. It's just like there's more intrigue there because it's like, oh, what is my real life dad doing in my game? What is my in real life cousin doing in the game? It makes it interesting in that way. So that's why I like it a lot. And also it's just very positive, very bright, a fun little game for 9-year-old me back in the day. Brayden asks, do you think if Nintendo remade Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, will it be on the Switch or the predecessor for the Switch? It's so tough to say now because they can drop Twilight Princess and Wind Waker at any point. I don't doubt that it'll be on the Switch because the Switch has sold so well, but what I have continued to say about this is I wouldn't be shocked if they dropped it on Switch 2 exclusive because let's be real, Zelda, Wind Waker, and Twilight Princess are the most wanted remasters right now for Switch. If Nintendo makes them, puts them on Switch 2 and says, hey, if you want them so bad, buy a Switch 2. They could sell a ton of units that way. So it's really hard to say. They could release those as soon as September for the Direct, maybe. But it's a hard one. I think if I had to lean one way or the other, I think it'll be on Switch 2 just because if it was going to be on Switch, I think 110% they would have done it by now. Like they would have dropped them by now. I could be wrong. I would not at all be shocked if it's on Switch 1, but honestly, Switch 2 is the power move now. Phoenix Smith asks, what power-up would you add if you could to Mario, and what would the outfit look like? I would add, you have helicopter, penguin, fire, ice. I would add an elephant. I'm kidding. That's Mario Wonder. That's tough. I would add, it's not very creative, but I would want a Mario power-up that can like throw things, like throw bricks at people. Obviously, you can do fireballs and stuff, but like something that's more exciting and maybe inflicts more damage if you're fighting like a boss or something, like throwing bricks Mario. And the outfit would just be a brown set of Mario overalls. That's what it'd be. Throwing bricks at Bowser. That'd be sick. The Underpugs asks, do you think you could sometimes have a viewer be a guest on the podcast instead of a YouTuber every once in a while? I've been asked about this a lot of times. And honestly, I just don't think it'll ever happen. I am getting guests on the show that are people that I'm interested in their content. Like I'm interested in all their content and I see them online. I'm like, hey, come on the podcast. And it doubles the ripple effect of something like that is that their audience can also listen to the show. With having a viewer on, yeah, there's nothing wrong with it, and I appreciate you all, and I'm sure that you would all make great guests. It's just like if I was a fan of a podcast, I would never like tune into something like that, and that's just me. I don't think I would listen to like Theo Vaughn and a viewer on a podcast. It's just not intriguing to me. And I apologize. I'm sure that you all would make great guests. I'm currently getting on people that you all know, and their audience can watch as well. And, it's kind of cool that way. I did have the viewer voicemails where you all could ask questions as like voicemails. No one really ever used it though. That was like the next best thing. If you couldn't be a guest on the show, you would leave a voicemail. It was never really used. I'm not sure if I'll ever bring it back, but yeah, I apologize. It probably would never happen though. I will say though, whenever there's negative news, you follow it up with good news. We have a stacked guest schedule for August, so stay tuned. Channel Deluxe asks, what was your first time getting ripped off on a game or game-related item using a reseller site? I feel like it's happened before, but nothing comes to mind immediate. I feel like I must have told some story though at some point where I did get ripped off. I'm forgetting things right now. I've definitely been ripped off. I can't recall a specific story at the moment. I know one time I did buy a Game Boy Advance from eBay, and in the pictures, it was like all nice condition. When I got it, it was beat up. So I returned it. I guess that would be my answer. I got a, not as described condition Game Boy. That's my answer. I must have had some other like story, but I can't recall it right now. DoodleDog222 asks, what is your favorite arcade game? Personally, I really like Q*bert. Q*bert's fun. My mom likes Q*bert. I would say, honestly, just going classic here, I'd probably say Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong, I never like played it in an arcade or anything back in the day. I was, not even born. But, if I'm going to play an arcade type game, it would probably be Donkey Kong, because that's one of all arcade games are kind of, skill based, obviously, but I feel like that's the one where it's like, if you mess up, bro, it's totally on you. And I like that. I like the simplicity. There's not like 10 billion things to worry about until you progress in levels and stuff. Yeah, I would say Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong is just amazing. I would love if I could have a Donkey Kong arcade machine. Punch-Out is a close second. Gold Goomba asks, how should Nintendo... Speak of the devil! Dude, who's putting these questions? We just talked about Punch-Out. How should Nintendo go about reviving the Punch-Out series if they were to do so? I think the first step is remaster the Wii version of Punch-Out and just test the waters. If it sells bad, If it sells even like remotely decent, like a little over like 1 million copies, maybe make one more and just see how that gets received. And then if that's bad, stop. just stop. Like, I would never want Punch-Out to stop making games, but they should try one more. And if that's bad, just never again. They should drop the Wii remaster for like $40. 40, please, no 60. 60 makes no sense. Or make it 50. 50 is like their remaster price, where it's not like a total $60 game, but like 50 is their remaster price when they feel like it. Like Mario vs. Donkey Kong was a remake, but that was 50, right? So Endless Ocean Luminous, I guess not a remaster or a remake, but like that was 50. They should make Punch-Out Wii $50. Let's Go Gaming. If you were able to help Nintendo create the next Smash Bros. Game, and they were going to add 10 new characters that's never been in a Smash game before, what would those 10 characters be? Congrats on episode 100. Thank you. I don't think I can't do 10 characters. I'll give you 3. Elephant Mario. I need something from Animal Crossing, but I won't say Tom Nook. I will say Brewster. And I will say... Trying to think. Bulborb. Those 3. The big 3. Cool Dodo asks, if you could give any game a dumb rating, for example, Animal Crossing being M for mature, which one would you choose? And which rating would you choose? I would probably do that, Cool Dodo. I would probably give Animal Crossing Ember Mature. I wouldn't actually do it because that would, harm the sales majorly. Or what we could do is give like Call of Duty like a E for everyone. And see all the parents' outrage at that one. They said it was E for everyone, and there's blood on the screen. That would be a funny situation to watch or not to watch. Dude Ninja 29 asks, what series were you wanting to see in the direct, but sadly didn't see? I wanted a new Kid Icarus or Star Fox so bad, and I was super upset when nothing was announced. What is Nintendo cooking? Probably Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing, guys. We have not seen anything on Animal Crossing since late 2021. That's going to be 3 years soon. I want something for Animal Crossing. Do I expect a brand new Animal Crossing game to be shown? Like a new mainline game? No. What I want is like an Animal Crossing platformer. How cool would that be on a 2D Animal Crossing like adventure game? Sorry, not even 2D, like whatever you want, like a top-down, whatever the heck, Animal Crossing adventure fun time for the Switch coming in 2025. That's what I want. I want an Animal Crossing something. Capitalize on the success of New Horizons. Come on now. I can't read this name. Lilia Garcia, is that right? My question that should be asked in the podcast: if there were to be a Super Mario Galaxy 3, what new galaxies would appear in the game, and would Rosalina come back as the main princess? Rosalina, 100%. What new galaxies? It's hard to make galaxies. Because of all this confetti on the ground, they should make a confetti-filled galaxy, and they should make. I'd like the Toy Time Galaxy. Make a confetti-filled galaxy and make a galaxy that has to do with the Mario movie. That would be dope. Mario movie Galaxy and Mario Galaxy 3. Duck something. I'm sorry. These names are complicated. Duck asks, what's your favorite 2D Mario and your favorite 3D Mario? Favorite 2D Mario is Mario Bros. 2. Favorite 3D Mario is Mario 3D World for the Wii U or Switch, either one. Same game, right? What was your favorite Mario game style? Who is making these questions? Dude, they brought up Bowser's Fury, which is part of the Mario 3D World thing. Each question ties to the next question. They ask, Splat Knight asks, what is your favorite Mario game style? My personal favorite was Bowser's Fury. Game style? I just like the 3D level-based games. Those are my favorite ones. 2D is fine too. Level-based Mario is my favorite like style, I guess, was the question. YouTube user 6722 asks, I am considering buying a Wii to have some fun with family. Should I buy it? If so, what is the most I should spend? I would say yes, buy it, because the Wii has a ton of games for your family. Wii Sports is one. All those game show games. Yeah. For the console itself, games are a whole different story. For the console itself, I wouldn't spend more than like $70. Really, you shouldn't spend more than like 50, but $70 if you find a cool, neatly done bundle or a really good condition Wii. I wouldn't spend more than like $70. I got a red Wii refurbished from DK Oldies. By the way, it was not refurbished, but it said it was. It was being sold as is. I got it for like what, $40? So I wouldn't, it's like with all the cables and everything, I wouldn't spend more than 50 or like 55, 60 probably. You shouldn't spend more than 60. Don't spend more than 80. That's a fair rule. That's a pretty fair rule. Unless you find, once again, a cool bundle, then maybe splurge. I'm the Real Pikachu asks, I am Pikachu. What is your favorite Pokemon? My favorite Pokemon is Stantler. No, definitive reason. I just like how he looks. He's a cool looking dude. He looks like a vibe. He looks chill. Me and Stantler are homies. Yellow855 asks, do you like Yellow Yoshi? I do like Yellow Yoshi. I don't know if there's a Yoshi that I dislike. I like Yellow Yoshi. He's one of the more upbeat colored ones. Fun fact, I actually have a Yellow Yoshi plush. It's in my room, not in the studio, but I do have one. Ricardo asks, if you could fight any video game character, who would it be? I'd probably fight someone from Animal Crossing. Don't seem very tough. I would fight Tom Nook over all my debt. I would probably fight Tom Nook. I don't think Tom Nook got hands like that, so I'm fighting Tom Nook. The Kerosene team, am I saying that right? Will there be a sequel to Kirby and the Forgotten Land? It's hard to say. I feel like they'll try something new with the Switch 2 power. I don't think so. I think that might have been a one and done. However, I wouldn't be shocked if they do a sequel, and I wouldn't be opposed to a sequel. I just think maybe they jump in a brand new direction. 2K Cwed asks, what styles must be in Mario Maker 3? Styles? I would just say it needs the Mario Wonder style, and it needs to have Wonder Seeds, where you can make it so if a Wonder Seed is collected, it will do this, and you like make a whole new thing or whatever, you know? I just think that Mario Wonder has to be in it. Camden asks, do you think you could beat Olimar in a fight if he was your height? That rhymes. Yeah, I do. Olimar don't got hands like that. Now, I think Olimar can punch. He has punched, I believe that you could like punch with Olimar in a previous Pikmin game. He has a punch. He has a punch, but how good is it? You know, I'd like my chances against Olimar in a fight. Olimar, bring it on. The Hankster asks, or the Shankster asks, what are your thoughts on Sonic the Hedgehog? I like Sonic. I was a Sonic kid before I was a Mario kid. Or maybe it was Mario, then Sonic, then Mario. I forget. Sonic's cool. I like all the Sonic games. Most of them anyway. Most of them. Sonic's cool. Sonic is nice. I am going to buy Sonic X Shadow Generations that releases later this year. I am a Sonic fan for sure. I like Sonic. The Falco Fanatic asks, Star Fox was supposed to have an arcade game at one point. Other than Star Fox, in other series that received arcade games, Mario Kart, Super Mario, Dr. Mario, F-Zero, Mario and Sonic, which other Nintendo IPs do you think would make a good arcade game? That's a tough one. Yeah, I saw that Mario and Sonic arcade game recently. That looks cool, dude. You know, of course my brain goes to Animal Crossing, but it's like, what can you do with an Animal Crossing arcade game? I guess that would be a good one if you can figure something out. If not Animal Crossing, Pikmin. If you could make a cool little like Pikmin platformer, almost, what if you made like a Pikmin Subway Surfers knockoff where you were Olimar and Bulborb was chasing you? Yeah, bro, throw that in like Dave and Buster's, bro. You're making so much money off of that. Come on now, Pikmin Subway Surfers. Expect a Ghost asks, if Bowser lived in Animal Crossing, what role would he play in the village? I think he would take over resident services and he would take over Tom Nook's job. I think that's what he would do. He would run the place. Like, forget being the mayor, forget being the island rep in New Horizons and New Leaf. Bowser is running the whole place. You're just living in it. I think Bowser takes over the entire island. Retro Gumball asks, what is your opinion on the 3DS Mario parties? They were kind of rushed. I mean, like, they were kind of... Star Rush, the top 100, I wouldn't say that those two are rushed, but like, bro, we're just throwing games out at this point. Star Rush, what was the other one? There was like one more 3DS one. Star Rush, or Coin something. There were like two weird ones, and then not Island Tour. Island Tour is cool, but like there were Star Rush and Top 100. Cool games. I didn't mind Star Rush at all, but like we're just throwing Mario parties out like it's nothing. Like, chill a little bit. I thought they were okay though. Not the peak, not the pit. They were like pretty okay. The glitch guy 223 asks, what are your expectations for Switch 2? Me personally, I would add a built-in internet service so that you don't have to pay for it online. I mean, I think that we all would, but Nintendo is never going back to free-to-play online because they make way too much money on Switch Online. Dare I say too much money? My expectations, I think it'll be a beefier Switch, maybe a bit of a thicker Switch. I think it'll be backwards compatible for sure. And I expect pretty much all my games to run at a smooth 60 frames per second. With the power that Switch 2 should have, I need that, please. Those are my expectations. Fire Oasis Gaming, did you ever think you would reach episode 100? Yeah, I thought I would. I don't like, normally quit things, so I think I would do it. It would just be a matter of time. iCasual Meep YT asks, if you could remove one thing or remove anything to any game, what would it be? Remove. I would remove some of the boring grind from Animal Crossing New Horizons. What I mean by that is I feel like Nintendo didn't add in bulk crafting to New Horizons because they wanted you to sit there for a little bit and play the slow-paced game that is Animal Crossing New Horizons. I would take the whole slow pace out of there. Not that New Horizons needs to be a very fast game, but I would let us do things more efficiently. Bulk craft. Let us go from one Nook Mile Island to a new Nook Mile Island. Sorry if you are not an Animal Crossing fan. I'm speaking gibberish. But bro, this is so dumb, I would also remove... I forgot what I was going to say. I forget. I would remove a lot of things from a lot of games. I would remove the boss fight from Princess Peach Showtime and make it so much harder. Spielort asks, now that we are at episode 100, looking back, what's your least favorite episode that you've ever made? Least favorite? I don't know. None come to mind. They've all been fine. There's some days that you're on, some days that you're off. There's no least favorite though. You either learn or you have a good episode, I don't have a least favorite. You learn or it's really good. Today's really good, ID Gaming 109 asks, what's your favorite Sonic game? Favorite Sonic game is Sonic Colors for the Wii. Have some nostalgia with that, have some good memories. It was a fantastic time. Setlock Holmes asks, will Smash 64 ever come to NSO? It really should, shouldn't it? I say no, just because, as much as I want that too, if it was ever going to happen, I think it already would have happened, and it hasn't happened. I think no, unfortunately. It really should, though. Cool Mario Bros. 2012 asks, what is the best podcast video you've ever made? Best podcast that we've done? Probably this one. Longest podcast that we've done. Best, I would say for sure, has the best topics, best everything in this episode. I would say 100%. It's not even done. This one right here. Blue Boom 64 asks, do you think the next console will have a new name or just be called the Switch 2? And do you think there will be a new IP on the Switch 2? New IP, 100%. I'm just not sure when it'll happen. I don't think it'll be called the Switch 2, but I could definitely be... I could see it being called the Switch Mega Awesome Time. The Nintendo Switch something. The Nintendo Super Switch. The Nintendo Switch Up. Something... as a play on the Switch name. I think that they should call it Switch 2. It's very clear that these are two different consoles, but I think just knowing Nintendo, they're gonna make some funny little name or something, new IP, yeah. I just don't think it'll happen immediately. Like how ARMS happened, I think it'll be a year or two in. Jang asks, favorite eShop music? Definitely, I'm not sure what it's called, but the one on the Wii U where I can kind of hum it. Do 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 do. If anyone knows that, please comment whatever that theme song is called. You can find it if you search eShop music. I'm not sure what it's called. It was on the Wii U. That is the best of all time. Whatever that theme is called. BBD Booth asks, what is your Mount Rushmore of video game franchises? Video game franchises are hard. I'm going to go Nintendo franchises only because that's like what I'm more familiar with. Super Mario, Legend of Zelda, Animal Crossing, not in order, by the way. Animal Crossing, and see, this is where we can, I guess Pokemon. Those four are the big four for sure. I was going to say Splatoon, if not Pokemon, but Pokemon is way bigger than Splatoon, so those four. Luigi and Friend ask, why do you like all these cursed images? For context, whenever I post asking for questions, I post a cursed Nintendo image. I like it because people always ask about it, and it's always funny. And also, if the Wii U never existed, what would your favorite console be? It would probably be the Switch, just because there's so many good games for it. Either that or the 3DS. I'm not sure which one I could pick. Switch or 3DS, one of those two for sure. Maybe the Wii, no. Switch, it's probably Switch. Switch for sure. Xganimane asks, what made you start this podcast? What made me start the podcast is I felt like, back in June of 2022, I wasn't uploading. I had kind of quit YouTube, but like not fully. And so I needed a way to keep my channel somewhat running, but not be like crazy active. And the podcast was my way to do it. I was doing it like almost weekly. And so that was kind of like my commitment to keep things alive a bit, but not go like 110% again. Because I wasn't ready to do that just yet. Now I'm going 190%. Joe Cool asks, favorite thing about the Wii? Probably the home menu. Honestly, like as boring as it sounds, I just love the home menu theme, the like whole TV channel setup of everything like that. I love the channel intro. So like when you click on a game, it has this little music theme. I like that. Everything about the home menu is phenomenal. Not sure how to pronounce this name. Not even close. Will the Switch 2 fail? I don't think it'll fail, but I don't think that it beats Switch 1 numbers. User, we just answered this. Why did you want to make this podcast? I needed an outlet to talk and keep my channel alive. By the way, congrats on 100. You will always be the best YouTuber even when you die. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Frunk Runk asks, what is your main in Smash? My main character, my main person in Smash that I use is the Mii Brawler. I've used it ever since I was 8 playing Smash Bros. Wii U. I've always used the Mii Brawler and can't bring myself away from it. Springtrap asks, if a new Animal Crossing game came out, what would you want to see in it? I would want to see cars. Cars, like on the island, like drivable cars. I would want to see more things to do in multiplayer, and just those two things, I would be fine. Bagula asks, which is better if you had to choose one? 3DS or DS, and why? 3DS, just better, newer. Could be a hot take, but better games, I would say. Overall, better games. Tomodachi Life is on 3DS. New Leaf is on 3DS. Come on now, better games for sure. Theodoro Skibari, if I'm saying that right, what are your thoughts on Bowser not being able to defeat Mario yet? Expected. There's not very many games where the villain wins against the good guys unless you're playing as the villain. So I'm not surprised, unfortunately. Ali asks, what was your favorite Nintendo presentation? Includes things like Directs, E3, console reveals, and game-exclusive Directs like Mario Bros. Wonder. Easy. The Animal Crossing New Horizons 2.0 update reveal. Get this, October, I think, 15th, 2021, Nintendo revealed, they showcased 20 minutes of Animal Crossing goodness. It was 20 minutes of the biggest Animal Crossing update of all time. The community was flipped upside down that day. Hi asks my thoughts on the whole Nintendo company. I'm just curious. Right now, I think they're striving. They're making so much money off of Switch. They're doing good. we just need to see what they do next, and then I'll have some more thoughts for you. But as of right now, like they're doing great. So they're doing good. They're doing great. And I think that in terms of like fan reception, I think that they're doing great. Just overall, just killing it. Not to like suck up to them, but like be honest, like they're making tons of money off of Switch. So they're all doing good. User asks, what is your opinion on DK Oldies? For those who do not know, DK Oldies is that retro game store that got in a lot of hot water last year for like not refurbishing their consoles. I don't know, because when I bought from them, I bought a red Wii from them, and I made a video on it. And they claim that console was refurbished, totally cleaned. It was the total opposite. It was disgusting inside. So based on that, I think they're awful. That is a scam. However, it's been over a year since then. If they've improved, you have my respect. I don't know what they do now. I'm not sure if there's a new DK Oldies unboxing that's gone around recently. I don't know. If they have started refurbishing, you have my respect. You don't even have to refurbish. Just don't call a console refurbished if you did not refurbish it. You can sell them as used. Just don't say that it's refurbished, you know? And then what I also didn't like about them is that when I would make this video, or like when all the other guys would make their videos and it would get brought up to them, they were like, hey, do you mean those few YouTubers who are just hating on us? Bro, no one's hating. No one is hating on you. You just sent us not what you told us you would send us. No one's hating. I'm just being honest. So I hated that. I was like, bro, what are you talking? This is your fault, you know? Like, we're not hating. We opened what you sent us, you know? Tahuan asks, what is your favorite Mario-related game? Voice cracking over here, guys. Mario 3D World, for sure. Starstrike1111 asks, what is the most nostalgic moment you've had with a Nintendo game? Most nostalgic moment? Like, I went back to an old game and then was like, oh my gosh. I don't know. Animal Crossing New Leaf comes to mind because I played it a bunch in 2014, 15, and then went back to it in like 2021. I think it must have been that. When I went back to New Leaf in 2021 and was like, oh my gosh, man, what a time I was living back then. I think it was that for sure. Boss Sonic asks, if you would make a new Nintendo character, what would it be? I would make... Oh, that's tough. I was going to say a third Mario Bro, but you can't really do that. I would make a new Nintendo character in Animal Crossing that would help Jingle out, who is the Christmas NPC, on the Christmas event. So then you have 2 Christmas Animal Crossing NPCs. That's what I want. Give me that. NYD asks, what is the game that you initially did not like, but over time you ended up liking it? That's tough, because I usually know right away if I like a game or if I don't. I will put this spin on your question. I know games that I ended up liking, but did not like at the end. Endless Ocean Luminous, Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, those 2 games, which are pretty recent games, by the way, I did not end up liking, but I liked in the beginning. But I couldn't answer the original question. I'm not quite sure. Basic SFSB fan asks, what is your favorite non-Animal Crossing game? We just talked about this. So that would be... Sorry, guys, I'm like foggy. So that would be Another Code Recollection. That would be that game for the Switch. It was great. It was fantastic. I Like Trains asks, what is your screen time on my phone? Let's check. Why not? Let's check. It's not very high, I don't think. Settings. Screen time. So my daily average is 5 hours. But I don't think that's even right. Do you want to know why? So today my screen time is just under 3 hours. Mostly being because I'm podcasting all day, right? So I'm not using my phone. But let me tell you this. So here's what I use. Here's my entire, and I can show you this, like it's all very real. my most used app today is Spotify for 26 minutes. Using Spotify, guys, music is not screen time. Like, I wish I could get that off of this because, like, that doesn't count. YouTube for 21 minutes. I was watching something earlier. Messages for 20 minutes. I left my message. I was texting somebody and I left my message app open for like 20 minutes, I have 20 minutes in total. I would say like 17 minutes. I left it open. Microsoft Office, Photos app, Discord, YouTube Studio for like 3 minutes. Like, I can show you, like, I'm not lying. Video version. There it is. Like, that's my screen time. Like, I deleted Twitter and Instagram a few days ago, so I don't use them anymore on my phone. If you see me tweet, it was from my computer. So I don't do the Twitter on my phone anymore. I used to, like, not even a week ago, but I just started seeing so many things that would, like, distract me. So I've since reduced my screen time and everything. I'm just about being present, you know? And that sounds cringy to say, but I just want to stop scrolling and just, you know, do other things. Now, if you're asking me screen time for my computer, different story. That's like, that's like 9 hours because I'm working all the time. I'm working all the time. But my phone doesn't get too much use out of me. Can I scroll here? Let's scroll down to our next questions. There's sometimes, guys, where the mouse just freezes. If my mouse continues to freeze, then I will have to pull up all of the questions on my phone, which I don't really want to have to do. I don't want to have to do that, but can I? Here we go. The mouse is moving. Come on. Scroll down now, my friend. Okay, you know what? It doesn't want to scroll. While it stops scrolling, I have to buy a new mouse because, like, this is not going to work. Like, this is never going to work. So let's pull up the questions on my phone and continue reading. This is actually easier, unless my mouse will work. Do you want to work? No, you don't. Let's pull up the questions on the phone. Here we go. Purple asks, how often do you rage when playing Nintendo games? Not often at all. Not often. Like, I have never... Recently, I did, like, when I was young, I've never, like, thrown a controller across the room. The most I rage is, like, standing up for a second, like, oh, God, you know? And then I sit back down, and that's it. I never understood. I understand tensions get high when you're in a very intense game, boss fight, or whatever. Why would you ever throw your controller that you paid hard-earned money for across the room and break it? I understand. I totally get that, you know, rage happens. Punch a pillow. And I'm so sorry if that's, like, offensive. I just, like, don't break your controller. Like, you're gonna regret it 10 seconds later. Please, if I have any message to the youth, don't break controllers over a game. They're like $80 nowadays. Punch a pillow, throw a pillow. I don't know, jump on a bed. Don't break things. It's never worth it. It's never ever worth it. Zane asks, what's your favorite Nintendo console and game with that console? The Wii U and Mario 3D World. Boom. EAJPP asks, what is your favorite Wii game? Favorite Wii game is Animal Crossing City Folk. Or the We Wish You a Merry Christmas game. Those two are tied. I'm not quite sure what I would pick. The Lore Cubes asks, would you rather have a Pikmin animated show or an Animal Crossing animated show? Animal Crossing for sure. And, you know, once again, they've already made one in Japan that has an English translation, but I would want another Animal Crossing animated show. I would love it. Picked Kestrel asks, which Mario 2 do you prefer? The Lost Levels or Mario Bros. USA? Probably Mario Bros. USA, just because The Lost Levels was a headache. Most of the normal platforming I can do no problem. It takes a few tries, but I can do it. The stupid puzzles where it's like, you have to go on the top half of this level, then back to the bottom. How would I ever know that? Like, that's not even fair at this point. So I think those are stupid. So I would go for the USA version of Mario Bros. 2. The Carton guy asks, what are your top 3 favorite Mario characters? Toadsworth, not in any order. Toadsworth, Mario himself, and probably Toad himself. I would go with those 3. Strike Wave asks, if you could add your own thing to Animal Crossing New Leaf, what would it be? Honestly, just putting furniture outside, I think would make things so much nicer. Of course, I appreciate New Leaf for its simplicity and in you not being able to do that, but like if I could add something, that'd be great, dude. Enzo asks, when will a new Mario baseball game be released? If they don't bring one on Switch 2, you're probably never going to get another one. At least for like a long time. I would say Switch 2, if they ever do make one. L Button asks, if you had to choose any Nintendo employee to enter a WWE match against John Cena, who would you choose? That's tough. Because only so many like Nintendo employees are public. I would go with Hisashi Nogami. He seems down. He's the guy who works on Splatoon. He's heavily involved in Splatoon and also involved in Animal Crossing. I go Hisashi Nogami taking down John Cena for the win off the top rope. Do Mini Cool asks, what year do you think Nintendo will retire the Switch? Like fully stop making games for it? 2020. So assuming Switch 2 comes out next year, 25, I think they stop making Switch games late 2026 because you still want to make Switch stuff just to satisfy those 140 million Switch owners. And also, you want to dual release those games on Switch 1 and Switch 2. So people are like, oh, I can get a better version of this game on the Switch 2? Heck yeah, let's buy it. So you are going to see some Nintendo games still be on Switch 1. It'll happen. Hi Wien. It's like a Hylian. What is your dream Nintendo game? I'm like struggling to like talk over here, guys. Dream Nintendo game, I would say, I mean, it's got to be Animal Crossing. I'm sorry, it's for sure Animal Crossing. It's Animal Crossing meets Dinkum. That game Dinkum that I was talking about earlier. Animal Crossing, but you can ride jet skis, you can drive around. Does Dinkum have cars? I haven't gotten there yet. But like, if you could drive around in Animal Crossing, flawless multiplayer, having like islands with friends. So it's like Stardew where you can like have a Animal Crossing island with your friends in that sense. I want that. I'm not sure if I would do that, but like that would be nice. Having like 3 different islands would be amazing. Give me all of that for a dream Animal Crossing game. Epic Jacob, favorite Pikmin type? My favorite Pikmin type is probably the purple Pikmin type. I go purple Pikmin. Smash Emblem asks, what do you think the next Mario Kart game will be called? I think it has to be Mario Kart 9. It would be weird if they do like Mario Kart Superstars, Mario Kart Awesome Sauce. You know, I think it should be Mario Kart 9. Sonic and Mega Man Gaming. Have you played any Mega Man games? I have not. I never, had a desire to play Mega Man games. And honestly, to this day, I really don't have a desire. They seem very difficult, which is fine. It's just not a thing that I would really get into. Back in the day, maybe I might have, but nowadays, I just don't really think I'm going to ever get into Mega Man. Eventually, maybe, but not soon. Niall Pro asks, if your favorite Mario character appeared in your room, what would you say to them? I would say, come on the podcast. Come and answer these questions with me. I would say that. Dave Herman asks, why do you think Nintendo took so darn long to start making the Switch 2? I don't think that they're taking a long time. I think it's more so letting the Switch breathe and get all of its, money's worth and then dropping something brand new. I think that they're just letting the Switch make all the money that it possibly can. The Lude asks, what do you think was your best episode? This one right here for sure. Top Daily 5 asks, did you beat Mario Odyssey with all moons? I did not. I just beat it like the bare minimum. Low235 asks, what is your favorite game? Animal Crossing New Leaf. Guccianum37 asks, what was your favorite game as a kid? That's interesting because I don't think I had solidified New Leaf as my favorite game while still growing up. It was amazing, but I don't think I had solidified it. It was probably either Minecraft or Splatoon 1. I was just so obsessed with Splatoon 1. It was one of those two. Probably lean towards Minecraft, though. Minecraft felt more like unlimited, you know? Burn Does Brat asks, is Louis your least favorite Nintendo character? They probably ask that because in my YouTube short skits, Louis is always the enemy. My skits version of myself hates Louis. Me as a Nintendo fan and a podcaster, I love Louis. Come on now. Koopa Baba asks, if you had to play one game only for the rest of your life, what would it be? That is my question. Also, 100 episodes is a crazy amount, indeed. Thank you. It would probably be Animal Crossing New Horizons, just because you can do so many unlimited things. That's why I love the game so much. Either that, or you know what? I would actually pick this game over it. I would probably say it's Splatoon 3, because that game, like Animal Crossing, can get old. You can finish your island. Splatoon 3, one more match, one more match, one more match. You'll never get bored. Splatoon 3, I would say. That one guy asks, what indie games on the Switch are your favorite? Stardew Valley. It's not on the Switch, but I want to say Dinkum. I don't play many indies on Switch. Sticky Business, is that indie? I believe that's also indie. Yeah. It's an indie game. That's probably it. Those two, Sticky Business and Stardew Valley, and Dinkum, but it's not on Switch. Valex Gaming, should they add Phoenix Wright to Smash Bros? I'm not familiar with Phoenix Wright, but I'd say yes. Just bring everyone possible in there, you know? So now Personal Web somebody asks, have you ever used an emulator, or are you that loyal to Nintendo? I use emulators all the time. I have changed my views on them ever since, a while ago. So I always use emulators. Happy Do-Dat asks, if there was one Mario game you could tell Nintendo to make, what would it be? A Super Mario 3D World 2. I want a sequel to my favorite Mario game. Come on. They make similar things, and I think that 3D Mario, in terms of like level-based games, will still be around, but I want a Mario 3D World 2, please. Joseph asks, what is your favorite Mario RPG? Probably Thousand Year Door, Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door. It was just like no complaints about that game. It was just so good. Caleb asks, who do you think is the best game voice actor? I don't know many voice actors. I know, Patricia Somerset does Zelda. I know Charles Martinet did Mario. Kevin Afghani does Mario. I think Charles Martinet is just the voice of so many childhoods. I think it has to be Charles Martinet for sure. Elliot asks, what is your favorite song to jam to while playing video games? Give me Sandra's Rose by Drake. That song is a banger. Give me that one. Obviously, it's an old song, but I've gotten back into like old Drake. Get into Sandra's Rose. Colby asks, what is one thing Kirby can't eat? Well, I've never seen Kirby eat a full level in any Kirby games, so I will say the floor, grass. Kirby can't eat like land. There you go. Sonic and Mega Man. We already answered one from Sonic and Mega Man. They asked, favorite Nintendo console? The Wii U. Radio Marco asks, what is the best indie game across all Nintendo eShops, Wii shops, and DSi shop? I don't play many, so by default, this probably goes to Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley is a game that anybody can pick up and just appreciate for its coziness. For its coziness, its relaxation, and its just overall chill vibe. I think anybody can appreciate that. Absolute Lunatic. Oh wait, sorry, I skipped one. Epic Things 190 asks, when you first started doing YouTube, where did you see yourself at this time? I knew I would be around this size, and that sounds crazy to say, but I just always had this like strong belief in myself. But I don't think I would have thought it would have gone like this, like where I'm doing shorts, which I love doing, but like I didn't predict this, back in 2020. It was hard to predict I would be a shorts YouTuber when shorts didn't even exist back then. I think I saw myself being successful with it, but I'm not sure if I thought I would end up right here on the Mario Matter episode 100 and, have a good shorts channel. I don't think that I thought that, but I thought I would be successful with it. Absolute Lunatic asks, favorite and least favorite thing about being a YouTuber? I don't think that I have a least favorite thing, man, because like I love what I do, and that's, I feel like, why I've been so successful with this. When you love it, like, it's just bound to happen. I don't think I have a least favorite thing. Maybe the only thing is like my throat is hurting so bad right now for talking for 5 hours straight. Maybe that's my least favorite part. I'm gonna be sick tomorrow, 100%. But I enjoy doing this. A favorite thing though? A favorite thing is probably when I get a new video idea and I'm like, oh my God, that's the one. You saw it today when I was reacting to the first Mario Matter episode and I got that video idea from my older self. You saw me freak out right there. Like, I love getting a new video idea. It's such a good feeling. Chase Molitor asks, out of all the games you don't have, what's the one that you want most? Chibi Robo for the GameCube. I've dibbled it in that game. Kind of. I shouldn't say that. But I don't own it because it's like $200 on eBay. I'm not buying that. Maybe one day I'll buy it. I'll like set aside $1 per month, and in 200 months I will buy it. We've answered some of these people's questions. Bali Games asks, hi Max, love your channel. By the way, will you ever go back to making your shorts where you would talk about stuff like this, Nintendo ad got rejected, or did Nintendo consoles get better or worse over time? Those types of shorts. And I'm not talking about your old shorts where you wouldn't have your face cam. I'll never go back to those. People have to evolve. Content has to evolve. I feel like I'm getting better and better each time that I do evolve, and I think I'm at my peak right now. So I'm gonna just keep on doing what I'm doing. I know that those videos were fun, but they're all still up there. I don't think that I'll ever make videos like that anymore, though. I just keep trying to improve what I'm doing. So I don't think that I'll go back to that. Growlith Gaming. If Nintendo let you make a game for them, what would it be? We answered that, right? It was Animal Crossing with cars and everything. There you go. Brody Bo asks, if you could only play one Mario game for the rest of your life, what would it be? It's got to be Mario 3D World. Has to be. Well, you say any Mario game. I would play Mario Maker. Do you want to know why? There's new courses every single day, every single second. Mario Maker is actually a way better answer. TMNT Leonardo asks, what is your favorite Smash Bros. Character of all time and why? Probably Mii Brawler, just because I use Mii Brawler the most. He is my main. And I have the amiibo and everything. I love Mii Brawler, man. Yuffie asks, should I buy a Wii U? Lol. That is no lol. That is a very serious question. I'm kidding. I would say yes, because there are a ton of good games on there. However, a lot of those games are on Switch, so if you're looking to play games like Nintendo Land, Wii Party U, those exclusives that are not on Switch, yes, but like most of it's already on Switch, so like it's up to you what you want. I would say yes, though. It's a great console. Rocket asks, what is your favorite season? We're approaching it right now, Rocket. Fall/autumn is my favorite season in America. That hoodie weather, the fall leaves, the sky is like a whole different color. It's not a different color, but like it's like more gray than usual when it's cloudy. Like it's something nice about it, I love fall. And fall, my birthday is in fall, Thanksgiving is in fall, Halloween is in fall. So many good things happen in fall, as opposed to summer. Like it's just hot outside. Maybe you're traveling. That's it. And then the pool is open. That's all summer has, which is a good amount of stuff. It's a good amount of stuff, but being hot sometimes isn't the greatest. I like to be hoodie weather in fall. It's fantastic. Razlen asks, what do you want to do when you reach 1 million subscribers? My family is trying to throw a party for me. I've told them many times, I don't want a party. I just want to keep on working. Like, when you get to a point when you're just like so entrenched in like the whole YouTube thing, you don't want to be celebrated. You just want to keep your head down. I feel like a lot of creators can relate to me on that, where it's like, you just want to keep on working. Just get 2 million subs, and then get 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. You don't want to party. You don't want to do none of that, you know? I would like to get my plaque for sure. Maybe post a little Instagram thing just like for myself, and then go back to doing what I'm doing. I don't even think that I'm going to make a 1 million sub special. I just don't want to like relish in it too much. Like, I don't want to get caught up in the highs or the lows, you know, like as my man Drake said, you know, I don't want to get caught up in this kind of stuff. You know, like, I don't want to get this big head on me now that I have 1 million subs. I just want to like take it for what it is, be appreciative, be grateful, be happy, and then just keep striving to be better. That's what I want to do. It's Me Chair 1 asks, favorite Virtual Boy game? I don't have one, never really played, but if I had to pick one, I would say Mario Tennis would be my favorite probably on there. Connor, what's one port you would want on Nintendo Switch? I guess I have to say Animal Crossing New Leaf HD. Like realistically, that's the only one left on the bucket list. Grabo Videos, if the next Nintendo console does have 2 screens, is Tomodachi Life a launch game? I hope so. I don't think it's launch, honestly. And it really should be. You know what? It actually could be. It actually could be launch game. What? No, I think that it would 100% release on Switch 2 if it were to have 2 screens. I think they will launch with a way more impressive 2-screen game though, like a crazy adventure 2-screen platformer. I think they would launch with a, much crazier thing. KSM Productions, if you could have gotten successful from doing something else on YouTube, what would you want it to be? I guess vlogging. I would like to have a little vlogging channel where I just, I don't do anything crazy. I would just like live my life, And I'm sure that there's people now that would want that. I don't know if I'll ever do that because I'm good where I'm at. But like, if I were to like restart, I might. I wouldn't start vlogging with the mindset, I'll just live my life and do nothing special for a vlog. Do no crazy ideas for a vlog. I would never do that, but you're saying if I can be successful with that, I would do that. Otherwise, if I could restart, or if I had to restart, I would vlog. If I had to do some crazy things for a vlog, I would do it, but I would prefer to just live my life, which is unrealistic, obviously, but like, I would like to, Kia asks, what's the first Nintendo game that you beat? Not me beating it, but like me being there for the entire game. Luigi's Mansion for the GameCube. After that, myself, it was probably Mario Bros. Wii, probably. Avocado Gamer, will there be a Mario Party mobile game or a Zelda? Or a Zelda mobile game? You have a more likely shot of getting a Zelda mobile game because that is a gigantic franchise, as opposed to like Mario Party. I think a Zelda mobile game could happen. The Me Guy asks, when are you going to open fan mail? I haven't gotten any, but I'm not surprised because I don't advertise my P.O. box, really. If you want to send me mail, guys, I can open it on the podcast. My P.O. box is in my main channel. I'll put it in my main, on my Mario Matter YouTube channel bio after I record this podcast. If I can, remember to, I'll do that. But I haven't gotten any. If you sent some, the Me Guys, so check on that maybe. USA King, how many more questions? Oh, look, not many more questions. Whoa. USA King, if you could delete any Animal Crossing, which one would it be? Wild World, probably. It's just my least favorite. My least favorite, unfortunately. It's cool, but it is a least favorite. Dragon Slayer, what's your favorite episode of the podcast? This one for sure, episode 100. Your average bonehead, across all your channels, what is your favorite video you've ever made? I'm not going to lie to you guys, it's probably this right here, but if I had to pick something else, I don't know. Maybe, no. Trying to think. Maybe the launch day video on my second channel for Mario Bros. Wonder. That was a great time. If you do not know, I make these like videos on my I can't talk, guys. I'm sorry. On my second channel, where I open up games on launch day and show like the pre-order bonuses, if any. Mario Bros. Wonder was a good time. RJ's Farm asks, will you do an Animal Crossing Island tour? Maybe in the future. I did a work in progress one for members when the island is done. Maybe for the second channel? Yeah, maybe. Sonic Speedaholic asks, if you had to survive 100 days on a Mario Kart track, what would it be? It would probably be the Animal Crossing one, just because that's probably the most peaceful one. I wouldn't mind living, like being a toad in the background on Mario Circuit, though. I wouldn't mind it. That one Pit in the Dough Land asks, what does your dream Nintendo Direct look like? It's probably got Animal Crossing, new Animal Crossing game plus spinoff, new Mario title of some sort, a Mario baseball game probably, Splatoon DLC, and Wii U and 3DS games coming to Switch Online. That's it right there. I would say that. Unrealistic for sure, but like Dream Direct, that's it right there. Edge Spy asks, what are your thoughts on the Metroid Prime 4 teaser? I thought it looked really, really good. I hope that it looks better on Switch 2, and I'm excited to see more of it. I think, like, from what I saw, though, that is what Metroid Prime should look like after 7 years of waiting for any sort of gameplay. Chris asks, do you own an NES? I don't, but I still play NES games on the Switch Online or in an emulator. I don't own an NES because it's just like, it's paying money for something that I can play in full HD on my Switch. Like, it doesn't really make sense for me, so I don't own one. I had an opportunity to. It was at a flea market, but I didn't end up getting it. Zebra Cat asks, what game do you wish you could erase from your memory and never think about again? Advent Calendar for the Switch. Least favorite game of all time. I'm sorry. Gee, I feel so bad for those devs who made that game. I'm sorry, but like, it just gets asked to me, what is your least favorite game? I have to answer it. Sorry, Mindscape. How does it feel knowing that you've come all the way to your 100th episode? GRS Talks asked that question. It feels amazing. I'm just proud of my commitment to this podcast, and I look forward to many more episodes. Sunburnt asks, how do you get your hair to look so perfect? If you all want, like, I don't do anything special. Here's what I do. Cold shower, and I say cold shower in the morning because sometimes with a hot shower, your hair can look different. Cold shower in the morning. Yes, I am one of those Sigma males. No, shut up. I just like cold showers. It makes you feel good. Cold shower in the morning. Dr. Squatch shampoo. Conditioner if you feel like it. And just comb it up and let it dry. That's it. That's it. I don't do no gel. I don't do no crazy hair product. Just do that. And that's how you get my look. I don't do those crazy hair products. I used to back when I was in like 3rd grade or whatever. Now it's just it's all natural, man. Look at this. All natural hair. That man asks, you have to eat one of your Animal Crossing villagers. Who are you picking? I am picking probably Meringue, because she has a strawberry on her head, so she would at least taste good. This just sounds bad. Jones Boss asks, if you had a Nintendo game that is your absolute favorite, what would you add and what would you get rid of? I don't get it. Wait. So in my favorite game, what would I add and get rid of? So Animal Crossing New Leaf, I would add furniture outside and I would get rid of, that's hard. I would probably get rid of Not that I want to get rid of anything, but if I had to pick like one thing that I would unfortunately have to lose, it would be the campsite, like the Harv's campsite. I just don't use that place. I love it, but if I had to remove a great feature from New Leaf, it would be that. I just don't ever really use it. I use it sometimes to like order furniture and stuff, but not often. Mr. Bro asks, what are the names of your characters in your skits? They don't have names. I think it's simpler if they don't have names, because if my characters in my skits had names, you would have to learn them and then like know which character is which. I think it's simpler if just two guys immediately have a conversation. I think that's pretty simple. Mappy fan, do you think Nintendo could possibly make a horror game after what happened with Emio? I think, and that's some of the conversation that I was seeing. It's like, were they putting that out there to test the water and see how people would react to a possible horror game? Like, that's what I saw people speculating. I think based on the whole reaction that the people gave off of the Emio teaser, they should make a horror game. People didn't seem like negative on it, you know? It seems like a good idea. If you had to pick one Nintendo console to play for the rest of your life, what would it be? Sorry, CJ Gamer asked that question. Wii U, it's just got great backwards compatibility with DS, Wii, NES, SNES, N64, GameCube, all that kind of stuff. Great backwards compatibility. Jimbo, hello, Mr. Swizzle. What do you think / want to be the next 3D Mario collectible? Stars, moons, shines? I think Wonder Seeds. Imagine how cool it would be to like collect different colored like Wonder Seeds. That'd be nice. Give me that for sure. And then final question. The real Chato asks, do you think Switch 2 will launch with a new 3D Mario, 2D Mario, Mario Kart, or something else? I think it has to launch with a brand new 3D Mario. You could do a Mario Kart launch, but I think 3D Mario is the strongest launch for the Switch 2. My friends, that is every single question that made sense to answer that was asked to me on my community post. I can't even talk anymore. I need to end this episode soon. I can't talk, but I would be remiss if I did not end this episode with a huge thank you to anybody who has watched the show, supported the show, everything like that. It means so much to post this podcast on a Saturday morning and see people enjoying it and leaving comments and supporting it. And I'm going to feel that same thing this Saturday when this podcast goes up. It's a real great time doing this podcast, and I don't want to make this like message sad. It's a great time. Like, I'm happy to be doing this. This sounds like a sad, emotional message. I don't want that vibe at all. This is a great podcast, a great thing to do, and I'm so thankful for everyone who supports the podcast. Guys, I do just have one more party popper. We can go ahead and pop this off for the final episode. Thank you all so much for listening to the Mario Matter. Oh, by the way, let me go grab one thing. If you watch the entire podcast, by the way, comment down below the word matter for the Mario Matter. Let me grab one thing that you all are probably waiting for if you watched the entire show. All right. In front of me, I have a Mario plush. When we reacted to the first Mario Matter episode earlier in this show, I said in that podcast, whenever we say goodbye on this show, I'll probably just, grab a Mario plushie and throw it back and forth and then say goodbye. That obviously never stuck. I don't end episodes like that, but I'm going to end today's episode like that. So, with our last party popper, thank you all so much, incredibly, for all the support on every single Mario Matter episode. It means the world. There's confetti on my camera. It's probably time to go. I hope that you all did enjoy this 100th episode. I said it all week. not many places, but in some places, I said this 100th episode will make other people's 100th episode look like kids playing with crayons. And I hope that it did that. Comment down below the word matter if you're still here. And with that said, tossing Mario back and forth. I will see you all on the Mario Matter episode 101. I almost dropped him. For a routine episode, normal episode, we do have a guest. We should have a guest. And I will see you all then. I'm throwing this Mario plush back and forth, so sorry if the mic is like rumbling. I will see you all. Do I want to say anything else? I don't know. No, I think that's it, man. I have no other, apart from my sincerest thank you for listening to the entire episode and for always supporting, aside from my serious thank you to the audience. That's a wrap, man. That's a serious wrap. I'm not sure what else to do. We went through all the segments. It's the end of the episode. It's the end of the episode. Max, just enjoy it. This is your only 100th episode. Enjoy it. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for watching. I will see you all next Saturday for more. Grind don't stop. We don't take weeks off just because of a 5-hour 100th episode. We keep charging ahead. And if I could give a message to anybody running their own podcast, don't quit. Because if you quit, you'll never get to a 100th episode. And I made sure to abide by that. I will see you all next week for even more Mario Matter goodness with a guest. Routine episode. I'll see you then. Adios.